What's up, brother?
Struggling over here. Are we good?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Yo, what's the deal, man?
Man, coolin', coolin'. How you living, G?
I'm good, man. Main thing, I see you down there.
You know what I'm talking about? What's the conversation?
It's above my head, my brother, man. What you got on it?
Why can't men and women get along today? What advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another? Um,
Huh?
you know what? I'm gonna take these questions individually. You know what I'm saying? Because there's definitely, you can definitely have a different answer for majority. For you can have a different answer for everyone. You know what I'm saying? So why can't men and women get along today? Ooh, that's a that's a that's a good question. And you know what? My biggest number one answer is gonna have to be social media. And the reason why I say social media is because social media painted this picture of originally it started with Hot Girl Summer. I think that's where it started from. You know what I'm saying? That and social media painted this picture of we got away from I don't want to say we got away from, but a lot of people can paint their own image on social media. So they pick and choose on what they feel that each other's deserve. You know what I'm saying? We lost respect for each other. So a lot of people, a lot of men lost respect for women, and a lot of women lost respect for men. So it goes back to our parents, their parents, their parents, their parents before time. Because these are the things that are taught. These are the things that are passed down. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't want to address the question of, well, where did you learn the way you behave or the way you act towards your man or the way you act towards your woman? Where you learn that from? Because you have to learn it from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel. All of these are stuff that you pick up. And that's why people treat each other because they see their parents treat their boyfriends or their girlfriends like that. So they think it's okay. That's my answer to that question. What advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another? Number one, communication. Communication is like the death of everything. You know what I'm saying? Or a lack of communication is the death of everything. If people don't know how to talk, like a lot of things could be resolved with a simple conversation. You know, a lot of people want to go back and forth and battle and oh, he was right, he was right, he was right. And then going back to take it to social media. And when they go to social media, they say, see, girl, this is why I'm single. You know what I'm saying? So my advice would, number one, keep everything private. Number two, have communication. Say, man, I don't like the way you did this. It affected me a certain way. You know, I appreciate it if you don't do that again. Stuff like that, versus blowing up and going off on each other. That's how I feel. Number one thing is always communication. So what's the difference? What's the difference and examples of individualist and communal mindset? I'm gonna let somebody else have that one. Uh, why is it so hard for the majority of us to heal? Um, maybe it's just me, but it's our parents. It goes back to our parents because childhood trauma, that's the correct way to say it. Childhood trauma. A lot of stuff people haven't healed through childhood trauma. Like for example, our mom's not being there for us or our dad's not being there for us. So we kind of find, and a lot of people don't really pay attention to the fact that they try to find their mothers and the women they date. And they try to find TikTok is too sensitive. Uh, and a lot of women try to find um fathers and the men that they date, not knowing that their fathers were toxic as hell. not knowing that their mothers were toxic as hell. So they're creating a level of toxicity with each other. That's my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. And a lot of people don't want to move on from that, knowing that the reason why they should move on is because it's not because you're moving on from them. It's for yourself. Healing is for self. Healing is
Right.
not somebody else. I don't forgive somebody for them. I forgive them for me because if
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, when, like, for example, have you ever heard the thing called um, "Don't hold a grudge"? Because at the end of the day, when you pass away and you still hold on to a grudge, you will never be at peace. You will never. What? How do they say it? Um, may at least let his soul rest. You can never let your soul rest if you still holding on to something.
True.
Yeah, that's I always stand by that. If you don't let bygones be bygones, say, you know what, charge it up to the game. I'm not gonna fault him for being who he is. I think I saw this on a podcast DMX was on. You don't be mad if somebody's a snake, but you should know them when you see them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad that a snake bit you. That's they
That's what
have.
they do.
That's what they
Right.
do. You know what I'm saying? You can't,
Subsidiary.
you can't be mad if a snake bites you. You can't be mad if a dog bark at you. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at certain things because if that's their natural character, then and you saw that, then you can't be mad at them for being who they are. You know, so that's one thing people got to understand. Like, if you see somebody in a slump, if you see somebody who's a negative individual, and you try to go around them and put your positive light on them, you can be the brightest light in the world. But if you get around some dark people, what you think gonna happen? You know what I'm saying? The sun, like for example, the sun is bright as hell, but as soon as they get around dark clouds, what you think happen? The world go dark. You know what I'm saying? So that part, do you feel suppressed? If so, what is that you really want to do in life? And who is to blame why you can't get there? Yourself. Yourself. Ain't no other way to put it. Ain't no other way to say it. If you can't get to where you want to be in life, that's your fault. You know, I think people need to really understand that when we were kids, we could like kind of put the blame on our parents and say, "Oh, they didn't support me, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that." But at the end of the day, yes, you can say that to a certain extent. But once you get past a certain age, like, you can't use that excuse anymore. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, oh, well, my mom didn't love me. Okay, cool. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it sucks that your mom didn't love you, but what about now? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're still wasting your time searching for love from your mother and you're not getting that, whose fault is that? Not your mama's. You know what I'm saying? That's your fault for still searching. You know what I'm saying? If you're not where you want to be in life because of you, then you can only look in the mirror and change you or change what
Mm-hmm.
you're doing to make you who you are. At the end of the day, you can't. People like this whole thing of I'm pretty sure you heard this before. When you point the finger at somebody, you got three of them things pointing right back at you. You know what I'm saying? So you just as guilty as a person you putting the blame on, if not way more. You know what I'm saying? So if you gotta people gotta understand, like, you blame yourself before you try to blame somebody else. What could you have done to put yourself in a better situation? You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody help you be successful. You gotta be successful. One of the most successful people in life, where you think they at? How you think they move? How you think they move forward? You know, it's not because they sitting around playing games. It's
Miserable.
because they sitting there telling people, "Nah, bro, I gotta get something. I gotta do something. Hey, man, I'm gonna create a way for you. No, you not ready? All right, well, shit. I
A
ain't gonna
lot of
hold
them
your
are
hand.
miserable though.
That it, but misery loves company. Misery loves
That's a
company.
fact.
I'm not gonna stand around being miserable, and I ain't gonna stand around being. I'm not gonna stand around being miserable, and I'm not gonna stand around with miserable people. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, and we do it all, and we do it to ourselves. We hang around certain friends, acquaintances, whatever you want to call it, and we let them put things in our head that shouldn't be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and please don't attack me, but certain women in the friend group will tell you, "See, girl, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't, girl, don't do that. You should just
Let me
stay
tell you
single."
something. Yo, Kev, don't I say this that women be pandering to women? I say this like Eric, you ain't saying nothing new. Like I don't care. I get attacked by women on the panel all the time because though the women that attack me are the same ones that pander to other women. They do. They don't hold women responsible because they hate that accountability word. So they don't hold them responsible for their actions. So yeah,
Yeah.
women are the biggest panderers. They pander to each other.
But it's not just women, it's men too. You know what I'm saying? Because, I don't care. You be my homeboy, you can be my day one, you can be my partner, blood or not. You do something wrong, I'm gonna defend your name until we get by ourselves. And once we get up by ourselves, I'm gonna pull you to the side and be like, "Say, partner, you was wrong for that." You know what I'm saying? You that was out of line, bro. A lot of people don't want to call each other out because they afraid to lose a friend. Shit, I'd be real with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather you be mad at me because I told you the truth or I told you something that you needed to hear versus being yo yes man. I don't care. You get mad at me for being honest with you. But one thing you will never ever be able to tell me is I was your yes man. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I really don't care. You can get mad at me all you want to, but if I don't call you out for being wrong or for doing something wrong, then I'm just as even more of a lame ass friend I'm just a lame ass friend to you. Period. You know what I'm saying? I just I just gotta call you out. I gotta call you out. Like if
Can
you do
I ask
something
you a
wrong,
quick
call you
question,
out.
Eric?
What's up?
You see how you said you won't call your friend, you'll defend his name, but then you'll pull him to the side, right?
Yeah.
How
What
is
she's
it an
about to say.
issue when women do it? See, I mean, I'm all for the bro codes because I think that men stick together more than women. But how is it okay for you to do it to your homie and it's not okay for me to do it to my home girl?
No, I'm not saying okay. So number one, good question. You know what I'm saying? Because that happens all too often to not. Me personally, I'm never gonna say. I just live by that code. You know what I'm saying? If you my day one, you my partner, and I'm close to you, I'm gonna defend you. If I'm gonna defend you all the time in front of people because at the end of the day, you are who you are, and I can't fault you for being who you are. At the end of the day, me being a person, I'm just gonna let you know if you wrong. Now, I'm not gonna say that it is wrongful. That I'm not gonna say that a woman can't do that because that by all means, please do. Please do. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think there's a lot of people in general who, excuse me, I don't think there's a lot of people in general who will pull their homies to the side, friends, girlfriends, whatever you want to call them. I don't think there's a lot of people who will pull their people to the side and say, "Hey, man, what you did was foul, bro." And you can't be around me doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because you giving me a bad name. It is not, I'm not saying that it's okay for a man to do it and a woman. I'm not saying none of that. What I am saying is, please do that for your people. Please do that. You know what I'm saying? In front of people, hey, don't embarrass your people. You know what I'm saying? If I do something wrong, don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me in front of people. Pull me to the side. Hey, partner, don't do that. That was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe you might know something I don't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they might know something you don't. Let me know something. Pull me to the side. Pull them to the side. Say, bro. Say, sis. You shouldn't have done that. Say, sis. You know what I'm saying? The way you was thinking about doing that to him, it was kind of wrong. Say, bro. you shouldn't have went outside your way to, argue with her. Just say, hey, baby, you know what? You was right. I'm wrong. I apologize. You'll never be less of a person to just say, you know what? I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people too busy being yes men to their friends that they too scared of telling them the truth. I don't give a damn. I'll tell you the truth whether
But
you
that
like it or
the
not.
the question I asked you was, how come that it's okay for you to do it to your homeboy, but if my homegirl got out of line right away,
Hmm.
I'm supposed to check her right then and there in front of everybody? What is the difference between a man doing it and me as a woman doing it?
I don't think there is a difference. Personally, I don't think there's a difference.
Okay. Now, I don't know. Hello, how you doing? My name's Sadari. See,
What's
I
up?
play big on words, so I just listen to everything everybody say because I just want to know what's the difference.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, because if it was a panel full, I would have had men saying, "Oh no, Sadari, no, it's a big difference."
Nah, I mean, I don't. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody. I'm probably one of the few people that's gonna tell you it's really no difference at all, because it's really no difference. Right is regardless, man, woman, dog, cat, fish,
Right.
frog, purple, blue, orange, pink, yellow. At the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong. And there ain't no in between. There ain't no. There's no in between. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like in front of somebody, I'm gonna tell you, hey, look, you know, hey, if that's what he believe in, that's what he believe in. Cool beans. Soon as we get ourselves, I'm gonna pull you to the side. Say, bro, what you did was foul, and I'm gonna tell you why it's foul because of X, Y, and Z. I'm not gonna tell you, oh yeah, you supposed to check her right then and there. No, cause I'm big on if you embarrass the shit out of me in front of people, then we got a problem. Don't embarrass me, you know what I'm saying? However, correct me,
That the
you
man
know.
ego is different from the, so the man's ego is more shallow than the woman's ego, because now I'm trying to make some sense of this right here, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Ulta, I'm trying to make some sense, right? So what you said was you wouldn't embarrass your friend, right? Now
Yeah,
I'm saying if the shoe was on the other foot, and just say, I'm gonna give a scenario. We all out, me, you, Kev. It's about a bunch of us out, right?
yeah,
And my homegirl is sloppy drunk. So I take her in the bathroom. I try to get her sober. I sober her up,
yeah.
and not all the way sober her up, but I semi sober her up. But she done cursed all of y'all out, and now y'all looking at me like, yo, like you ain't gonna check your home girl. And I say to y'all, I'll check her when she's sober, but that's
Mhm.
not the answer y'all want to hear. Versus if the shoe was on the other foot. So are you saying that the man's ego is more shallow than the woman's ego?
No, no, I'm not gonna say that
You get the
because
you hold on, Kev. You understand the question that I'm asking him?
Say it again.
I want to know if he's saying that the man's ego is more shallow than the woman's ego.
Um,
let me get it. Let me get a second opinion, Kev.
would you answer that already? Or you going based on what he said or something?
I'm going based off what he said.
Oh, okay. I was about to say that ain't
Not
even no. I think
He
each
said that
person.
he would not embarrass his homeboy. Like he gonna defend his homeboy name, but in private he gonna check his homeboy. So what I
Oh,
asked him was, what's the difference if I do it with my homegirl
I,
versus
I
checking her right then and there?
I think the difference is that because I think a lot of people I can understand where he probably coming from though, because some people got that it's like the loyalty thing or whatever, and then you don't want your boy to look bad, so you actually just
That's it
you
right
pull him
there.
to the side. And then because it's your friend too, and then but you got to let them know behind, but it become dangerous or something. I think the difference is like some women still won't. Just like we were saying about they don't want to lose a friend because we know a lot of them don't like to look in that mirror and they feel like you boo booing on them if you say anything about them because most of the time the world they care about their feelings and stuff and ain't no woman trying to hurt another woman's feelings and stuff. So um, she probably still ain't gonna take her when she go home. She gonna be like, "Hey, or she put it in a funny way, maybe. Man, you just bad. Yeah, I know, girl, or something like that. That's probably what most they gonna do, but they ain't gonna get deep like how he said he gonna really kind of check his mans and stuff though. But also, is some dudes that's the same way with some of the women. Like if when they scared to lose a friend, there's some people that's like that. When they scared to lose a friend, they're gonna try to spare their feelings because they feel like they shouldn't be checked or something like that. So I mean. But each person different though, I would say. But I could see why a lot of women probably wouldn't check each other.
See, my bad. I guess to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying, ma'am, is um I'm not gonna. It's not this. I'm not trying to say. I wouldn't. I'll defend him. Meaning, I'm gonna let him say what he got to say. You know what I'm saying? I can't control what come out of my partner. If if he say something out of his mouth, I can't control that. All I'm gonna do is just be like, okay, whatever, bro. But when people start walking away from me, I'm gonna be like, hey, man, I'm gonna use you for example, Kev. I'm gonna just be like, all right, Kev, say, bro. I'm gonna just be honest with you. What you did right there was kind of foul, man. You know what I'm saying? You do with this information what you will. However, what you did was out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like all people should do that with their friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
All people should
I
do
think
that.
it depends on the level because it's about knowing your type of your friend you around and stuff. And some people just ain't mature yet. Because like I said, I don't think it's just because I think a lot of it's men that do that too though. Because I remember an incident before like when somebody's friend told them about themselves and or it could, and I even remember before, like when you tell someone about themselves, they feel like that you bashing them or hating them on them or something like that. And I mean, it's just a maturity thing for real. Like, cause especially if you grew up not always the rider unalive. I can see some men not really doing that too. So I don't think it's a man or woman thing. But I think the only reason why I just say more of the woman because you like I don't think like even society itself don't be trying to hurt women feelings. And then when it come to the man, they dang near be sometimes they about to dang near fight or they might just cut it off, because like, hold on, who is you to tell me about me? People grew up like that, because
Exactly.
so a lot of friends have been friends off of because we take up for one another all the time, or uh, it's silly reasons, man. Especially when you're young, it's so many. Oh, we're friends because we like video games or something like that. And that's why a lot of people's circles get smaller though, because when it come to checking each other and telling each other it's wrong, that's when you just start seeing them leaving. That happen all the time.
I don't understand why people want to get. I mean, I don't understand why somebody get in their feelings about being checked. You know what I'm saying? We gotta. I think as a society, and this is just my opinion. I think as a society, we gotta check our people. You know what I'm saying? Literally gotta check our people. You know what I'm saying? If they do something wrong, check them, bro. Like you ain't gotta do it in front of people. That's what I'm saying. You ain't gotta check them in front of somebody,
Yeah,
but check them, bro. Like, tell them when they wrong because they might not know something that you know. They might not understand where they might not see it the way you see it. They might not been through what you've been through, so they don't understand.
yeah.
Not everybody gonna have the same level of understanding. That's my point.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, and that's what I'm getting
You
to. That really,
know?
like I said, that comes with maturity though. Nobody, and the thing is, I can say I do understand. I wouldn't say I don't understand. Like I said, because the thing is, like I was either and I always got to throw that in there. I was either one step person or when we were all young. Nobody ever liked it to be checked, and nobody had the mentality we got now. I mean, we all that stuff we had to grow from. Some people just still stay with that same mentality since they was a kid and feel like they're uncheckable. When somebody feel like they being checked or told about themselves, they get offended by it. That's a regular. I think that's a regular human thing, especially depending on how you grew up and stuff. Nobody don't like to be told about themselves that what you doing is wrong, and it's dang near fighting words most of the time. It's fighting words, or it's like I said, most of the time they are not trying to look. They're not trying to lose their friends. That's what it is. A lot of people don't want to lose their friends because they don't want their friends doing the same thing to them. The people want to know that what everything they doing is right. That's what it. That's what it is. That's what everybody. That's what we was doing when we was young.
Yeah.
But it take a lot.
I think
So
that
look,
sometimes people don't like. I realized as I got older, when I say everybody can't go, I mean that, right?
all right.
Different friends for different things, and I realized that I can't have everybody in the same room. So I have friends that I'll go shopping with because they don't get along with my everyday friends, right? I got peoples that I'll go to brunch with. Like everybody can't go, and I realized that like I was having a conversation on a different live, and the young lady said she was about 26, 27. She said she's not friends with the people she grew up with because they still there. She rather meet new friends where she at right now. And that shit kind of made sense to me because as I sat back and thought about it, like the females that I grew up with when and now that we 30 plus years old, they still not doing nothing. We knocking on 40. I love you. I'm never gonna see nothing happen to you. Like I'll swing through the hood, but I'm not doing hood shit no more, right? So I'm not sitting in the hood. I'm not drinking with you and all that. We not going half on the bottle. Now I feel insulted when you ask me how much I got on the bottle and all those things. So that's what I mean. Like everybody just can't go, but it don't mean I don't fuck with you. It just mean I can't fuck with you
On
on
that
my
level.
level.
Yep.
Hmm.
On that certain level, man. And that is so factual, you know what I'm saying? Because I still got my dog
That dog.
going on, bro. You know what I'm saying? But nah, like that is so factual because, you know, everybody can't go. I still got partners that I consider friends, acquaintances, associates that still live in the same area, you know, and I don't mean to like, I won't disrespect him. I won't disrespect him. However, what I will say is, me and you, we just not on that same level as we once was. You know, we separated at some point in time. You know, whether it's I elevated or you elevated, whatever the case may be, we just not on the same level. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some like it was day and night. One day I was just, hey, let's go out, party every weekend. And then let's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not party every weekend. What is we celebrating? Why are we celebrating every single Friday? For what? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I stopped doing that. And when I stopped doing that, my life changed. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. I go to the bar, you go buy whatever your drink is. You know what I'm saying? Like me, when I go to the bar, I get an adios. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's like that's a $10 drink right there. Now imagine me getting three of those. That's $30. That's $40. That's a whole bottle. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's a whole bottle. You feel me? And it's just like people don't understand that. Like I pay, you know what I'm saying? I pay way too much money in my house to not be here. You feel me? I pay too much money for the stuff I have to not enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather drink at home. You know what I'm saying? So if I get drunk, I'm at home. I can go to my bed and go to sleep. You feel me? Like I don't do the same things I used to do because it's just not. I just don't want to do it. I don't hang around the same crowd anymore. And a lot of people need to understand, hey, bro, don't hang around the same crowd because you're not going to do the same thing. Everybody can't go with you. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Some people, you got to lead them where they at. And if you see the same people at the same party, at the same club, at the same bar, doing the same thing over and over again, you just got to be like, hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? Okay, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? You just gotta stop, bro. You gotta grow up. People gotta grow up and just be like, hey man, we not doing this here. That's what I believe in.
I mean, responsibility will bite you in the ass whether you're 25 or 35. And I am a firm believer that I, where I pay my bills is where I want to sit at all day. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, I'm not a fan of leaving out of my house to go sit in somebody else's house. I'm not a fan of that. Not when I just paid all this rent. I done paid all the utilities. Why should I leave out of my house to go sit in your house? I got everything right here. I don't smoke weed, but if I did, I got the weed dispensary directly across the street from my house. I got the liquor store directly across the street from my house. I got the chicken spot, the Chinese. I got like 4 Chinese restaurants, like all these things that I have right in the facility. Why am I going? I mean, I do go out, and I'm not gonna say I don't go out, but when I do go out, it's daytime shit. I think that's the old me now. Like, I'd rather go to brunch. I'd rather go to a day party because if I go to a day party, by 10 o'clock, I'm in the house showering in my bed, ready to start the next day. I think that times for me, that's why I made the example. Like when I go back to the hood, and I shoot through the hood, I drive through there because I'm not you know bougie. I'll drive through, I'll stop, I'll chit chat. But once it go, yo, how much you got on this Don Julio bottle? Wait, what? Baby, I buy a whole bottle of Don Julio. What are you talking about? Like, are you want to go half on this 50? Where we only gonna get what 2 and 2 cups out of it? Nah, I'm good. That's when I'll
Wow.
keep it moving.
No, I feel that 100%. I definitely feel that 100%. I ain't been back to my neighborhood in I don't know how long because of that.
I don't think they could see their comments, Kev. Kev froze? Yeah, it look like Kev froze.
What's going
Cool. Hey, everybody.
Can the live hear us?
Yeah, we can
You
hear
hear
you.
y'all.
Hey,
Like
Light.
the audience.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I
word.
can.
Word, what's going on, everybody? Man, y'all, I've
Um,
been over here maybe like a week or two from Twitter Spaces,
mm.
Yeah,
and
I think
I
me and
have
Juice got into it the other morning, but I don't even think we really got into it with that 4B movement. But I ain't going to talk about that 4B shit
no,
no
I
more.
thought I thought you when you was I think me and you was about to get into it because I thought you was talking to me when you was snapping, and so I was about to hit you with the hold on now. But when I realized you wasn't talking to me, I just was quiet.
Nah. I like these topics that Kev got. I want to answer like 2 because he know my bedtime is at 10
Mm.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I just want to answer like 2 of the questions, 2 or 3 to kick it off.
But no, I'm not going for that 4B. That's made up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see the
that's why when I
guys.
started, that's
The
why I
guys
had to
up
be
here. You
quiet for a
see, you
second.
seen the guys? They got the what it is the four the what is it? I was cracking up. I was at work today. Like, no, this is not it.
Like, we need to stop making movements. Stop.
Kev, you want to open up the box a little bigger so I can see the question? I can't see shit. Nigga. My eyes bad. I gotta get some glasses. I'm gonna
I
use
got you. Hold on, give me a second.
my new insurance to my new job and get me some, cause I got some Versace glasses. I just gotta put the medicine in it.
Mm. But stop. But don't hate on people who go in on the bottle with a Don Julio. Okay, in this
Hey,
economy,
No,
hey,
you
people
I'm
know,
a
let me tell you
people
this.
trying.
I'm not going like I'm surpassed, and I don't think I'm better than anybody, but I have surpassed that level, right?
Man, let niggas go in on the fifth. Okay,
Listen, they can go in on that, but I have surpassed that level. So I'm not going to be like, yo, how much you got on this bottle of Don Julio? Like, what? No, baby, you buy your own 25, or you go buy you some Patron, or whatever the hell you really drink, because you don't drink this Respirado.
hey,
Rada, the
you know,
Resposado is
no,
great.
The Respirado.
I'm definitely agreeing with you on that because The stuff I drink is not the stuff you know what I'm saying? I hate when people tell me, "Oh, let's go half on this." No, because if you gonna invite me to drink, I'm gonna drink. Now, I don't want you to get too stiff on, nah, bro, you drinking more than your half. Then why didn't you buy your own? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like sharing because I don't like when people say, nah, this is my half. No, bro. Damn all that half
It's
stuff.
nasty work. That's nasty. I ain't.
Like,
That's
damn all
I
that
just
wanted
half
bad.
stuff. We're
to
not
Wait,
doing
have
that.
y'all ever went to somebody's house? Wait, no. Have somebody ever came to your house, bought a bottle, and took the bottle back with them? I think
Yes,
that's
I
the
hate
most
that.
ghettoest shit in the world. Not that I need your liquor, but why are you taking your bottle back?
First of all, didn't you come to my house? Didn't you come to my house?
People are ghetto.
You bought a party favor to my house. Why would you think that is a
Oh,
bad
Kev
idea?
trying to talk? I'm sorry, Kev.
My
Huh?
bad.
Oh dang! I caught that. I just looked up. I like I can't get in. That's over. It's like no, I was hearing y'all. But
He ain't even paying us no mind. Go
I
ahead,
wanted
Kev.
to, I wanted to say that because I was hearing because if my stuff shut off again, I'm probably gonna set my whole internet. Not the thing. I'm just gonna set my internet because I think this stuff been tripping lately. Um, But I was about to say I was hearing you because yeah, Juice. That's crazy. Juice found my live though. That's weird. 'Cause I think I had seen her on the other live when we was in there, and I was about to say you was about to go in on Juice, and Juice been on our squad. I mean, well, was on our side the whole entire time. But I think you had heard her wrong, and I was like, dang, I was like, no, because she was like one of the ones I was up there with, and I was like, it was like me, her, Cooper, and a couple more people. We was like, no, that's some BS and all that other stuff or whatever. So, and I was like, dang. And I'm like, then you came up, then y'all had, I guess you heard the wrong end or something like that. I'm like, dang, y'all about to get into it. I'm like, that's crazy. But nah, she cool though.
Pissing me off. And you know what? You know why they piss me off so much? Because I remember being that person. But then I gotta remember that I had my daughter at 23. These are 26-year-olds.
Yeah, they
And
young.
when she said that you can raise a 15-year-old boy over the phone, I was too through because who what?
And it's like I was on a live today, and I would tell them it was one of these little 4B, these one of these the bitter lives. I'm gonna start calling these the bitter lives. I was on one of these the bitter lives, and I was like, it's interesting that y'all are wanting to separate yourself from patriarchy or this idea that y'all have of patriarchy. And two, y'all can't tell me of one, you can't tell me of a country that doesn't have patriarchy. So I don't know why we keep saying Western.
Right.
But
Right.
two, y'all also, I was telling them how since I had sort of stopped looking at the patriarchy in this negative light, I have had a whole bunch of positive things happen to me, and overall my relationships with the men around me have improved, and low key, not even low key, I actually feel provided for and protected. Like even right now, girl, I can't think of the last time I done bought some tree. I can't think of the last time I done bought anything besides the food that I'm supposed to put in my house to cook. So when I was telling them that, I actually find a little bit of comfort and peace from subscribing to a little bit of that patriarchy that they keep saying is so detrimental. And they had got mad at me, and they were like, so because you want to be provided for, all of us now have to be provided for? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Every woman in the world wants to be provided for. That's why y'all keep making up fake movements to tell men that you want them to provide for you.
Like I'm not the woman who say that I don't need a man to provide for me, right? I'm telling you, like I have been saying, and like when I say what I mean, in order for me to actually be who you need me to be, or excuse me, oh no, because men say they like to feel need and want me to be. First, I have to get out of survival mode, right? So when I say survival mode, it's like a panic. But I don't mean like survival mode, like I'm out here living paycheck to paycheck, or I'm out here panhandling for food and all that. No. Survival mode is not what people think it is. So I stopped saying it, but I still stand on it. Like I'm not gonna meet a man today, date him, we gonna go on 5 dates and now he expect the whole world out of me. No, ease your way in there. Like it's like I have to do the footwork. Why you can't do the footwork? But you know what I think is missing in the dating scene right now is the fact that talking became Texas. I don't need you to text me. First of all, the kind of job I can't have my phone in my hand all day anyway. So I can have my earbud in my ear part in my ear and we could talk. Um, but that's where I think that the disconnect is coming in at, and then the hookup culture. And the first thing a man to say to to a woman who have children is, "Oh, but you got a kid, so I know you out here you hunching." I know that I've been hunching. It's very much seen. But why do you feel like because of what I did 16 years ago and I have a beautiful creation out of it, why do you think that you're just supposed to slide in like grease?
Not the grease.
Slide straight in. No, you ain't sliding straight in.
And I think, like, sort of the mindset that we're seeing, to go ahead and hit one of these topics, we're having a very, very individualistic mindset instead of a communal mindset. And it's clear to me because we keep making fake movements again. And all of these movements are individualistic in the sense that, one,
Subtext.
like if I'm talking about the aspect of like the femicide argument from 4B, women rallying together to be celibate is not going to help women not get kidnapped. I don't know what we thought it would do.
Lying because it's let me tell you something. These
I
women be
can't
out
even
here
take that
lying.
serious as a thought.
I
That
was
rallying and
celibate.
being celibate
I
would
was
would
celibate for 2 years, and baby, when listen, I done fought with my kitty cat every day after maybe like the second month. When I tell you, me and this bitch was arguing every day, and it wasn't even a physical argument. It was the like I'm at work, like bitch, what are you doing? Like what are we doing here? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. But I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, so can you imagine like this whole 4B movement? How you went from saying when it was Thursday saying that body count don't matter
Right.
to Monday saying you down with the 4B movement?
man, I ain't
That's
gonna
funny.
lie, Miss Andrew, when I tried to be celibate, that it had me so down bad. I was acting like the girl from Beloved. Just touch me on the inside. I'm down bad.
Oh man.
Like I was I was going through it. So yeah, but it's so the individualism. I've been reading a lot of Fanon, and Fanon talks about how individualism destroys movements. And so
Right.
colonizers and oppressors, they want to fuel individualism. They want to be like, well, you don't, but you're not free. Like you're not, they want to poke at those little differences to draw your attention to them in order to distract you from a larger picture. And it's kind of interesting because as much as now that all of us have come to the same page that the Black family structure is broken and we need to fix it, they're trying to distract us by having podcasters and having the internet put more lens on these individualistic things. And then it's more ironic for me for American women, like, even if you're not a feminist, you're a feminist in America because you never survive in the Middle East. And so when we're talking about doing things in America to save women around the world, it's like it's almost egotistical for us to believe that we have the power to do that.
Jay in the comments say, I don't see what 4B got to do with body count. So maybe you misheard me. I said last week, Thursday, these same women that's talking about the 4B move was arguing people down about the body count. Arguing, you can't tell me how many men I could sleep with. It's my for JJ, and I could do this, do that, and you can't tell me who I could give it to. And you are what they were saying. You are insecure. Why you out here penis sizing? Now, this week, oh, they got so much control over their JJ.
Right.
Heard it.
Okay, look. Okay, so and there's my thing on that one because I was just talking to my homegirl about that today. She had told me, this. She was like, a lot of women don't put this in perspective. Again, this is coming from my homegirl, not coming from me. I'm just her voice. She was like, when you buy cars, you typically try to go for the car with the lowest mileage. So a lot of men and women who have these high body counts, when they get to that time where they want to settle down, it's like, okay, cool. Well, you invested so much of your emotion, so much of your intimacy in fields where you weren't valued. Now you're not a value anymore. And I was just like, to me, I was scratching my head on that because I'm like, I'm kind of confused by that. It's like, but that's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So help me out there.
That's the body count thing, right? So I get what you're saying. Like, if we go in the car dealership, we're not looking for the car. If you want a used car, you're gonna buy it from somebody on the street because it's something to get around with. So that's a kick around car. But if you're going to get a car that you want, that you desire, you're going to the car dealership. 9 times out of 10, when you're going to the car dealership, you're looking for the car that's under maybe 10 miles, 9, 5. Some people finance brand new cars off the lot. So I understand what you're saying. But I also understand that for a car to work good, it needs to be broken in. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that body count don't matter, especially for me at my grown age, at my big age. I'm not saying body count don't matter. You
I
know
guess
why
I see.
body count matter to me a lot? Because I know, like, even dealing with a man in my age group, right? Because I be 39. So just say I'm dealing with somebody between 39 and 45. That shit matters to me because now I need to know, how many STDs have you had in your life? I mean, not STDs, STIs have you had in your life? That plays a big factor. You get what I'm saying? And I'm really big on like this whole raw thing. Why you feel like you need to slide in me with no hat on? Where your hat at, bro?
That's
So
wild.
if you doing that with me, how many other women have you did that with? And I'm not trying to hear like you're different.
Nah, bro, why you going deep sea? Like, bro, like, nah. Bro, I tell my little nephew that all the time. Like, bro, don't be going deep sea diving without, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't be jumping out here without no life jacket on. That's the way I put it to my little nephew. You can't just jump out here without no life jacket on, bro, because you gonna mess around and you gonna drown out here. And when you drown, there's a whole bunch of things you can drown from: pregnancy, STDs, STI, whatever you know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of things you can drown from, bro. But it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Don't go deep sea diving, bro. Like, put a glove on, put a life jacket on, partner. You know what I'm saying? The feeling ain't the same. I don't give a damn. At least you can feel something. You know what I'm saying? Fuck around and not feel
Excuse.
nothing at all.
Oh man, that's the most lamest excuse I've ever heard in the world. You don't feel nothing.
I hate that shit.
Well,
I hate that
you know
bullshit.
what? Magnum's done made what they made is bearskin.
Yeah, bearskin. There you go.
Magnum's done made bearskin. So you want to feel something, put that bearskin on. But this is what's going on right now, right? So when I say it the body count do matter for me. Like, how many STIs have you had in your life? Then before we like, yo, no. And my mother, you know, what my mother said to me. My mother said, "Well, the STIs ain't like how it used to be back in the days. Because when we was growing up, shaving wasn't a thing, and people had crabs, and I was like, you see, all of those things make me be like, yeah, you know what? Let me just keep my legs closed. But I ain't with the 4B movement.
And it's kind of interesting for me because the reason that body count matters for me is like, I don't think body count matters when I'm dealing with women, which is a double standard that I recognize. But the reason that I think that it matters with men is because, one, I believe in the soul ties thing and the religious aspect, but also simply because I'm not trying to be out here using too many hats. And so I'm not trying to be out here having everybody can't be in the honeypot. And if I want to move a certain way, then I have to protect my honeypot. And that's just kind of my views on it. But I know, like, it's interesting because women will come up here and we'll talk about how body count doesn't matter because it makes us feel better, and then at the same time specify our body count so that we're not a part of those type of women. And it's weird because we want to intellectualize why being those type of women is not the end of the world, but we also never actually want to be those type of women. And it just seems like we don't want to admit that to ourselves because we feel like it will create because it almost feels like because men being right about one thing means that that they know more about us than us. And it's like we don't need to be trying to prove men wrong so much that we become delusional, because there is a woman in here that wants 100 guys ran in you. It just is not, unless you're a certain type of woman. And then we also have to recognize, and it's interesting because we have conversations amongst ourselves in private where we admit where when we're being extra promiscuous, that other things are happening that are making us promiscuous, and then we act like being promiscuous is good.
So let me ask you something, and I'm not judging you. So how is it different for you having relations with a woman than having relations with a man? Because I mean, you could still catch the same STI scissoring, or that woman can have gonorrhea or chlamydia in her throat and still pass it off to you.
Well, the difference, well, one, I didn't know you could get gonorrhea in your throat, so now you done scared me. But nah, the reason that I view it differently is simply just the double standard. When I'm talking, like, men and women don't care about how many women I've had sex with, but men and women both care about how many men I've had sex with. And as much as it is a double standard and as much as it's not positive, it would be a lie if I said that I do not understand that double standard.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off. Can you run that back one more time? Repeat what you just said.
I said that men that men and women have never cared about how many women I've been with.
Uh-huh.
But both men and women both have cared about how many men I've been with.
I'm still in that shit. I'm definitely still in that shit, bro. Cause that's some bullshit. You feel me? And the reason why I say that is because it can't be. And the reason why I say that is because you can't care so much about one side, but not care so much about the other side. Like, that's bullshit. To me. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
That's why I asked the question, right? So, just if you think I'm BSing, you could Google it. I mean, I'm in the medical field, so I can tell you like there is gonorrhea in the throat and chlamydia in the throat, and it can be transmitted. So that's something like a lot of the LG, the women, the L women or the bisexual women don't even realize. And then I'm only telling you this for this reason, right? So you're bisexual, right? I'm telling you this because a woman can give it to you, but then she'll blame it on a man.
That's a fact.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? She'll say,
Yeah,
"Oh
that is a
no,
fact.
because you're bisexual and this, that, and the third, blah blah blah." But It's real. If you don't believe me, you can look it up because it's real.
Nah, I agree with you. That's the I didn't know that information until you told me. But I'm not thinking that you lying to me. You good. I don't believe that you lying to me. But the reason that I'm talking about that double standard existing there isn't about the STIs or the STDs. The reason why I'm acknowledging that that is there is in conversation about the body count issue. You know, like it just is a thing. Like I've never had no like, and men will ask me like, oh, you know what I'm saying, you deal with, I will lie about the number of women that I've dealt with, but overall, like in general, nobody has really sort of cared that I dealt with women. It has never in fact impacted or anybody thought less of me or more of me. Now I will say that when men put into perspective how liked I am by women, it does cause a weird thing to happen, but I don't think that that's relevant for this conversation.
Yeah, and I agree that it doesn't have anything to do with the STIs because and I agree that it doesn't have anything to do with could you mute your mic, please? Thank you,
Oh yeah,
appreciate
so,
it. So, but yeah, as I was saying, when a man thinks about a woman and trying to get with a woman, they're not really focusing on how many women they've been with because it doesn't have the same value as a man, right? And these women, they when you get with a man, that lowers your value because it knows that we know that you'll give it up for more people. You know, so there if you know, and we learn that with less demand means that the value will go just the same, right? So if you're giving up for every single man, you're not going to have the same value, and and I can speak for every man when I say that we want a woman that's going to be hard to get. You know, it's just how we are. It's in our nature.
I'm not knocking what you saying, Jay, but what I'm saying is, like now that shit just got so real, and I'm just saying, with the last 6 years, things done got so real. So I think that I'm not coming for you, Juice, no kind of way. But now I think that it should be something you should ask the women. How many women have you been with? Because with this whole, before it was only, men can give women STIs, but now, a lot of women don't keep it a stack. And let's keep it real. A lot of women are not using dental dams. Like
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's the realistic part of it.
yeah, and I don't think it should just be just women because I feel like men are really to blame here because you know we have this norm going around. Oh, I can get with this female. Oh, I can go with that female. Oh, I pull more females than you. It's like a game. It's like, oh, I'm a higher value man because I can pull more females. And so, you know, it's not even in their mind about STIs. It's not any about any of that. It's about what your value is based on who you can get. And I think, you know, norms that that a norm all these norms are in each gender and we should just find a way to get rid of them.
yeah, that's true though. They did, and that's what it is. It's in a lot of men's mind, even how society put it out, because they know it's harder for men to get it than women to give it up. Uh, but it do seem like it's like you get a golden badge, like dang, you got to pull all that. You know what I'm saying? Well, like wow, you got to. That mean you got to have something to offer, because usually women, you got to have something. You got to put something on the table before you get anything, even if it's a 40 ball. You know, it's something that you got to get them before you even get it. And, with women, it's a little bit easier. All they got to do is be pretty, or just lick their lips and it's over with. You know what I'm saying? They can give it most
Yeah,
of the
no,
time more than anything. You know what I'm saying? So a little easier. So they really don't get a kind of pat on the back for pulling a woman, for pulling a man, or a woman pulling a woman. I mean, I don't think I want to do one. I don't know about that though, but
But
you,
I,
what
we
what's up?
making people more aware of, though, is like proximity to for women, because men will do you does not mean that you are being respected or valued.
Bro?
And because women give it to you doesn't mean that you're being respected or valued. And that, I think, as crazy as that might sound, because how intimate sex is, and because sex has become so accessible, that is the reality.
You know what? And I'm going, if I may, I'm going to piggyback off of that because, and this is just my opinion. I think that since sex is given so freely, you know what I'm saying, people forgot the value of what it is. You know what I'm saying? What it actually means, the intimacy. And you know what I'm saying? First thing first, Jay, how old are you, bro?
Me? I'm
You how old?
I'm 19.
Okay. You know, no disrespect, but I can't, you know, no disrespect, but you know, based off of what he said, you know, I kind of felt like he was young because when I was your age, bro, I went through the same thing. As a, you know, when us against our homies, you know what I'm saying? We you know, we kind of like when it comes to our homies, we like hell yeah. Oh, you pulled that? Damn,
You're
bro.
right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I wonder what it took you to pull that. You know what I'm saying? As
Yeah,
far as like, you know what I'm saying? So at
bragging.
that point, it's just, but then again, as men, you know what I'm saying, on the outside looking in, how disrespectful does that sound? You feel me? Because it's like, okay, what, now she seems like a possession. The higher value of the possession, the more credibility we get. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's kind of fucked up. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. Nonetheless, moving on. Um,
But that's
I feel like, huh?
the big fact.
That's just me. That's just my opinion. Because us as fellas, we do that shit. And it's just like, damn, you pull that kind of man. I mean, you pull that kind of woman. Damn,
Whoa,
you know
you
what I'm
on your own,
saying?
brother.
You just like,
You know, and
pull
it
that
it
kind of
doesn't
woman.
just happen with men too. I've heard this happen with women as well.
It
Women will
does.
be just
It
like
does,
that too. It's
bro.
just less common.
It does,
If it's
bro.
a lot, like a dude probably with a
It's
lot of
not that it's
money or
less
something like
common.
that, maybe.
We just don't talk about it as openly as you do.
As
Yeah.
Like,
men, yeah,
we
for
also
sure.
have to keep like the dudes on your roster that are the best, you got to keep a secret. And that's kind of
Because you don't want your
unfortunately
other
how
homeboys to
womanhood
find that shit out.
is working.
And it's also because, you know, we also have this with these norms of, oh, the a man is, you know, he's a high value man if he could pull a bunch of women, but a woman's a hoe
Right.
if he could pull a bunch of a woman is a hoe if she can pull a bunch of men. So, you know, that's why they like to keep it a secret, even though, you know, they'll still think a certain way, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, they even use that to
They
offend
keep
one
it a
another.
secret
That's
is
how you know.
because
That's how you know body count matters. They use that to hurt each other. You
nah,
just,
the reason why you want to
you
keep
know,
it a secret is because bitches want to fuck your man. That's why. That's why you
that
got to
too.
keep it a
That too.
secret.
That too. That too.
That's more
They
important
be
than the
trying to
body count
but
thing.
it's dudes that do the same thing. They be trying to heal people women.
Yeah.
They
For
do that
real.
too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
as a
So you
woman,
want to keep your best pieces a secret
that's
because
right.
some
You
I
don't
get you
you
though. I
don't
get
some
it.
women only want
listen.
your dude because that's your dude, and
I
that's like,
learned
Oh,
you know
huh.
and they
what?
can't keep one either. That's the reason
I'm
why.
just saying. I learned from a girl who I thought, we was best friends growing up, right?
Yeah,
And
you up there
pissing,
washing dishes up there, my brother?
I thought he was pissing.
That would sound
Boy,
like
he got
cooking.
too
No,
comfortable.
my fault. I was over here making some food. My bad.
Like,
But
please no.
um she like I this and we was young and I was with my baby father. The bitch tried to make a pass at my baby father, like my
Mm,
daughter father, excuse me, because I don't use that. And my daughter father waited for, like, he brushed her off. So that night when we all got up, he did say something. He was like, yo, how about you tell Sadari, like, how you asked me to suck my, yo, I looked at her like, wow. But then, my mom's told me, you don't be out here telling no female how he did this to you and how he did that to you and how big his ding ding is, because they want to know. And ever since then, you won't even hear me say, yeah, because the way he been, no, he ain't do nothing. We ain't do nothing. And if we did, that ain't none of your business. I
So
learned.
Daria,
And
one of my this dude that I did try. Okay, now y'all might not like the way this sound, but I tried to pass a dude to my homegirl, right? And this one of them dudes that you can pass. So I tried to pass the dude. I caught my homeboy showed me the dude I'm talking about. He showed me the messages between him and my homegirl. Girl, why did my homegirl ask this man how she could be more like me to have him? I said, "Oh, girl, I got to get you the fuck from around me immediately."
What's the move
Cause
that she did on you so I can
you was giving her a free pass,
why do they
and
call her Juice?
she
I
tried
was
to be
giving
like
her a
you.
free, I was giving
You was
her a
giving her.
free chance.
Damn.
I gave her a free love seat, girl, and she did that to me. We supposed to be friends. I can't even. That's out of pocket. That's individualistic too. To go back to the topics,
I like
individualistic.
how she
You
do that. I
messed up
like
the community trying to be individualistic.
it. Facts.
What's funny,
Facts.
you know what's funny? Like, so the fact that and I'm gonna just say this. So a lot of
After that I got a couple people I want to squeeze in. I ain't heard a couple people voices in a minute.
my fault.
No, you good,
But
go
like
ahead.
real quick. So like the fact that you went through that, you know how many homies do that same shit to their own homies, you feel me? Because it's like, you know, I didn't see that shit so many times. Excuse my language. I didn't see that so many times where, you know what I'm saying? Jealousy is a thing. Jealousy is a real big thing. A lot of people be like, damn, your shorty fine. Yeah, I appreciate you. And it's like they be slick trying to slide in them DMs. And then when you call your homeboy out, it's just like, say, man, you try to slide in my female DMs. It's like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that shit is weird. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I think that shit is weird. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't bring my lady around none of my homies. Unless you my,
Jealousy.
unless you my day one, like I can trust you on some stuff. But I can't bring my lady around my homies because I can't bring my lady around, anybody. It's not because I don't trust her. It's just because I don't want to look at my homie differently if he crosses that line. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want
Uh,
to put you in a situation where I may have to slide you. You feel me? That
mm.
might sound wrong, but I just don't want to put myself in a
So
situation where I gotta slide you something because you talking out the side of your neck. You feel me?
I want
Because
to say this then on that. Yeah, I want to say this though. Well, hold on before I do that. And I do want to do a commercial break. Light, you there? Is Light there? Sugar Pie, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, y'all there. Okay, so I'm gonna let you go right there. I said ask this question, then I'm gonna let Sugar Pie go. I know y'all ain't said nothing. But that thing that you saying though, about the you and I was always this type though, because I think I always grew with that. Like I wasn't really kind of scared to lose a woman. Because it's like I was the type that let my girl free, you know what I'm saying? Because I had this thing in my mind like I'm not gonna be around her all the time. And if she get taken, it is what it is. You know, I think that's a good thing to have your friend and your girl around each other or something like that, just to see who the weak link is. Because if he a real friend, he wouldn't you know, you shouldn't have to have a friend or keep a friend around you that you scared to keep a girl around, or vice versa. You shouldn't be scared to have your girl around your friend because that'll kind of squash the thing early. You know what I'm saying? I love doing. I don't want to call it a test, but I guess it's a test in a way. But I do want to be comfortable because, like I said, but you got to have that mentality of that you ain't scared to lose neither one of them because you want to know what's real in front of you. So it's good to have like situations like that so you can be like, all right, um, I if I should, I don't want to. You said not the game, bro. But the thing is like you don't want to live your life worrying about if you got a real friend or a real girl and stuff. So that's why I like to, I do things early and stuff because I don't think that's a real friend if you can't keep your girl around versus or vice versa. It's not a real girl if you can't keep your friend around. It's like why we hang around people that's like that we can't really. I don't like using that word trust, but have some type of hope in or faith. But I don't know how you feel about that, brother.
You know what? It's not about your friend or your spouse. I think it's about a respect thing. I'm not saying hide your.
Respect.
Yeah, she must have got a phone call.
No, I'm here. Y'all can hear me. I had to put my AirPods back in. Um, it's more like, to me that's a game, right? I
Not.
know who I am as a woman. I'm not. I don't. First of all, I'm not the woman that want to sit around your friends all day anyway. You know, if you like, just say you and I was together, Kev, and your friends came through and all that. We lived in the same space and all that. I'm not sitting around your friends. I'm not doing that. It ain't. I've called you. Hey, how you doing? That's it. But that's how, because I grew up with 8 brothers, and I never wanted to sit around their friends. So I don't get no extra kicks and no extra pushes if I'm around your friends and I'm not kiki and ha ha. No, those are your friends. Those are not my friends. I have my own set of friends.
Yeah, ain't
But
not. It's
that's
not
just a
like I'm.
respect thing.
Yeah, it's not like I'm forcing nobody. Like I would say, yeah, hang with y'all. I'm just saying, as in what he was talking about, as in, because I see a lot of people doing it. People gonna realize that's really an insecurity though. And I had talked about this in actually T Live, because I'm like, dog, why do we do these things? And I'm like, I guess it only makes sense because we scared that we might not get the results that we might get. But like I said, I always just me myself always been that person. I've never been that one that gotta always sit here and just watch over my girl's shoulder and hoping the man don't mess with her or something like that. Because, like I said, we're not going to always be around either one of them 100%. So I think it's more real. I mean, it's more real if I say if they come, I'm not, if my friend come over one day my house or whatever, and he waiting on me to whatever to come through or whatever. I'm like, all right, bro, because he like a brother to me, right? From what I feel, he like a brother to me, and I'm like, hey, chill, you can come in, chill, watch the TV or something like that. And my girl, she probably in her room chilling. Like they don't have to be in each other's face, but what I'm saying is they should be in the same vicinity where I don't have to sit there and hope that they don't mess with one another or something like
No,
that.
I get that part. They
Yeah,
in the same space, but not in each
yeah,
other's face. But
yeah, yeah,
some,
yeah.
you got some people that take it overboard. I'm sorry, I know you said you had other people on the panel. Some people take it overboard. Like I've been in situations, not in situations, but I had a few acquaintances that felt like she needed to meet all her man friends. My thing is, why?
Oh, I
Because let
get
me tell you something. If he gonna be a cheater, he gonna be a cheater. And you prancing around and like, what are you doing that for? And everybody has their reasons for why they do the things they do, right? I feel like what you said is cool. Like, and if they're in the same vicinity, that's great. But to like play the game of like leaving them there, like, because I've heard women say, oh, because I go get the home girl I know that is promiscuous to see if he'll jump the bait. To me, that's a game, and that's corny. And once that man find out you played that game with him, he gonna leave you alone. So now you're gonna be sitting there with Shirley, you and Shirley both single.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So let me do but dang, triplet, man. You and Lala done got that because I was saying that too. Y'all was. I swear y'all probably been saying some non TikTok friendly type stuff and whatever because I know how the live got kind of juicy. We were just talking careless like we was just buddies and stuff in there. I mean, not saying we're not buddies, but I'm saying like we wasn't on TikTok type stuff. We just was saying anything. And I think TikTok when I was like, dog, I was listening. I'm like, dang, I don't know if they gonna let some of them words slide and stuff. I don't forget, but I just know we were just talking. We got too comfortable and stuff, and TikTok got both of y'all at the same time there because I remember it booted out. I forgot what happened. It booted out something. Dang, yeah, it booted all of us out though. But yeah, yes, yeah. Main thing, she got that work too. We gotta wait That's y'all got to get them backups going, man. Main thing gone, and y'all both got a week. Dang, that's crazy. All right, so real quick, y'all. April 8th. Dang, yeah, that week, man. And that happened to the best of us, man. I done got about a few times. That's what made me start making pages and stuff. I done got it a couple times. That's why I be trying to watch how I talk a little bit. Even though some of the times I swear I've been talking decent, it still got me. Ain't your birthday tomorrow? Nah, come on, Triplet. No, now we gotta hear your texts and stuff. That's bug. That's bug. Uh, okay, it was 17 of y'all. All right, real quick, if y'all can though, give me the 15K. Give me the 15K real quick, y'all. If y'all keep tapping, y'all in the box too. Y'all can tap too. Share to some people. Share to some of y'all friends. Some of y'all might have some friends and stuff that might like my live and stuff. They might, hey, why was you hiding this guy from me? It's like no. But yeah, share to some of y'all peoples real quick. If you don't know how to share, go and hold your finger where my box is at. Dang, man. Where my side at, and then hold it for like 2 seconds, and then you'll see a list of people come up. Just share it to all of them. I see Lala, she doing her thing. See, she know how to do it. I see the people that's doing it. Okay, like she hitting them likes and stuff. I see you hit them likes. So, and I guess we can get back to it. So like, what you got for us, man? What you heard? You want to hit the topic or anything you heard that you want to talk about?
I mean, I can't really speak on the whole thing about friends and stuff like that because I don't have any friends when I'm not in a relationship. And then when I'm in a relationship, my man is my only friend. So,
Mm,
um, I don't know. It's just like I don't see the purpose of friends. I never saw the purpose of friends my whole entire life. So it's just more like it'd be me and God, and we just be rocking until God bring me a soulmate. And I either learn spiritual development or divine blessing. But with the advice of like what advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another, just being your most authentic selves, like actually allowing each other just to like bask in whatever authenticity it is, whether that is like both of you are like secret weirdos and there's a lot of stuff like you don't like to do around other people, but then you feel comfortable doing it around each other and things like that. Because like those are the type of things that are going to create fun, like always being it. Because like our most authentic selves were when we were children, before everybody told us what we couldn't be or what we shouldn't do or what we shouldn't aspire to do and be and everything like that, or how we should act. So it's like when you actually are in a relationship, if you release all of those standards and you just work on each other's authenticity, is going to make you both better.
mm. Nasa's already coming in here with a backup and over there teasing people, then letting people know that she got a backup and stuff. So I'm talking about. She said, I can't prepare for TikTok. Uh, Sugar Pie, you next. What you got for with the first? You can do the topic, and you can do this is a topic question, and then you can do the first prompt. So, what you got?
Uh,
Welcome back.
okay. So you want me to do why can't men and women get along today?
You can do that, and yeah, you can do that, and you can do the first prompt.
Okay, so I feel like, well, in my opinion, I feel like it's a genocide. That's what I think. I think that the whole men and women not getting along is just a genocide that could work if everybody hate each other. They not having kids. Like this generation ain't having kids like our generation was. It's just, to me, population control and genocide. That's just my opinion. That's
Mm,
why I don't really like to get into it. Um, what advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another?
mm-hmm,
I think that we have to we have to be ourselves. We got to be ourselves. And I think when you are yourself, then you're going to attract people who love you for you. And also be around people that's they self. And if you're attracted to them, go for it. But the whole thing of trying to force somebody to be something they're not is crazy.
mm-hmm,
Like if somebody want to be a 3 or 4 and complaining about it every day, that's not going to make them change. You can't shame and humiliate people into change. They going to change when they want to change. People are not going to change because they want to be liked. They just going to pretend to be something they're not, but they're not going to change. They're just going to trick you and fool you, but they're not going to change. You cannot change nobody, and you can't complain about people not changing and complain about the way things is. You just got to be you and deal with people you like, and that's just what it is, you know? And you can't just expect perfection because like I was told that if you If a diamond was cut perfected, if a diamond was cut in perfection, it would not shine. It's the flaws in that diamond that makes it sparkle. Same thing with people. So you got to let people be people. You got to let a man be a man. You got to let a woman to be a woman. There is no, well, why is it fair? I'm a woman and I can't do that, but he can. You know what? We're apples and oranges. Just like that. Either you like if you don't like fruit salad and you like all the same fruit, then no judgment. Do that. But you can't change other people and you can't sit up there and make yourself to be like a whole entirely different gender. You're just not, there's no equality in that. It's equity, but no equality. That's just what I
Mm,
think.
nice, nice. Like I said, apples and oranges, but we
Can,
all fruits. That's
can I
the common
respond to
thing.
that?
Wait, pause. That ain't sound right. But go ahead. What you got, Jay?
Oh yeah. Well, I wanted to agree with what they were saying about, everything trying to be perfect. No one is ever perfect, and I do agree with that, and it's 100% subjective. My definition of perfect for someone else wouldn't be their definition of perfect. So I feel like we all need to value our own differences and understand that no one's going to be perfect. No one's going to be the same in everyone else's eyes.
Okay. Sadari, what you got for us?
Why
Stuff.
can't men and women get along today?
Yeah.
I just think they don't want to get along.
Ooh.
I think it's you know social media got men and women thinking that it's okay not to get along.
Mm.
It's like women now fighting to see if they PP that they don't have is just as big as the man, aka they egos, because everybody have an ego. It's just like they want like and from what I'm seeing, even on the internet, even in the real world, it's like, why do you why? And nobody ever have an answer. Like I think they just don't want to get along. And I don't even think it's that the men don't want to get along with women. I from what I've been seeing is that men go along with whatever women say, and women are now mad that men are no longer chasing them.
Mm.
So because the chase is now over, they feel away. Um, it's more so of a ego trip for women. If you can mute yourself, Ethan, it's
I
like
did it already.
a ego trip for women. They want to get along with the man, but they want to be like the man. They want to stand up like a man, but realize that they got to sit down to piss because you can't stand up to piss. And that pisses
Ouch.
them off a little bit more. It's an ego trip. I don't think that men don't want to get along with women, even though men say they can't be friends with women. But that don't mean they can't be cordial. I think it's the women that's turning the men off. Like, shorty, you went from being somebody who could get me hard to now my shit won't even it feel like it's in the cold water in the pool.
Oh my.
Let me answer the second one. I mean, what's the first one? What advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another? Have a conversation,
Mm.
talk, find out what's the likes and the dislikes, learn each other, communicate. Um, Women need to get off this high horse. Not all, but some.
She
Not
said
all
that's my
women are
answer.
on this. Huh?
Nah, I was talking about twin down. She said that's
Oh.
my answer. She said you stole it.
I'm sorry, Alta. But see, that's how you know we all think alike, right?
Facts.
Nobody really wanna and honestly speaking, I know a lot of ladies gonna hate to hear this, but men look for us to start the conversation. And I've been hearing more men say today that they sapiosexual more than women. And it was a time when women were saying that more. So times have definitely
Saying that to get
changed. I
some
think.
pussy. I didn't know that they really thought that.
Oh man, no! Don't say that p word. But
Oh, I didn't know. I couldn't say that.
yeah, I've been hearing a lot of old, like, grown men saying that now they are with. I remember growing up, and even still to this day, I feel like if a man can't mentally stroke me, why he stroking me in the sexual way? Why is he doing that? Because what am I getting out of it? So now that the tables have turned, women are mad because that cat chase is going.
Mm,
I park my ship.
that's what it is. That's what it is. That dude, I like how you said. That's a good one though. I think the times have changed. I remember the time we was man had to. But yeah, I mean, okay. Juice, you next. What you got for us? If you can do the topic question and then first prompt.
All right, cool. So what we talking about right now? I think you know undesirability politic. Well, I call it all of that intersectionality. Does all of that politic that's based in fat phobia, those things, that's undesirability politic to me. And it is a fancy way to intellectualize your way out of being undesirable.
Mm,
Certain things are just that. And I think a lot of women don't like hearing that things make them that.
mm,
And unfortunately, somebody has to be that. And so now all of us on the internet have to be punished with internet conversation after internet conversation with undesirable women trying to intellectualize their way into relationships.
mm,
And it just is overwhelming. And more importantly, what makes it so unattractive, like at least to me, when I'm dealing with women, even though I will acknowledge that the way that I perceive women in a sexual nature is different than the way that men perceive women in a sexual nature, there is nothing less attractive than a woman who aligns with a whole bunch of rhetoric that doesn't have a darn thing to do with her. And it is so many women who are aligning with that it just is unappealing. Like, it's unappealing that you have a political talking point for every group of people who are disadvantaged, and now I have to undo my inherent ableism. That's who wants to hear that while I'm trying to be sexy? Nobody wants to hear that.
mm,
And a lot of Black women are just doing it over and over and over and over again. And it's overwhelming. And I don't know why we keep wanting to prove to Black men that we can do something outside of them. If we were able to have healthy families outside of Black men, what on earth do you think the past 2 generations of people would have been? If it was possible, it
Facts.
would have been done by now. So to hit one of these prompts, the advice that I would give Black women to becoming better partners to Black men is to be quiet some more, and
mm,
to two, to stop absorbing white woman talking points because they make you feel seen. An emphasis on the feel. You're not actually being seen by these movements. You're not actually being seen by any of these things. The only person that needs to see you for real is the Black man. That is the person that needs to understand us. Trying to create movements to get everybody else to understand you except your man, because Black men belong to you the same way you belong to Black men. What would make your relationship better is if you stop trying to go around them to get them to understand you. It doesn't help you. The advice that I would give to Black men is to, one, if you're in my age range, I'm in my middle 20s. Give some Black women a little bit more grace, because a lot of Black women are trying to undo what our mothers did.
mm,
And we're not wanting to say it out loud, but we are. Some of us are wanting to undo the fact that we were raised by single mothers, so we don't even know how to deal with men, and we want to deal with men, so we're trying to figure out how to go through that. Then we have a population of women who don't want to be like their mothers who were wives, because they feel like all their mothers were was for everybody else. So we're just going through a conundrum. And I think that if we want to be better partners to each other, to come together, we need to have a little bit more grace for each other. But more important, both parties could really shut the fuck up more.
mm. Nice. Ethan, what you got for us? And Brooker, you next after Ethan. You there?
Uh,
There you go.
yeah.
Hmm?
Um.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I had a question for you guys, and for the chat if we're interested, and I have a little trivia question, multiple choice. But I guess on what in what way do I feel suppressed? And I guess I'm wondering about I guess from what you're saying, who was just going, is it Miss Sadie, is Sadari? But were you speaking,
Yes.
or no, who was up? Who was just speaking?
No, that was Juice. That wasn't me.
Oh, that was Juice. Okay. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, what are some of the white women talking points? I'd like to have you expand on what those are. But
What?
and
It, do you want me to answer the question, or you want me to answer when you
go ahead. Yeah,
ask
go
the
ahead.
question?
Go ahead.
A
Interject.
white
Sure.
woman talking point is that Black women are not allowed to be against um, uh, uh, the T because Black women are barely allowed to be women. That is a white woman talking point that I will be against from the beginning to the end. Another white woman talking point is that patriarchy is inherently Western. That's a white woman talking point because patriarchy exists in every country and 194 countries. So, white woman talking point. Let's see what
Okay.
else is another white woman talking point. That the black man
Y'all
is a
keep tapping, y'all.
that the black man is a danger to the black woman. That is a white woman talking point. That the black man does not know how to prepare or does not know how to protect and provide for his family. That is a white person talking point, and period. But I'm going to blame it on white women, just to keep it kind of copacetic. That's a white woman talking point. The fact that our men are inept, lies. Let's see what else y'all got. People, help me out. What else is which one that I'm missing?
Feminist movement, everything that goes against the black family,
I
the
mean,
makeup,
some
the
of these things
wigs,
sound like
all of that.
some sound like things that a black woman could say, maybe that they took it from the white woman, or I don't know. But I mean, I think I've heard black women say some of those things.
Yeah, they shouldn't be saying that. And the fact that they are saying that, we believe that they either under delusion or psychosis from white supremacy. They're being tools in white supremacy instead of dismantling it. And another white person talking point is the idea that black women specifically, that we can liberate community outside of black men. They're 50% of the community. How on earth are we going to liberate a group of people without 50% of it? It doesn't make sense.
I don't hear any white women really saying these things.
Thank
So
you,
we're
Ethan.
not gonna make this a white versus black thing, right?
Yeah.
She's entitled to her opinion,
No, okay.
and I
So
don't go against
I
what she's
guess.
saying because everything moving
Well,
right now is from white women. Like, I worked with a white woman before I left my old job, and you know what she said to me? She said, "You know why white women envy black women is because we have a voice. Black women have a voice. White women are raised to shut the fuck up. We don't know how to shut the fuck up. And when I'm calling out the black women, like Juice just said, we need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So that's all
We
you
just
got, Ethan? That's all you have for us?
so well, and I guess my little motto of what I think's going on is I think this woke agenda, and I think the global lead has exploded.
That stuff lagging, my brother.
And also, and I think and it's much like what Mao did in China with identity politics. It's kind of playing each other against each other. Like, I saw a trans woman call another trans woman a bigot because they disagree on the definition of woman. So, and I guess, and I know woke means awareness of social injustice, is traditionally what I think it kind of came from that meaning, but now it means a lot more. But I do think that woke encourages holding resentment and hatred towards whites and Christians.
All right, so yeah, you got it though. So I guess you got your. Yes, that's all you came up here for. So I got you. Go ahead, broker.
Sheesh.
We made it a whole nother topic that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, thanks. So I think that men and women can't get along because, and on this app, I'm gonna just talk about on this app. Most of the people that get on this app acting an ass don't have a voice for real in real life. So they have no, like, no one's checking for them. They have no friends probably. So they get on this app and they try to find anything to say that'll grab attention, right? As far as the men and women not getting along, some men and some women are confused. Like, some men want to be women, some women want to be men. So they competing with each other, in my eyes anyway. If I had advice to give a man and a woman to become better with one another, I would probably tell them to just relax. Like, nothing is that deep. And if you want respect, you gotta give it. Like, I jumped in a live, a lady was acting so crazy. And I think she thought I was gonna jump on her side. So I got up in her panel and let me speak. I'm like, yo, if that's the way you talk to a man, you've never met a man,
Okay.
ever. It was just nasty. So I would probably tell them that it's hard to talk to people who don't want to understand. They have to, they gotta want to understand. But if I could give them some advice, I would tell them to relax. Um, the difference between an individualist
Oh
and
no, we ain't there yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
oh no, okay.
Yeah, not yet. Yep. But hey, you on point. Okay. Okay. I like it. Though. Okay, you next. You know I like hearing your point of view.
Kev, thank you so much for always having me on your panel. You're one of my faves too. Hey, everybody on the panel. It's
What's up?
good to be here tonight. Hey, so I like this question because I'm a marriage counselor, so I deal with this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And surprisingly enough, I think a lot of reasons why men and women cannot get along today. And what would I share to, a man and a woman? And I would just use this from like a perspective, for marriages or relationships about how to become better with one another. One thing that I have learned is that conflict is inevitable. Okay, I want y'all to hear this. Most of your problems that are going to come up in your marriage, you're not going to technically solve them because a lot of people think that happiness means that you're not going to have any problems. And a lot of people think that the key to a happy marriage is to eliminate all the conflict. I know this sounds, counterintuitive to what's being taught today, but that's because we tend to equate like a low level of conflict with happiness. And really, your relationship depends on your ability to manage the challenges, to manage the conflicts, to manage, not actually getting along in your relationships. So it is inevitable that you're going to face some conflict in your marriage, but that doesn't mean that you can't find ways to be harmonious and be happy and love each other. So I know that might sound crazy, for the happily ever afters, that we think about. But one of the things that has helped me in my practice is I always talk about compromise. It doesn't feel perfect. Everybody gains something, everybody loses something. But the key point is to everybody wants to feel understood, the husband and the wife. Everybody wants to feel understood. Everybody wants to feel respected, and everyone wants to feel honored. So if you work with your partner to find like common ground and compromise, that's going to leave you guys feeling very supported and loved and valued and heard and respected and understood. And also accept that your partner also has good ideas and important opinions, because sometimes we think that our way is the best way or the right way. So one of the common things that I find, that I've learned in my practice is that showing respect for differences of opinion is a way where you can learn something from your partner or learn something about your partner. And so I think both men and women can learn how to be to accept influencing each other in the marriage. And I just say, learn how to de-escalate, learn how to repair, learn how to listen with your heart. Don't blame, don't point fingers. Be fond of your partner and think highly of your partner. Even a lot of the conversations on TikTok that I've noticed, like since I've been here, is that I think a lot of times the opposite sex, they don't think highly of each other. We don't expect good out of each other.
Mm.
We don't esteem each other. I often hear, women say men are narcissists and men are incapable of love and men are trash, and sometimes I hear the fellas saying all women are good enough for is, laying on their back and things like that. Those contemptuous things will most likely land you in divorce court. Okay. So those are things that you don't want to bring into your marriage. And if it's something that you wouldn't want to be said to you, you would not want to speak that to your partner, because words do hurt. I know we say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words never hurt. That's not true. Words hurt. Your partner will lay in bed for months thinking about something that you said 2 years ago. So
Mhm.
I just think that we have these expectations that if there's conflict, then that means that something is wrong, that we
Mm.
can't get through it. But that's not necessarily the case. I mean, if you think about the marriage vows, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, for sickness and health, why do you think people say that? Because those vows often
Mm.
talk about the things that are unavoidable in your life. And, it's not things that we see in the movies. I mean, it covers every basis. When things are good, when things are bad, when you got a whole bunch of money in your pocket, when you don't have enough money in your pocket, when you're feeling at your best, or when we got to keep going to the doctor over and over and over again, through thick and thin. That's what's important. So I just think that in the Black community, we need to have better expectations and learn how to accept influence from each other, because we don't always, it's not just about what we think. Because when you get
Mm.
married, it's not about I or me, it's we are and us. So that's just my little tidbit before we get to other questions. Thank you for letting me share.
Just want to piggyback
Nice.
to what Kay said, right? You know how many times I have told people that just loosely throw that narcissistic word out? Do you know how long it takes for a PSY to diagnose somebody with with NPD? So the way people just be throwing that word out here is just it's mind boggling to me. Like I sat on somebody's panel and all he kept saying was you're a narcissist. I said, do you know how long it takes for a PSY to actually diagnose somebody with NPD? He was like, what's that? You see what I'm saying? So stop sitting here saying this. And then another thing, like, I agree with all your talking points as far as like in the relationship. That's what Juice was saying, was the individuality. And also, I think that, like I was stating earlier, I don't know if you was here, that a lot of men are no longer doing the chasing game.
Mm.
So that chase that women were used to 10 years ago, it's not happening anymore, because now men are raising their bars high, they raising their standards. And their standards is not as high as these women. And I'm not gonna say all, most of these women who have all these high expectations but never even seen those expectations in their lifetime either. So this is the reason why I'm thinking that men and women are not getting along. When I just said that, I've heard a lot of grown men say that they are more sapiosexual now. That's something I heard women say. So now to hear men saying, I'm like, you know what? It's either these women are giving it up too much, giving it up too easy, or wanting too much from something that they never had.
Let me throw my phone and soul into the offering basket.
And
You ate
when
with
I said we done switch places for real.
yeah, you just like mic drop because so many times, people think that like people throw the word narcissist around like it's like they sprinkle it on everything like it's parsley. It's just like, no, it doesn't work like that. Like only up to 5% of people in the United States have narcissistic personality disorder. And to diagnose that, it takes months of counts of actually getting the narrative of the person that's coming in that they suspect that they even have narcissistic personality disorder. I mean, it's not as simple as the internet has made it out to be. A lot of I caution people against labeling other people as narcissists because it has to be diagnosed. And NPD is a real thing. There are people who suffer from that, and it can be quite painful to deal with a person who has NPD, but people throw it around loosely because we don't have a lot of accountability. We don't have a lot of proper understanding of psychology. And now that everybody kind of has access to Google, but they have no training, they don't know what they're talking about, and then they'll come and say stuff to me like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, I went to school for this. I know what I'm talking about. That's not it, there's layers to it. And I like what you said. And I say this to my sisters all the time, to Black all the time, close your legs, close it up, please, because we keep expecting men to do this and be that and that and this, and we are not doing it ourselves. And then once you do, and if you do expect better of yourself, they call you a pick me. If I had $1 for every time that I've been called a pick me on these panels, I'll be banked, right? Right. Like, we gotta, accountability is a big, it's, to me, accountability is the word of the year. I know that's a big word for Elmo, for a lot of people, because accountability, yeah, it's people run from it, but it's actually one of the best virtues that you could have as a person, is being able to, look at yourself in the mirror and make those changes. And it's hard sometimes to hear truth. I get it, but the truth will set you free. We gotta take accountability, and we gotta be willing to hear something outside of ourselves so that we can get the truth about ourselves.
Look at John in the comments saying, what is a sapiosexual? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, and again, when women used to say this, it meant something, right? So now that men who understand, I'm not even, you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm team men right now. No, seriously. And call me a pick me or whatever you want to call me. I'm so happy that they finally started raising, these men started raising their bars, and not any woman can get next to them. I'm not even mad at them, because you have these women who think that they JJ is end all be all. If I could do a split on him, because that girl couldn't do a split, but now I could do a split. Girl, you just gonna be the girl that's gonna be doing splits when the other chick ain't answer. So now you become the last resort.
Okay, I need to be educated. What the hell is that?
You don't know what a sapiosexual is?
Hell no, I'm 61. I don't pay attention to all this madness.
Oh, so then you don't need to know what that is then.
Nah, it's
Don't help me out. Me and my wife
it's basically just being attracted to somebody based off their mind. That's all. Intelligence.
Like
I
when you
will say
want
to
to
y'all,
be
being
straight.
sapiosexual is proximity to being queer. Because
Yeah.
you're not attracted
Wait,
to people
what?
based on
No,
gender.
that's not what sapiosexual is.
What? Wait a minute. What was that? What queer?
What the heck?
That
Right?
has
What did
got
that fit in
nothing
there?
to
That
do
threw
with
me off.
queer.
Sexuality. This is how you get people to stop saying stuff, y'all. This is how you get people to stop saying dumb stuff. You say that's
I ain't never
proximity
heard it
to
Let me
being
before.
get my
queer.
DS.
They be
Let
like,
me get
how
my
is that?
DSM
And
book.
you go into it.
No.
Yeah, but I live an
Pretty much
isolated life. I'm
it's pretty
Please
much
sorry.
don't mess
just
John
finding
head up, man. He already trying to
intelligence.
figure.
It's finding
I live an
intelligence
isolated life with my wife. I'm sorry.
it's
But how is your
being attracted.
sexuality intelligence? Anybody could be intelligent, broker. That's what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
I never thought
You
about
gotta
putting
give
that.
no.
Do
yourself
The
something funny
room to
though.
say these
definition of
things.
it
No, a
for
person
sure
that
is
that
being attracted to someone by their
who's high,
intelligence. That's
right?
what the definition
You know
is.
how women say they'll rather a man stroke them mentally before they stroke them physically?
Is that different from what I said?
No, broker. You said the same thing.
Okay.
Now
Oh,
let me
okay.
leave y'all alone because y'all actually think I'm being serious. I
Oh,
just
okay. Because I'm over here like,
No,
wait
you
a
I
gonna
hear you,
get
minute.
Taylor.
John to think he trying to really figure this out. This ain't the right
Hell
time.
no.
He be
Wait,
like, no, I'm
digressed
done with
on
no,
that
this.
one.
I
Juice
just
had
I
kind
me
of view the
digress
messed
on that.
up for a second.
sapiosexual thing as
I'm in the
foolishness.
married category, so
I'll
it don't
view it
matter
as
to
a
me.
foolishness.
Nah, but and now that's why I said
No,
I'm.
that's why I'm saying. See, he keeps saying he married and stuff. No, that really means no. It just means it's basically off of just the mentality of for real, like just being liking somebody off their
If you
mindset
can,
and.
if a person can sexual mentally, then in
Mhm.
that physical form, it becomes everything. So that's why I said I'm team men right now because they actually want something, right? Women, like I just stated, that women think that if you could do a split on them,
Mhm.
she better than the other woman. But no, you're just the woman that he's calling because his main woman didn't pick up because she probably sleep. She gotta work, and he just gotta settle for what he gonna settle for. So he gonna settle for you doing this split every 6 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And now you think you it. You're not it.
My wife said, "Oh Jesus."
Oh man, tell your wife
Hey,
for her to hear that. Hey Bert. Go ahead, Bert. What you got,
I
Bert?
swear, it can't
Oh
remind me
no,
like
wait. We
another
gotta do how
sister,
Bert
man.
go.
She is
Go
so
ahead.
funny.
Everybody. So go ahead. Go, Bert, go.
And go right.
Go. Yeah, no, I came up. I was just like, it's a good conversation, man. I was coming up on you guys are talking about narcissism, man. Listen, I really never used that word before, like in my life, until TikTok. I mean, I knew the word, but it's just not something I ever said, man. And I remember the first time I got called a narcissist, man. It fucked with my head because I'm one of those. I ain't been to a whole lot of therapy. I'm like, well, shit, maybe I am. I had to really. I spent some time but it was. They had me thinking I was one.
Mm.
I think that was fucked up. But who knows? Maybe I am. I'm not sure.
It
On
was
the other thing,
narcissistic. It was condescending. So women used to be like, "Oh, he just so condescending." Now it's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
narcissistic. It's so stupid.
So the other thing, man, what I think is interesting about the sapiosexual thing, I am not. Well, I understand it and I appreciate it, but I don't think I'm one. I mean, yeah, I think the way I look at it is, like certainly I have standards, right? It's not like I think what Seba said, like the most important thing is the intellect, and to me, it's not the most important thing, but it's important. Like it's in like one or two, and it's a deciding factor. So I get it. A thought that occurs to me though is this, right? And I've been struggling with this for a couple of days. I wonder what you guys think. I think a lot of women view them. So let me finish this, just in case. Don't get triggered by the early words. Let me get the whole thought out. Because I think a lot of women. So, Sonara, maybe you can respond to it. I think a lot of women view themselves as products, right? What I mean by that is women think that their box can get them anything that they want. On the
Mm.
other hand, I think a lot of men view themselves as services, right? Women are products, men are services. And men think that if they just do this, do this, do this, they can get what they want. Does that make sense to you? I think it's bad on both sides, by the way.
I mean, it
Hmm.
makes sense, right? But however, because anything behind "but" is bullshit. However, the women, their box is not what it was calling the men no more, right? So it was a
That's my
time.
point. Yeah.
It was a time and a place where men was chasing a dick. Excuse me, chasing a ding ding, right? Now that the men done smartened up and opened the market up, they not chasing a ding dings no more. That's why I said the chase is not the chase anymore. So women are now what they calling the men the big G word. Oh, cause he don't want this thing. No, he don't want it because you only could do all these tricks for a moment, right? And I use this as an example. When a man come to a woman and say, "Hey, I like you," and remember, Kev, when I had asked the women on the panel, do women lower their standards for a man that they like? And they do. Women only have standards for a man that they don't like and they're trying to get to know. Women don't have standards for a man that they like. Because if like just say you and me, Bert, like you came to me like, hey Sadari, I don't want no relationship, but you know I like you. And you say, I don't want no relationship, but we could do relationship stuff. So in my young mind, I would think that, oh shit, okay. So maybe I could change his mind and then I bring it back to the table 9 months later because now I got all these feelings, all these emotions because we doing all this relationship shit. And then I say, well, what are we? And you like, we are what I said I was from the gate. What does that make me?
We are farmers.
Back his.
Delusional, right?
Absolutely delusional. I think the difference today from like years past is like what you said at the beginning. Men didn't always know that, but men know that now. Like men know that if they have to work hard for it, it's because you don't really dig them and you're probably digging somebody else. We didn't used to know that. Now we know. The game has changed.
Right. So I'm not mad at the
Things could
men no
exist at the
more.
same time. You do have like I have standards for men that I like, but I also have higher standards for men that I don't. So two things could exist at the same time.
I get
It's
you.
the truth.
Yeah. Like
But
it's just the truth. If I don't really like you, then all of a sudden my standards have went from, yeah, I gotta laugh every time we talk. That's just unrealistic. So, yeah, I agree. But you giving up too much game.
no, I have. It's time for me to give up too much game because
Are
these
you out of the game?
yeah, girl, I'm out the game. But it's not even the
Okay.
fact that it's not because I'm out the game.
Damn self, man.
It's because like I have 8 brothers, right? One of my brothers is going through a true heartbreak. Something that I said to him when I first met this girl that she is not it. I said it. He brung her to me and my sisters. Only my middle sister got with her. But me and my baby sister was like, she's not it. Because he brung her to us so we could vet her. I ain't even like the way she talked, walked, looked, smiled, smelled, nothing.
But is that the reason why you said she's not it? Because
No,
you
she wasn't it because
walked, smiled.
no, because of her conversation. She couldn't even keep one. She was all over the place, right? And as women, we like to talk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you a little sauced up. We going like if you had a drink or two or maybe 5 or 7, we like to talk. So when her talking points was in her phone, I am like I'll talk like I'm not a person that'll be texting. I'm not really a texter and all that. But she's in her phone the whole time we talking to her. I'm like, yo, what? I asked her like, what's so important in your phone? She was like, oh, because I'm texting my sister. And I'm like, but when you were invited to this barbecue, everybody, your whole family wasn't invited. But it was just everything about like the way she was trying to diss my brother. Then she told my brother that she think that him and my baby sister got something going on at that moment because my baby sister butt is bigger than hers. I already sense there was a sense of insecurity. And then the way like it's just like how us as women we can read another woman from the head to the toe, especially when it's our sibling. So I read her from head to toe. And that's the one of the things I hate is studying human behavior. But that was one thing that I seen. Like she's not it.
How old is she? How old are your brother and the girlfriend?
My brother is 30.
Oh shit!
I am 38.
I thought you didn't. Don't even. That's it. I thought you were gonna say teenagers or
No,
something.
no, no. My
Or
brother, I'm 38. My brother is 39. I be 39, he be 40. So, um I was able to read, and she is 36, 5 kids. None of her baby daddies is around. So, that wasn't a red flag for me because I am a woman, but it's just her body language. Like I'm big on body language. It's two things I'm big on: body language and words.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna read you for your words, and I'm gonna read you through your body language. Those are two things that I'm big on. And body language will tell me everything that I need to know about you as an individual.
Yeah, sucks for your
I'm not
brother.
mad at the men
He
right now.
really cared about her. What was the reason why they broke up?
Because she was sending, it was like some love after lockup stuff where she was sending a dude in jail some nudes and all that. But that's neither here nor there. Right? I feel bad for my brother, but I tried to tell him he had to learn the hard way. But I'm just saying, as now for the black men, I'm not even mad at y'all. Keep y'all motherfucking bars hell high, even if it's for a woman that you like. If you don't think that she deserved that PP that night and your shit can be hard all night, don't give it to her. Make her wait, just like the women used to do back in the days.
This woman is against us women. She is giving too many secrets.
yeah, and I was thinking when she
But
said that women have higher standards when she don't like you. I feel like that's true, and that's why it always puzzled me why
some of
men.
like unrealistic standards and stuff. Just to
Yeah,
yeah, I
like
get it.
unrealistic high, like can't nobody achieve expectations for a man she don't like. And I feel like that's why it always puzzled me why men lie to get women. It's like you don't gotta lie because if she like you, she like you. Like you can say I got another woman. If she like you, she probably gonna be like, I'll be a side chick.
Ooh.
Like a lot of females are, I'm not saying all females is like that. No, I'm saying that's just what it is. Like if you honest with them, if they like you, they gonna work with you no matter what. If they don't like you, then it's just like no. And I'm not saying like you could like somebody and still respect their situation. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving like an extreme situation where
Well,
females,
and like,
if you honest with a female, if she like you, she like you. If that's how she roll, that's how she roll. But
but
she don't roll the same way for the man that she like. That's what I'm
but
saying.
that's what I'm saying. Like, women only have these high standards for men that they don't like, because the men that they like, them standards are all the way down. This is why there's a lot of that's why there's a lot of hookup culture. Do you know that I was in a live today when a woman said the man can check all the boxes, but if his eggplant not good, then um he disqualify? I was like, huh? You can't teach that man how to twerk and work?
Whoa.
Yeah, I met so many females that be like, you know what? When I get a man, he got to make this amount of money. He got to look like this. He got to drive this. He got to live here. And then, like, I see them 6 months later, and they with somebody who don't got none of that.
I have my absolute, I have absolutes. Like I absolutely have to have a brilliant mind and a competent man. You can damn near be stuff, but if you're confident and you're intelligent, I can deal with a little rough around the edge, even though I'm a sucker for a smile. I mean, your teeth got to be straight. But those are my absolutes. As far as the woman that some women are like that, like I don't know. Everybody made differently, so some I wouldn't say that craziness, but some people are that way. Like I know a lady, I say she'd fuck a tree if it held her.
Oh my.
I think it all depends on value, and if I know that um if I know that a woman I'm trying to get with is a higher value, I know that I'll do more to try and get that person. Like, and it's vice versa. You know, people will say, "Oh, to get a woman, you have to provide for her, you have to do this for and that." But if a woman really likes you, she will do anything to get with you. I've had one girl, trying to pay for my cruise and all this because she really liked me. If someone really likes you, they'll do what they can to get with you. It's just all on value, what they value and what they know they have to do to get with you.
Let me tell you a secret, Jay. And the ladies might get mad at me for this one. Don't chew me up, y'all. Right?
You bring in what you we feel what you think.
Don't chew me up, y'all. Right? Don't
I
please
think he's
don't.
gonna take the words out my lips. Go, go, go.
Wait, don't chew me up, y'all. I'm gonna tell you this: a woman could be making $80,000 a year, right? And you could be making. Somebody got it. Broker, can you just mute for just 1 second?
Yeah, she probably got to turn her voice down
Yeah,
or something.
yeah. You got something is like real loud with you, babe. But listen. I'm just gonna keep it short and sweet, and please. So my thing is, a woman could be making 80,000 if she really likes the man and he making 50, right? That's not gonna make that woman emasculate that man. She really likes him. He holding up his end of the bargain. He doing everything that he has to do. And he checks every single box. But let me tell you a secret. If they going to buy a house and her credit score is just say 610, but his is 850, guess who's still a leader in that motherfucking relationship? That man. You know why? Because they're not going off of how much I make. They going off of that credit score. A lot of the times women be out here just talking this bullshit just to be talking because it sound good. This is what everybody else say on the internet. On the internet, baby, everybody is rich. Everybody makes 6+ figures. Everybody drive these the Risatisas, the what is it? The nice blue car with the cognac interior, the X5s. They everybody is driving all of these things, right? But they mental fucked up. And I think that's where this is the part where is the disconnect with the women and the men. The men are no longer looking for the disconnect between a man and a woman. They're looking for something. Hey, I'm not saying I make 100K, but I got 70K. And if you making 70, that's 140. How can we make this shit happen? But these women, not all, but some live a lifestyle that they can't even afford. And we not and these same women will buy like all this expensive shit, but then turn up their nose to Sheen when you have a woman that you can probably meet, that like the fellas be saying, I could meet a woman who clean a hotel and she only making 40,000, but she appreciate the Sheen and she uses coupons and she do this and she do that and she still look good. Who you think that man going for? That's why they say women be dating up, and not all women date up. Women actually like to feel, well, real women, I mean, not the women that have all these high expectations. They're not dating for money. They're not gonna go in a relationship for money. And that's where this 50-50 conversation come in at. I don't do 50-50. I do 100-100 because I understand that life be lifing and shit be happening. So if you're paying all the bills and then God forbid you get hurt at work, workers' compensation don't kick in until about 6 to 12 weeks if we gonna actually speak realistically. So guess who gotta hold the fort down? Me. Guess who gotta do all of that? Me. But a lot of women don't look at that part. They just want this fictitious life that makes them look good. So that's why I'm not even mad at the men no more. Do your numbers. For real.
Honestly, I'm not really mad at men anymore because of my experience of dating women. And once I did that, and now that I have the perspective of that, I just never really surprised by the stuff that they say and do.
I noticed that. I actually noticed that because you're not the only one I heard that. I got somebody that's real close to me that's close to one of my main mods actually is like that. And it's like soon they can tell the other angle. They know what's going on, like how a man be feeling and stuff or whatever. So
Yeah,
that's so funny how you you
I
said that.
think
It's like
it's
sometimes you got to
that
date one to actually know what you're going through.
too many women, too many women think that they are assets and their liabilities. And it is
Mm,
very few women who know how to be assets. Even myself is something that I'm trying to learn how to do, and the differences between the two as well. But that there's nothing worse than a woman who is a liability swearing to God she's a gift to you. And I think that egotistical thing right there puts a lot of things into perspective for me.
And people on both sides need to get to know themselves before trying to jump into a relationship. And the
fact.
only way that you can elevate in life, period, you are. Because if you don't know why you feel like, for me, I cannot stand my body to touch the shower curtain. It does something to me. I don't
No,
want
me neither.
my
Me
body to
neither.
touch the walls in the
That's all it
shower.
took
It's
me.
just, but if I don't figure out what the hell that is, I can never kind of get over it. So if people are just jumping in these relationships with all this baggage, whether it be from another relationship or just internal shit that was passed on from their family, it's gonna be chaos. They need to figure out who they are. And so I get the question all the time, like, you are so beautiful, you must be toxic. Why are you single? No, I'm not toxic. I don't want to settle. I'm doing the work on me. I was married. I've been married my whole life. I married my high school sweetheart. I've been divorced
Mm,
11 years now. I'm 44 years old. Um, and I'm enjoying me. And I'm not
Hey,
even looking for nothing.
broker bay. Like seriously, the only thing I want to talk about because I thought it was just me. Like I don't like it when the shower curtain touches my leg or touches my back. I can't stand that. But I got another
uh-uh.
question. I got a question for you, right? Because this is the most important thing to talk about. I cannot take a shower unless the toilet seat cover is down. Are you the same way?
No.
Okay.
Because I can't take a shower
Are
with
you a
nothing on the
germophobic?
toilet, but it
I
doesn't
don't
have
know,
to
but
be.
I have to have it down. I don't know if I'm scared I'm gonna step in it. I don't know what's going on with me, but I have to. Toilet seat, the cover's got to be down
Bert
for me.
is crazy.
I'm serious. I've been doing that all my life. Anyway, y'all continue.
But
Said
yeah,
I
I
don't
think
want
that
that
people just got
splash
to
of
seek
anything.
assignments.
I like to do it in the shower, baby. So
Whoa
let's
there.
have like
Whoa.
that. That's my whole thing. Like,
Yeah,
but
I
see,
mean, I do too, but I still don't want nothing touching me. I don't know what that is, and I clean. Like, I love the place I'm in right now because I don't share my bathroom with anybody, so I know what's in that shower. But still, it's still something about it. It drives me. And then for somebody to touch me with wet hands, or if I step on like wet carpet, with, it's just something about wet. It just drives me
Right.
crazy.
I hate wet socks.
it's when you're wet, right? See what
No,
I'm
I like to
saying?
be wet myself.
So when she's, but you know what? I get it, right? So here's the thing, like I be telling a lot of men, like, raise your standards. If these women have all these high standards, raise your shit too. Because who the hell these women think they are to think that their JJ is worth more than your D? Because that we
But
all
they're
know that
supposed. Everybody is supposed to feel that way about themselves,
they
right?
are.
Everyone is supposed to feel. That's where self confidence come in, self esteem. I have that problem with people all the time. They don't got no type of damn. I have to dumb myself down for some people just to fit or just to be able to. And so I just got to a point where I say this, but I ain't worked it all the way out yet. I ain't gonna even lie, but I say I'm just gonna be like, fuck it. You can't take it, choke. but I still find myself dumbing myself down for certain friends of mine. And people need to, it's okay. That doesn't bother me at all that a woman feels like whatever. A man should feel that way too.
Here's the disconnect that I see, right? Is that the standard we're talking about standards. The standard for sex is low, but the standard for commitment is getting higher and higher and higher. That's the issue, right?
That's it.
So like
That's
it's
it.
not hard for a man to get or for a woman to get sex is easy, right? But the cost of commitment, that's going way up.
I agree because I've kind of in this single world the last 11 years. I feel like I would rather give a dude sex before I let him get to my head or my heart. Because the dating pool is crazy. It's all kind of stuff in that pool. So
Man, thank you.
yeah, and that's just me keeping it a buck. Like I hit you and quit your ass so fast, and I don't know why it's that way. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
tell you this, broker. I'm gonna keep it all the way real. I had this one dude that he did me so good, I cut him off. I felt myself getting delusional in the mix of all of it.
Yeah.
Like I felt myself becoming delusional.
Right. You standing,
Every
it's sunny outside.
stroke,
You standing outside with a rain jacket.
every single stroke, I felt myself becoming more and more delusional. After
Whoa.
every stroke. And this is just me being honest. And I'm like,
Why you
nah.
telling my business?
But I'm just saying, like, I was just being real. Like, I
You
was
told the
becoming
start,
delusional
gang.
every single stroke. I'm like, is this my life? Like, what is going on? And then I just stopped talking to him. Like, I stopped talking to him, and he was calling and texting, and he was sending me all these text messages like, what did I do? And it wasn't even him, it was me, because I felt myself becoming delusional every single stroke. And I'm like, nah, this ain't my life. But now, right, I sit and I think about it. Did I do that to protect me? Because what if he was really the dude for me? But then I'm saying, and then my thoughts started getting to me. So now, fast forward 2 years later, I still won't have a conversation with that dude, because I'm just like, I might just slip up and not make a mistake, but be on your penis because the shit felt good, and then you're gonna put me in Delulu land all over again, because now it's been 2 years and you felt like I played you.
So, do you feel like smecks can make or break a relationship?
Yep.
You know why people be out here fronting like it don't? Absolutely. Smex changes the whole situation, because if you are getting to know somebody and you like them, and then you have Smex with them, and then the Smex is good, baby, you done went from, and I try to tell men this all the time. After 3 times you have Smex with a woman, she automatically puts herself in a relationship with you.
Yeah, sometimes. You got to be some good.
Yeah, so, and
And
this
we
is,
need to
and I hope
normalize
the young,
telling each other like that was trash. So they can stop running around here with this big D energy. And these women can stop running around here like they got gold in their panties. We need to normalize just telling the truth. Look, yo, it was like throwing a hot dog down the hallway. And yeah, you need to put that in your
And
pockets before you leave.
normalize having commitment. Yeah.
Big boss, baby.
Big
I
boss,
just be
baby.
wondering.
I'm gonna steal that.
Listen. I
I'm
came up
stealing
here to
that.
say something real quick. All right. As long as these women is telling the truth, finally we got a couple of women that's up here telling the truth. She don't care about how much money you make. Why you think all these broke boys be
There we
getting with
go.
these women? Cause they be slamming their back out. They take them to the promised land. All right, you take them to the big O, and these women. Listen, I just listened for like a couple of minutes, and finally, there's some women up here that could tell the goddamn truth.
Here's a
You could be you. Listen,
Jerome,
Steve Harvey had a wife.
a
Steve Harvey,
man
you know how
does
much money?
not
You know
give
how?
a woman the big O. He's just the add-on. The big O comes from the women. I wish y'all would stop this rhetoric that the
Oh, is there
man
an
is
echo in here? Because I could
responsible.
have sworn I was talking.
I
Yeah, I
don't
could
give
have
a
sworn I
damn.
was
No,
talking.
you're mad because I'm telling the truth. The
No,
man is
I
not
don't have no problem
responsible
with you.
for
What you
that
just
big
said.
O.
Don't try to reel it back, though. Don't try to reel
No,
it back.
I'm not reeling nothing back. I'm telling you the truth.
All right, so let me say what I can. I say what I got to say, or do you have something else to say? All right, so what I would tell y'all boys is, first off, you could be an IT tech, you could be Steve Harvey, but guess what? As much as money as Steve Harvey made, you know who she slept with? A damn security guard. All right, because he took her to the promised land. These women really, I'm telling you, straight up, honest truth. If you don't take them to that big O, they're not gonna take you serious.
Let me
You
tell
could be
you, I
you
cut.
could be the smartest IT tech guy, but if you don't take them to the promised land, they will cheat on you. And this is the problem
Man,
that all men are getting into.
no.
You're thinking in your head, and I'm just gonna say it, and then I'm gonna be quiet. You're thinking that in your head. You make enough money. You're taking care of business. You're taking care of her. You're buying her what she needs. You're taking care of whatever she needs. Maybe she wants to start her own startup and all of that. But if you don't take it to the promised land, yeah, she gonna
Hey,
cheat on
that's
you,
true
boy.
though.
You
That's
talking about the
true.
wrong woman, man.
Hey, I'm
Yeah, and
I
sorry,
it's
can't
but
say
just
I can't say that's every woman. I'm
Thanks
gonna
for
tell I'm
having
gonna
me
tell I'm
on
gonna
the
tell
same
you from
line,
what
man.
I noticed, right?
All right,
The
for sure, okay.
women I'm gonna say this real quick. This is exactly why it's very good for you to understand the amount of men that women been with. If they're so experienced to the point where they can compare you to 100 different men, that's not a good thing. That's why men should be dealing with women who are innocent, women
relax.
who don't have a big body count, because you're gonna be good enough for her. But if you're dealing with girls who done been around the block multiple times, you shouldn't even expect for you to make her satisfied, because, and I'm just gonna say what it is. Like, from what I've read, women, when they're dealing with certain type of men, they're always gonna compare you to other men. So that's why when we have this conversation about body count, it actually does matter.
But
If you
hold
have
on,
if you
I
have,
got a question, Jerome.
hold on, real quick, hold on. If you have a woman with a big body count, she has a wide majority of men to compare you to.
That's
That's why you deal with. That's why as a man, if you actually want to wife somebody up, you got to deal with a girl who don't have a wide, vast majority of men that she can compare you to, because it's just it was never right in the beginning of mankind, and it's not going to be right in the end of mankind. So if a woman turn around and say, "Well, you're just insecure. That's why you asked me about my body count and this, that, and the third," she didn't have a plethora of men. You don't
I don't
want
think
to
that's
wife up a
true.
girl. No, I'm just saying you don't want to wife up a girl who done had a plethora of men, because at the end of the day, she done had too many
two
joysticks.
men on this panel are dealing with girls because
First of all, yeah, let me just piggyback off what you just said. Um, I have I have not ever been asked by a man what's my body count. First of all, I
Man don't
think
have
the
to.
reason why is because who's gonna tell the truth?
Well,
Right.
first of all, okay, that's a good question. That's a good
So
question.
why
That's a
even
perfect
ask?
question. So, first off, what I tell men is you could tell how much a girl been around the block by just by how she moves, how she acts, her personality. If she's irrational, she can't control herself. A lot of the times,
Don't
I'll
tell me
tell you.
nothing. Don't give me nothing.
Hold on, real quick. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about. I'm talking to the men.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Don't
If a
guide
girl
me.
can't control herself when she's speaking, like some people who can't control themselves, all right.
You
You
said
could
the
already
women
tell
and
that's 50.
girls.
That hold on, you see?
Women
Oh,
and girls
I'm
are
not even
two
saying
different
much, and I
things.
can't even get my spiel out.
Hold on, Sadari.
Women
Go ahead.
Well,
and
make it
girls are
fast.
two
What
different
I would tell
things.
you
Hey,
is when I hear
let him finish. I want to go after him. Go ahead, Jerome. I'm going after you.
thank you. When I hear certain women speak, you could already tell that's 50 plus. Now I'm gonna tell y'all boys another secret. I don't know if y'all ever been out with a girl and she sounds drunk all the time, but she didn't even drink, and she sounds high all the time, and she didn't even smoke or anything like that. I don't know if y'all ever been with a girl that's pretty as hell, but she has like this slur, and it's almost like she slurs her word all the time. That's 100 plus. So the woman who can't really control themselves in a conversation and they always have to push their thoughts out and all of that, that's 50 plus. A woman with a low body count, I'm gonna tell you exactly what she acts like. She can control herself when she's talking. When y'all speaking, she can wait to interject and she could do all of that. But a girl that had too much sperm in her, and I'm just being honest, a girl who had too much sperm in her, she got too much personalities in her brain cell, and that's scientifically fact. So if you're ever dealing with a girl who has like multiple personalities and all of that stuff, just count that as 50 plus. But if you deal with a girl who is calm, control herself when she's talking, and when she's dealing with you, she could bring it slow, and y'all talking, y'all can go back and forth. That's a girl who probably got 10 less. But anything other than that, when she can't control herself, when she's speaking, and she got too much sperm inside of her damn brain cell, because sperm don't leave your body till like 7 years, I think, something like that. So she got a bunch of damn sperm running around herself. So when a woman tells you, I could lie to you, no, you can't. I just told you the secrets.
Those are not
She
secrets.
can't lie to you.
You sound insane for one,
All
and
right.
then for two, most men would love to think that any woman that they're sleeping with, they're the first man to sleep with them. Nobody's bringing up all these damn details. She's slurring. She's walking like this. She talking like this. She
Broker, let
she
me
got
ask you
to
a question,
have about
broker.
50 people. She must have had 1,000. Like you sound crazy. But
Broker, let me ask you a
again,
question.
that's your opinion. I'm gonna
Let me
respect it.
Or
But
maybe those just the women
hold
that
on,
he
Chopper.
thinks.
Let me ask you a question, right? So,
uh-huh.
like when men bring up body count, a lot of times the women will say the same thing you said. No one's ever asked me, right? So, and they say that because I guess if men don't ask, that means they don't care. So, let me ask you this: like, have you ever asked a man, like you on a first date with a guy, you ever asked him how big his pickle was?
Never.
Never.
Right, of course you didn't, but you care, don't you?
Mm,
Um,
that's a good one.
no.
Yeah, you
I think when I was
don't
younger,
even.
That's a
again,
good.
I'm
That's a good
44.
one
Cap. I'm
Got you.
actually.
Hold
calling
on.
Cap.
Hold
Got
on.
you.
Hear
Got
me
you.
out. Hear
Because
me
He
out.
no,
said
no,
checkmate.
I'm
let me
44.
finish it
Cap.
first. Let me
Hold on
finish
real
it first. I'll
quick.
be
Let me
quick.
answer you.
Go ahead.
I'm 44, right? And so I was in a relationship with somebody since high school. So by the time I
Hmm.
did get out there, I'm addressed a certain way by men. Nobody is coming at me with no shenanigans. You know what I mean?
That's not what I'm asking you.
You're asking me if I would never ask a man anything about his finances on
No,
a
no. Well,
first date, his
I'm
pickle
talking about
on
his
a
pickle,
first
right?
date.
So, unless you're telling me that you don't care if it's 2 inches or 6 or 7 inches, are you telling me that you don't care? 2 or 6 is fine.
I got a cold toy. No, I don't care.
So 2 inches is fine. You're gonna be that woman.
No, I'm not
Cap.
gonna be that woman.
Just
I mean,
like two
I
when you
never
really
ran for
like
200.
him.
Sadara, you understand? Sadara, you understand my point, right? Just because you don't ask about it doesn't mean you don't care. Same thing with
Mm.
body count. Men ain't gonna ask you. That doesn't mean they don't care.
No, of
But
course they care,
That was
but
a good point. That
That
was a
was a
nobody's
good
good
sitting
one.
point.
there doing the
And you
math
and you, and
behind
you
it.
know what's really
So
a
let's ask
telltale
some other
sign.
men.
Hold on. When you ask a girl what her body count is, and if she turns around and says, "What does it matter?"
girls, like,
That's
think,
50.
okay,
That's
you
50
know, no, no,
plus.
no, no. Now let
If
somebody
she
else
turns
talk.
around,
Let
she can't give
somebody
you a
else talk.
number. If she
Where's the
listen,
moderators? Somebody mute
it
him.
yeah, you see,
Money.
when they start getting all offensive,
No,
all
No,
Yeah.
right.
people
When you
So
talking.
if
first of
you
all, no, no, no,
listen,
no,
listen,
no.
I'm
Let
gonna just
me
say
talk
this real
because
quick, and
you know
I'm gonna
you
mute
told
up. I'm gonna mute
you
up. I'm
said
gonna
you
mute
only
up. I
wanted to talk
promise you.
real quick and then you was gonna drop. So
Right,
now,
I'm-
no, let me say this.
why you mad at?
Let
Why
me
you upset
say
with
this.
me?
You know why I'm upset? Because you keep addressing us grown ass women as girls. Baby, we are not your daughters. We are
Okay, so y'all,
grown
yeah, okay,
ass
so all
women.
right, so women, all right, I'm sorry.
Do
Okay,
you
so
address the girl that's
if y'all
sleeping next
men
to you as
ask
a
these
girl?
women, if y'all men ask these women what their body count is, and the first thing they do is get defensive, that's 50 plus. That's 50 plus. 35 plus maximum.
Bring up the
But if
scientific
a
fact.
if a girl, when you ask them, you
A
know,
girl.
how many guys have
You
you
keep
slept
saying
with? And then hold on. If she turns around, she'd be like
this
12.
nigga be trying to fucking
Oh no,
sun every
I'm not. I'm
girl.
just telling you. I'm
No,
trying to
you're
teach the
trying
man
to
how to play.
sun
To have
women.
no conversation
If
with
she
you.
gets
Right, he doesn't.
offensive
That's why he
about
got
that
3 baby mothers and a
question,
girl
you
that's
don't even
sleeping
have
with him
to
right
ask her
now.
no
So
more
that's what I'm
questions. You
saying.
already
Like,
know what time it is.
nobody is a girl. We are grown ass women. Stop addressing us
She
like as
she
such.
moving the goalposts.
No,
She
you're
moving the
moving the
goalposts.
goalposts. I'm saying stop addressing us as girls. We are not girls.
All right, y'all grown
Grown
women. I'm
women.
sorry. I'm sorry, y'all
Grown
grown
women
women.
and all the shit, the body counts and all that. What's your point? Land your
All
plane.
right, so basically what I'm saying is if a man just randomly asks a girl what's her body count and the first thing she does is she jumps on defensive mode, I'm trying to tell him that's a bracket. That's from
Yeah,
35 to 50.
that nigga
Now, if
keep
a girl
saying
turns
that.
around, hold on. If a girl
Who's
turns
the
around, she
girl?
act. Oh, can I
Well,
finish?
let
And
him
then
You
y'all
have
can
like
it.
go.
girls?
I'm about to finish right now.
You like
Yeah,
girls?
and people are getting defensive right now.
You like
You think
girls?
these
What?
men listening to you?
If it doesn't apply, let it
Do
fly.
you like
Okay.
These men
girls?
listening
Now,
to you.
now, now, for woman, she turns around and she'd be like, "Yeah, I've been with 12 men my whole life. I've been with 13 men. I've been with 15 men." You don't really have a reason to deny that because a woman that already if she's stable enough to say that, because usually a girl will say I've been with two people, three people. We already know that's a lot. But if she tells you her straight body count, and she'd be like, "Yeah, I've been with 15 men. I'm 33 years old. I've been with 15 men. This, that, and the third." You don't have a reason to deny that because she's telling the truth. But now, if you ask a woman and the first thing she says is, "Why does that matter? Body
That's
count
because
doesn't
she's
matter,"
not
and she
telling you the
start going
truth.
in
If she
like that,
tells you
I'm trying to
15,
tell y'all.
hold
I'm not
on. If
talking
she
to y'all.
tells you
I'm trying to talk to the
it's
men.
really 30.
We talking 35 plus.
I'm
That's what
saying,
I'm
no,
trying to tell y'all.
hold on, because you think you know something. If she tells you 15, the number is probably twice that. Relax. You don't know women.
Oh, so
He
y'all, so
know
you telling me
girls. He
that
know
women are just a
girls.
bunch of liars?
He know
Absolutely.
girls. He know
Absolutely.
girls.
So y'all a
Well, if
bunch
you're
of
gonna say
liars.
that, I don't think
Absolutely.
women lie no more than what men
He
do.
don't know
so
women.
so
He know
so
girls,
so
Hey,
y'all
baby.
we
hear
all
what these
lie
women
though.
are say?
But
We
Don't
I'm
trust
all
telling
lie.
women.
you the
Men
truth.
and women
We gonna
lie.
lie to you.
We all lie though, so it
Wait,
doesn't
hold
even
on.
matter.
Why
That's
would I?
why it don't
Hold
make
on.
no sense.
I'm trying to act like a lawyer right now.
Don't know
If a
you
girl's
not.
gonna
He
lie
need
to me,
But
you
a
know what a
lawyer.
girl's gonna say.
what
Hold on. You know
girl?
what a girl's gonna? What?
What
Okay,
girl?
a woman. You know what a woman's gonna say? She gonna say three, two. She's not gonna
Bro,
say
you too
15
grown
or
for that.
16.
She's
She's not gonna say
lying.
those type of
You're never
numbers.
gonna know the truth unless
But
it's
if
one
a girl
person.
just totally thinks that it's out of line for you to even ask her that question,
Thank you.
Unless you go through her diary or her notes, bro, you would never know. You would never
I
know. Never
mean,
trust the
manipulation
sauce,
goes
bro.
both ways. There's, men who be trying to manipulate just to get some, it goes
Boom.
both
But
He
ways.
over
that's
here
standard.
speaking to the
That's standard.
choir.
Literally, women laid the standard down for that. Men know that nowadays, if you're not telling a woman what she want to hear, or at least selling her a dream, you're not getting a box. And sad to say, a lot of
For
women is
purchase
not
the
worth
same dream you
commitment.
thought I was going to buy.
Right, but the thing is, a lot of women are not worth actually giving that dream to. That's the difference. A man will sit there and tell a woman what he want her to hear or what she want to hear just to get the box
But
and
here's the thing
understand
though.
like I'm done with that. But
But
I guarantee you that woman that he really want, man, that man is making that dream a reality. That's the
a
difference.
real man won't lower his own self-worth just to get it with a female that's not, that he has to lower himself too.
Bro, we all done tried to go get a piece of demonstration. You feel me?
You find a female that will want you for you. And at the end of the day, we all know, some females just ain't worth it.
You
Yeah,
gotta talk. Men
I would
tell
never
lies and
lower
live
myself
with
for
them.
anyone.
but it's not lowering yourself if you tell a woman like, yeah, I've been here. You can come with me. Da da da. This and that. Sure, you take her on one trip. Next thing you know, as soon as she get there, she hanging off the balcony, yelling her eyes out. You feel me?
And so,
And then after that, is that you just sold her a dream. You not lowering yourself. You just,
But who
gave her a
cares?
little bit to get the
Like, what
cat.
is
there's so
wrong
many
with you?
different forms of manipulation, and I'm just saying, at the end of the day, the female will respect you if you stand on what you're saying, and you're not trying to manipulate, and you gain respect.
Absolutely, Jay.
The
And
truth
not only
is,
that,
we
like,
don't want respect from every woman, because a lot of them is not worth it.
Respect is gonna get you laid, though.
I
he
get what he's saying
telling the
though on
truth.
that
I'm
too.
not even mad. He telling the
Yeah, I
truth.
get
A
what he's
lot of
saying
women
too on that one.
Like, to tell
and
you the
girls
truth,
are
like
not
right
worth it.
now,
Okay,
if I
great.
pull up, I could pull up, bro. Look, I keep it a buck.
And on everything, you don't even
Before I
got to
got locked
demonstrate.
up,
I agree with you. A lot of people not worth it. I agree 100%. A lot of people not worth it. But look, if you got to do the mathematics like Jerome, she walking like that. That might be 20. That might be 15. You ain't gonna
Oh
know if
man,
she's or not.
I know
Yeah,
you ain't taking.
I could tell.
He don't.
Yeah, I really
I
taking
could
him
tell
Labor,
how you
serious.
he might
talk,
be on a
how you
little
walk.
extreme,
Yeah, I already know the number.
but he's telling the truth when it comes down to the way a woman act. You can tell how many men she done dealt with. Now I ain't talking
Lord.
about you. She can walk in the room and the way she's switching or something like that. Nah, that's a little extreme. But when you sitting there talking and you conversing with a woman and you actually getting to know her, and you start to notice certain habits that she got, certain things that she do and say, you can
Did
definitely
somebody
tell
just
like, oh yeah,
boot somebody out?
she done been around the block a few times. But that's why it's so important to get to know the person if you're trying to deal with
Yeah,
them.
bird drop.
If y'all just getting it in, it's okay. Don't care.
I
Wait, let me
totally
say
So
this
let
agree.
me
before I
ask you
like
guys
drop.
But
y'all
this. Would you
stereotyping the
prefer a
men.
Let me
woman
say
that's
this
not
before I drop
experienced?
because I'm about to drop right now. And I'm really about to drop because I got to go to sleep. Men, stop talking to girls. Talk to women.
I agree.
Deal with women, right? Because when you're dealing with girls, you're going to have the runaround. Take them little girls out, the ones that don't have shit. Get you a woman that stand next to you, who could stand with you, somebody who's gonna have your back if you fall short. Girls ain't
Hmm.
doing that. Get a woman. I know a lot of the women said I done gave up all the secrets tonight, but I'm just trying to tell y'all, like, stop dealing with girls. Get you a woman. Start respecting yourself like the rest of these men are out here
Yes.
respecting themselves.
No, for real. But I got a
Dumb
question
it
though. Would you
down.
guys rather a woman that's not experienced, or would you
Yeah.
rather a woman to come
Yes.
experienced?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
answered
don't need
that
a
fast.
girl
Yeah.
that
I ain't
know how
gonna
to
lie,
do a
yeah.
damn handstand and all that. I don't need a girl that been experienced on other men. Why do y'all even? First off, that's the dumbest thing that y'all can even ask. When women, that's why I
This
tell.
dude Jerome, bro.
Are you
That's why I
kidding me?
tell y'all. That's why I always say you don't listen to fish
No,
or
he
how
not
to catch
kidding.
fish. You listen to a damn fisherman. The hell you talking about? A
All
woman
right.
that
You talking about?
actually thinks in her.
You
Girls.
talking about?
Let me. I'm about to. I'm about to
You like
land it right
little
now.
girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. First off,
Cat, please.
why the hell?
Please.
Why would I want a girl that's experienced? That means you don't have so much sauces inside you. That's disgusting to me. Why would I walk down the aisle with somebody that's
Experience
so
don't
damn
mean so much
experienced? Are you
Why you
sauces
dumb?
got
with
your
You
things.
woman
know,
in the
you know,
That's
you
not
know
what
hotel?
what
Why
I
you
do
got
when
your
I
experience
want
wife
means.
in
But
the
you
experience.
could go
Let
ahead
me
and
tell you something. You know what I do when I want experience? I go to the strip club.
hey, you
That's
weird,
why you got
yo.
the strippy for.
So you
But
would
don't
rather
you got
Oh,
a
somebody
woman? Don't you got a
inexperienced?
Yeah,
girlfriend?
because they all experienced.
But I
But
mean, he's
when it
right
comes to
though.
my woman,
I
I
wouldn't.
don't want my woman to be experienced.
Why
No.
not? So you got to break her in. You
Girls
That
It's
can't just
do.
leave
because
her
the
oh oh
floating
fact
my
like
that
oh,
this.
oh
You
my
don't even know
you
what
have
the
to
y'all gonna
think
make me
about
expectation
oh y'all
your
gonna make me
woman
throw
getting
up.
with
is.
another
Y'all gonna
woman.
make
Stop,
me
stop,
throw
Compared
up.
to a
stop,
woman
stop.
that's
My
not
opinion.
experienced.
in my opinion, if she's inexperienced, she's when I say inexperienced, I'm talking about a virgin. I'm talking about somebody with no experience. So
Oh
you a
yeah, I
Man,
want
they're
virgin,
gonna
something
you
close
prefer
to
that.
married
that.
woman?
Yeah, they
I want
prefer that.
something close to that. If you're not that, I want something close to that for me to wife you
Right, because she doesn't
and
know
put
what
you
to
in a white
expect, right?
dress. Hold
I
on, y'all
think you a
asking
lady, you
questions
know
that y'all don't want
everything
to
about us.
answer
Go
to.
ahead.
If I want to put somebody in a white dress, yes, she has to be the closest to a damn virgin. I don't need to know
You
that you
read a
know how
lot
to
of
do a
books,
damn
huh?
backflip in a damn handstand in a damn bedroom.
You
I'd be
read a lot of books and
disgusted.
watch a lot of movies, huh? Yeah.
Uh,
So the,
y'all
the
talking
the
about a
girl that
man with somebody that's experienced. No, he
so
want a
the
hooker
girl that
that's
you with right
It's
experienced.
the
now, the
opposite.
girl
Like
that you
man and
with right
woman is
now.
literally different. I think women want men with experience. Men really don't. They wouldn't mind like teaching her all the. That sounds weird though. Man, they wouldn't mind like
Weird
being
at
that
all.
Yeah,
first guy that turned her out type situation. So yeah,
y'all like to push their head
I
down a
think
little
it's
bit.
just a
it's an
fantasy.
ego thing too. Yeah, it's an ego thing.
That's
Y'all like to push their
I
head
did
down.
that.
But hey,
The
hey,
way
hey,
that.
man, why? I got a great question for y'all. So when men tell y'all what we want, why do y'all try so hard to make it into what y'all want? Y'all don't listen
Right.
to what we tell y'all that we want. Y'all sitting here like, no, y'all won't experience, and we all like, no, we
No,
don't.
we
We
do
like,
not.
no, we
That's what I was
We
don't.
gonna say.
don't know. We
No.
don't want to know how much tricks you done learned from the last
Oh, that
15, 30 dudes.
If I wanted dudes going through my
that was a
girl,
good
I'd
way
get
to
with a
use.
dude.
No,
It's
y'all
just like,
don't want that.
yeah, we don't.
They gonna
Oh
tell us
God,
what we do.
no. We can sit there and tell them, yeah, we like looking at BBLs and we might, even want to hit it just for the fantasy. But at the end of the day, that ain't what we don't want our wife walking around all extra and flamboyant with everything she got. No, we not gonna cuff that, but we might hit it. No, y'all like it. Y'all like it. Y'all out here cuffing it. Y'all
Welcome
doing
back,
this
twin.
for it.
But
No, we not.
is it because you guys know that you can't keep it up after the
And I
wife
and I
It
knew she
always
was
and it
about to say
always
that.
go to that
you
when
know
somebody
that
don't
Because
feel
it
it
ain't natural.
all the
No,
time.
yeah, because
No, it's
All
because a
the
lot of y'all's like the
time. I
black
literally
hole.
said the reason and she gonna come with a
I think people
oh,
just have
that'd
to
be so
realize.
ego
funny.
thing to
I
me.
want something that's
Jerome, I'm about
natural.
to sick you. Go get her.
It sounds like an ego thing to me.
I tried to be nice.
I think people just have to realize people like some people like fantasies. They don't want to go home to, I guess, in a way. But I agree. Even though I know y'all, because Jerome likes to, he's
Girl,
very
talk straight. You slurring
animated.
them words. They're gonna be saying you got a million people.
Then I can't hear you.
I said, talk straight. You slurring your words.
I'm I'm slurring my
Scooching
words.
with that one.
She using that because Jerome said if oh wow.
Oh,
Jerome,
he said
nah.
that.
That
Like I said,
nonsense Jerome said if a girl slur her words, she got a high body count.
Body count.
I
hey, can I
can't.
respond to that? Because I feel like
I'm sleepy.
I
Let me
feel
sit
like
up. Let
they're
me sit
not
up.
what I feel
Let me
like they're
sit up.
not slurring their words because of the semen in their body, and that happens to be why they have a
Some
high
people
body
just
count.
tired. What the heck?
Hey,
I feel like they just happen to have a high body count because they have those mental illnesses and they're vulnerable.
Who watching
Yeah,
cartoons?
So you can come in here and
my
get y'all
bad.
men together.
Man, y'all talk about body count.
Not really.
44. I'm 44. She 44.
I mm, okay. I mean, I just don't really know legit like why
No,
people
but
like.
what I'm
That's
saying,
sweet.
Go
why
ahead,
keep?
JJ. So
Count
how does
the
we got a
y'all
female?
was counting.
No, I'm just listening to the numbers. I heard 44, and like, you don't want nobody that know a whole bunch. Like, shit, why teach?
Wait, can y'all not hear me then?
Yeah.
You said,
Yeah,
yeah,
Hold
that
you
on,
stuff's
bro.
so
You can't.
loud. What'd you
No, what I'm
say,
saying is,
twin?
no.
Oh, so who moved? I don't know what's going on. Hello? Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Alright. Okay. I'm gonna mute what's saying. Okay, I don't know what that is. Whew. All right. Anyway, can y'all hear me clear now?
Yes,
I
yes.
guess I gotta make sure I sit up so y'all don't be in y'all feelings about how I sound. It's crazy, but that's wild as hell. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I think, because I really don't, I think we shouldn't really care for real about what everybody is saying, aside from you wanting them. Like, I just think that's weird. Like, if someone is saying they want this, is what they desire, that's what they want. That's just what it
Hmm.
is. I don't have to be in my feelings about somebody wanting that if I don't want them. And then if I'm not what they require or want, and I don't believe it's something that you should require, I'm not gonna be mad because I don't want. That's just, you just realize that's not an equal thing. I don't really see what the problem is with that. But again, like I already said, men and women just are different. How we see things is different. Most women will say we want a more experienced guy. I ain't trying to teach you. I'm not trying to teach that man. He needs to know what he's doing. Men say, "Hey, why you know how to do that?" But there are some men.
I want to say one of my experiences.
What?
That's just funny though. You're right.
But I'm
I,
just go ahead. Go ahead.
oh man, you made me think about that though. Like I did have a chick I was dealing with a while, not so times ago. I miss those days. I know, no, I don't. But no,
Crying.
I used to mess with this one chick, and then like I think we had took a little. I guess we like split up or something for a little bit. We wasn't with each other, but it was like a little situationship. But she came back learning some new stuff. I'm like, what the heck? I don't remember you doing this before. There was some extra stuff. Like, what the heck? Somebody that taught you something different. So that
But you
just do me
enjoyed it,
like,
didn't you?
what? Wait, what?
You liked it, didn't you?
I ain't gonna lie though, here, man.
I'm
Now
trying to
that
tell
time,
you.
yeah, it was something. That's because
Hey,
I
I'm
was just
trying to
looking for
tell you.
buns. Yeah, yeah. But I don't want my if my wife come back learning something different. That's the problem.
What?
Yeah,
So, let me
Something
ask
that
you a
you don't
question.
mind.
Can I ask a question? Like, like it's a lot of people that get divorced because one of the husband or the wife, somebody lacking in the area.
yeah. Because they got with each other for the wrong reason.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people get married young, going on the the young sex, and then once that person get older, I know a lot of people, or they get cheated on throughout the
Mm.
marriage. So sex to me is a big part,
If you
with the
make it,
white dress on. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. Smacks is the biggest part.
if you make it.
Cause you want to know why you can be vibing out with a person. They can have the greatest personality. Y'all finally hook up. Dog come with a micro demonstration. Next thing you know, a girl, what? Oh my god, everything you do irritate me. A
Right?
girl come, it ain't hitting. It's an open hallway, like she said. You ain't feeling nothing. Demolition derby. You feel me? Like just going crazy. Can't feel nothing. A man is gonna be upset. He can't get off. Now the next day he got an attitude. 2 days later he got an attitude. 3 days later he's still mad about the day before yesterday. So it's going to ruin the whole thing that y'all built. That's why I be like, you
Cause
might
he
as well.
got drowned. Cause he got drowned. He should have knew that before he put the white
So
dress on.
let me let me say the reason why I say if you make it right, because the thing is, a lot of us like we live in a super sexual world, right? But the thing is, everybody didn't not going through the same experience. Some people actually held off. Some people body counts is might be very low, right? They wouldn't know. Like imagine two virgins, right? Two virgins would not know nothing about what. I mean, they might see a tiny Peter, right, or I can't say a loose goose because it's gonna be super tight. But I'm just saying, like they both got that first experience. Like they wouldn't know what good smacks is or bad smacks is or something like that. So it's like their relationship is not based off just that.
Okay,
I mean,
that's
I
when
know they like the
somebody
movie
like,
like that movie like Temptation, but the thing we only talking from a lens of because we been getting it or something like that, or might have a high body count, low body, whatever the situation is. We gotta whatever. But the
Oh no,
thing is, I think if you make it important or something like that's or you base your relationship off of it, or you condition yourself like that. I mean, that's why a lot of relationships fail. That's why the body count do matter. When your junk high, I
uh-uh,
mean,
I
that's
married
how
you.
people think like that. That's why
I
people think
married
like
you.
that, huh?
I'm spending the rest of my life with you. We just gonna stop having sex because we're what? Married? I'm confused. No. We not gonna do things that we didn't do when we were engaged. Now I put a ring on your finger. Now we're married. We're building something, and you want to keep it. PG-13. Come on, man. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Man, first off, men shouldn't want to deal with women that's too experienced. All right. Y'all can go deal with a bunch of experienced different men. Y'all can go run it up. But if a man trying to take a girl down the aisle with a white dress and all that, you don't want her to be running it up. You don't want her to be running it up. You want somebody that got a nice little low body count. And like I said, I already told y'all the 3 things that y'all need to look for in women to know that they got a low body count. Because you just heard a woman up here come up here at her own damn japper. She said, you don't know you don't know what our body count is. Yes, we do.
And she was right.
And I'm
And
trying to
she was
teach y'all
stone
boys.
cold. And she was
Yeah, I'm
stone
trying to teach
cold
y'all
on it.
boys. You can tell how much men and women been with by her personality. Okay, because every time that she lets is there echo? Is there echo in here?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Is there echo in
Real
here?
quick, cause I gotta
Nah,
go.
because I think I'm talking.
I
But
think you talk
anyway,
too much,
uh, uh. So anyway,
and you
and
want
I'll
to make
teach
it
y'all. I'm
seem.
gonna teach y'all boys something real quick.
Boys.
If
Oh, let
she
them teach
can't,
Hold
y'all.
if
on,
she
hold
can,
on.
there's some
Why you
women that
being
can't
so
control
okay?
themselves when they talking. They can't control themselves. All right, that kind of lets you know she had a bunch of different stuff in her damn brain cell. All right, because like I said, a woman with, and I'm not being funny right now. I'm trying to teach y'all boys something. A
Hold on.
woman with a low body count, and
Oh, this is
I'm being dead
disrespect for
serious.
me.
I'm being dead serious with y'all boys. A woman with a low body count, she can control herself when she speaks. She can take her time
Okay.
when she speaks.
All right.
But a woman with a high body count, she has to go on like an Energizer bunny.
All right.
So when a girl can't control herself, you don't have to ask why that is. If you actually have a girlfriend that can't control herself and she always have the need to be right and she always have to overtalk you and do all of that. First of all, your job is
You
not to
don't need to be with her. She gonna
that's
overtalk you.
not your job to you're not her therapist. What I would just tell y'all is to get rid of her butt because a woman with a low body count, that stuff doesn't happen. So
A woman with a low
don't
body
ever let
count is
these
gonna
women
be
tell
hold
y'all
herself to high standards and blase, blah 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 blah. If you don't have what she want or meet the criteria that she has set for herself,
running her
and you
mouth.
yeah, come on.
Who was that
Just
though?
straight running her mouth. And she first off, she already know that the only person that she deserves is somebody who work at Taco Bell. She knows that she don't deserve more than that. But she's just gonna keep running her mouth. Those type of women, when you're dealing with those type of women that just be running their mouth, we
Yeah, I get
talking
it.
about
I get what
50
you're saying.
plus men.
Can
All
you mute
right.
them real quick?
But when you have a girl who
Can
can
you mute them real
actually,
quick?
when you have,
Cause I'm about to eat
first
your
of all, I'm
phone.
about to mute up if you'll
Hold
be
on.
quiet.
Hold
I'm
on.
about to
Let me
mute
eat
up.
your
I'm
phone
about to
real
land
quick.
my
Let
plane.
me just
So
eat your
why do
I'm
phone.
you
Let
have
me
about to
eat
three
your
land
baby
my
tomato.
mothers?
G5. You see, y'all can't even
Why
Stop.
do you
So
have
y'all
three
proving
baby
my
mothers?
hold
point.
on. Let me
Why
eat
do
my
Y'all
you
phone
have
real
proving.
quick. Hold
why do
on,
you have
Ramon.
three baby mothers?
Yeah,
Hold on.
Why do you
because
have
I
three
Ramon,
already
baby
let
told
me
you
ask you
mothers?
why I
something
have
that
three
matter, but let
baby
me eat
You
your
have
mothers.
phone.
three
Because when
baby
I look
mothers.
at a
You ain't
woman, I
shit.
get her pregnant. The hell you
Lord,
talking
let me
about?
eat this
No.
sauce. Just let me eat this
Yeah,
sauce for a
because I could
second.
take care of
You
three
said
women.
the people that keep talking, they be wanting the people from Taco Bell. Let me tell you about this
No,
woman who don't
because
never
I
know how
thought
to
I was
shut up.
talking.
Hold on, hold
I
on,
thought it was
hold
my
on,
turn.
hold on. You still talking? Hold
I
on.
thought. Well,
This
hold on.
woman
First
right
off,
here.
I'm not your baby
Hold on.
daddy.
Hear me out though.
You can't.
This
No. I
woman
don't
right
need to
here.
hear you
God
out.
damn, you
I
like
don't
a
need to hear
bitch.
you
You
out
just
because
keep talking.
it was
Like
my.
Why
And
damn,
y'all
like
fighting?
now she
whoa,
gonna call me out my name. You see
because you
that?
acting like a
That's
hoe.
exact. No. That's exactly
Cause
how you
bitches
know she
talk
got.
like that. You doing
That's
what
how you know
bitches
she got
do.
50 plus. She don't got
Oh,
no
you doing
decorum.
what bitches
She
do.
can't. No, she can't handle herself.
I'm
She's
just
definitely
telling
gonna
you.
call you out
I'm
her
just telling
name
you
Well,
because
damn,
because
you
a
keep
squirt
girl
on
talking
who
me
about
got
then.
Taco
Come
Bell.
on.
hold on real quick.
No, I'm
A
gonna
girl who got decorum, she's gonna be able to calm down and take care of
you
herself.
gonna hear me.
But a little girl that has 50 plus bodies, she can't stand. She has to say it. She has
Okay.
to call you out your name because she's from a
Mhm.
low stock.
Mhm.
She's from a low seed. Did you
You
hear me call
finished?
anybody out her name? Out their name?
No, but
No, I don't have to.
okay.
Because I'm a grown man. Is that a grown woman? No. That's a woman that got
Mm-mm.
50, 60 plus
Nope.
bodies.
Yep. And
That's why
Taco
she's
Bell. And
allowed to
Taco Bell,
keep
right?
running
And
her
Taco
mouth.
Bell. Don't
Hold on,
forget
I'm
Taco
about to
Bell.
land my G5. I'm about to land my jet. All right,
Sergi, go ahead
and I'm
again
trying
before
to,
you go
and
next.
I hopefully y'all men are understanding what I'm saying. When y'all deal
Damn.
for a reason, it's not because she just woke up and act like this. It's because she done had too much spermicide inside her
Sergi's
damn
mom?
brainicle,
Okay.
and that's why she can't handle herself the right way. That's why she can't relax. That's why she can't calm down. She can't do none of that. She got to start calling you out your name because she had too much spermicide inside of her.
So
And that's a scientific fact, and
That's
I
how
land my
y'all
plane.
do it?
Jerome, you're right, but it's for the wrong
Huh?
reasons. I can really break, huh?
What you
Hold
right
on. Go
about?
ahead, Jay. Jay's trying to go ahead.
I'm
What
sorry.
I'm trying to get at is it's all from experience, right? And in
Oh,
sociology, you learn that you learn how to talk and you learn about yourself through your interaction with others and how you perceive them and how you
oh,
perceive yourself through their eyes,
okay,
right?
okay,
And so if
okay.
I'm talking to, 30 different women and I get the experience to talk with them and I learn about myself, right? It's not because the
Sergi!
spermicide's messing with their brain.
Player
It's
shit.
because they're getting this experience to talk to people.
Player.
They're getting the confidence to talk to people. They understand what a man can get away with. They're
That's
trying not
player.
to let this happen, and they're trying to stop it, right? So I don't know where you're getting with the spermicide, but you can definitely be right about the high body count because it's all about experience with talking with men and just understanding. Um, what I was referring to is Coley's Looking Glass. If you want to search that up,
So you know everybody has a past, right? Do y'all believe in that? Like
Yeah,
the people that are like, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody has a past.
most people, yeah.
I mean, like
Here,
people go through things
let
at a
me tell
young
him
age,
something really fast though,
huh?
because he said a whole lot. Just let me holler at this man up here.
Hurry
Before
up,
you get to
please.
saying crazy shit out your mouth and talking about somebody that overtalks you with want a man from Taco Bell, a man at Taco Bell couldn't do nothing with my daughters. Okay, first of all, I own 3 companies, right? I'm a freight broker. I have a
Brother.
dispatching company. I'm a
Ooh,
publisher. I'm an author.
ooh.
I'm a travel agent, and I do it on my own. There is nothing that you and 4 motherfuckers that look like you could do with me. Don't get on this panel and get to talking crazy and think that a bitch, cause she over talked you, want a nigga from Taco Bell? Are you kidding me? She got sperm in her head. Are you retarded? Like,
Can't say
I
where
don't
that.
know
she
if you can
come
say that
from?
word.
Can't say that
Sesame
word.
Street? Who
It
raised
might
you?
drop
Sesame
you.
Street?
and the thing about this is it can easily be defeated by the point that someone can just be raised differently,
Request
right?
backup.
Not everyone is going to be raised the same. So we can't just base it all off of, stereotype a whole everyone and generalize that they have this body count based on these qualities when not everyone is raised a certain way.
Yeah,
Fine.
but my whole thing
And
was
then
my
life
whole thing.
Brooker, work.
experiences,
Come back up. Request backup.
life experiences definitely
Where
mold
she
and
go? You
dictate how
said,
you will act.
Hold on, I'll just tell him Broker to request backup. I just
did
dropped
she
it
come
so
back? Oh, yeah,
hurry
right.
up so she can come back. Cause that's the word y'all really can't say. I
Yeah,
know.
you can't use that
Hey,
word, that R
What
word.
word
That
I
Big
use?
Play
topic.
salute you,
Did
Brody.
I cuss?
No, not you.
Not you,
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, but you see the difference between certain people. I don't have to cuss.
All
And I
right,
don't
so
have
yeah, we gonna leave that
I
Man,
for
alone
don't
because
do
I
that
ain't
again,
I
gonna
for
do
bro.
that.
sure
all
what
right,
you're
all
Ain't
saying.
right. We'll
I
nobody
leave it
see what you're
alone.
disrespecting
saying.
We'll leave
nobody.
it alone.
Yeah, and you can definitely be right,
About
just
what?
not in every situation.
What are you right about?
Okay,
Well,
Bro,
let
it's
J
just,
I'm right
Dub
it's
go.
about
just
a
taking it to
person's
the extreme.
personality. A
You can't
woman's
judge a book by
personality
its
can
cover.
tell.
You
Are you?
cannot judge a
Yeah, you
book by
could.
its cover.
Wait,
I'm
hold on,
wild,
hold on, hold on,
but
hold on, hold on. J
hold
Dub, are
on.
you asking me a serious question, or are you just asking a question just to talk?
I'm just speaking about.
Okay, okay.
You can't judge a book by its color.
No,
You know
but
what I'm saying? Like
in
a
certain
person
people
can be
and
very outgoing.
stereotype
Have
them.
Jay, I know you hear J Dub.
a
Y'all
person
Who?
can
both
be
like that.
very outgoing and just like to have fun. And just because that person likes to have fun, they get judged. Like, oh dang,
I mean, that's part of life.
But
But damn, she
You
damn,
can
Right.
she
For her
like to
personally
hang
life.
with boys. Oh, okay, but
Stop the screen.
she could be cool or he could be cool. People get judged. People get misperceived.
Is that? Are you done, Jada?
Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
sorry. My bad.
No,
I'm gonna
you're
stop
good.
talking.
You're good. He's gonna stop talking. Okay. I think. Well, Sergi's up here now, so and I want to let Conscious go. Hi, Sergi. And then Broker. So Sergi. Uh, wait, and I think Jay want to say something too, but let me let the new ones go. Sergi, Conscious, then
Wait, now was y'all on the
Jay.
questions? Or
I'm
was
gonna go
this like
last.
a
Y'all know me.
No,
I like to
sidebar?
listen to everybody first. I'm gonna go
they
last though.
said.
Thank you, beautiful.
Okay, cool. Okay, no, we weren't on a question. They were just talking about some things they were just saying sidebar, yeah.
Oh,
But I
y'all
do want to
can.
say real quick before Sergi, J Dub, well, I think you already heard what I said. Kev said too, like, of course, no matter how much fun, I think people have to understand you are definitely allowed. I mean, not allowed. That's not the word I'm trying to say. Everybody can do what they want, right? Everyone can do the things that they want to do. It doesn't mean that someone else that is
That's
choosing, like
not
you
true.
said,
That's not true.
Yeah.
Jerome.
I have a person. What if that person's
Okay.
personality
What
is
the?
outgoing?
No, what I'm saying is, you said 'cause, like they're having fun, like you said, like people have fun, everybody have
Yeah,
fun, and
yeah,
that's true,
yeah.
right? Everybody has fun, so like it's still up to the person that
Right,
wants them in a sense, right? Or that may want someone. They may
right.
not choose that person based off of the fun that they had. That's just their prerogative. So I'm saying,
Hmm.
either way, it's up. It's like you can't be like, well, yeah, I did this and did that. Like nobody should judge me for it. That's absolutely will never happen in life, right? So you just have to
Never.
understand that I can do what I want, right? You
Right.
can do what you want. I don't know why Jerome said you can't. You absolutely can. Now, whether or not consequences come after that,
No, you
absolutely can.
can.
Huh?
I'm
Okay. All
not
right. So
saying
you,
like
That's what I'm saying.
act
okay,
the way
no,
you
no, no.
act, not
You
being
said it the right
submissive.
way.
I'm
Yeah.
not
So
saying like I'm just saying you just like to have a good time. You
what?
know how to party. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I mean, some people can like party, and somebody can like a person who never parties or who don't like a person like, well, yeah, I'm
Right.
going out 3 times a week, every 3 days, right? At
Right.
7 p.m. I'm out. Somebody like, yeah, it's cool. I like that you like that. I just don't like it for us, and that's cool. So
Right.
if a person, depending on what they're wanting or desiring from a relationship or from the person, they may have to make certain changes, due to the relationships, like whatever. Trying to go on with that.
You
What I'm
got too
saying is
much
like, yeah,
energy.
everybody
Hey,
has
look.
to do what they want, but what comes with it may be something they don't wish came with it. So you just have to maybe make changes, and if not, you don't have to. It's really
Right.
people really can legit do what they want, but don't think that while doing what you want, judgment won't
Right.
come. That's just all that
Right.
comes with
Right.
it.
Right.
Right.
But let me go.
I've
Let me
had
let
that happen to me.
yeah. So
Like
let me let Sergi go. Oh, go ahead, and then I'm Sergi. Just kind of go.
J Dub, like an example is like you don't want to look bad in front of your crush, right? So you are gonna be on your best
Oh
behavior
yeah.
and looking your best. But
Right.
let's say you having your fun and you just
What?
sloppy drunk this night.
What?
But look, let's say you sloppy drunk tonight having your fun, right? And your crush see you. Do you want her to see you like that? No.
Cause I ain't gonna go.
But then
Listen,
she go
listen.
I ain't
judge.
gonna go.
Conscious, can I please take a couple of seconds out of your time, please?
It ain't
What you
conscious
First
want,
turn. It's
off,
Jerome?
Sergi turn.
What's up,
first
wrong,
off,
Jerome?
Hold on.
if you're a big dog, baby, the hell you
Oh
talking
man,
about?
shut
You
up,
worried about
Jerome.
with your
Jerome.
whole? Go
I
on,
ain't
let me
gonna
Jerome,
go.
finish.
shut up,
I
bro.
ain't gonna go. I
How
ain't
you
gonna
been,
I
bro?
go.
got two. I got 30 seconds for you. All right. First off, a real man, he not caring about what he look like in front of his. First, I don't
What?
have no crush.
Huh?
I'm too grown of a man to have a damn crush.
You
That's
must
number
got
one.
dreads.
First off, if
You
I
gotta know
tell you,
Jerome, bro.
listen, I'm trying to teach. I got 30 seconds. All right, and this is for conscious. You
You
talking
can't teach
about how
me
you gonna
nothing.
look in front of your crush? Number one, I'm never gonna get drunk in front of nobody. You know why? Because I can handle my liquor. That's number one. Number two, if I tell you that we going out somewhere, I'm not gonna ever tell you we going out on a date. You know what I tell you? I'm going somewhere. Do you want to come with me? You're my plus one. And guess what? If we going to eat some damn hibachi, all right, I'm gonna have some damn Nike slides on and some damn socks. The hell you talking about?
So
I'm
Jerome,
not over here to try to impress you. The hell you
You just
talking?
Okay.
happen to
Okay. All right.
you
Hold on,
just
y'all.
had to say that, huh, Jerome? You just had to say that, huh? Get that out your system.
Yeah, he did.
I know.
He had to get he had to get them slides out. Go ahead, Sergi. My bad, love.
I mean, if we're talking about if how you present yourself matters, yeah. If you're in business, if you about making money,
Present
people pay
yourself to
attention to how
a
you
woman?
move.
What?
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I guess because my daddy just
But
taught me to
y'all,
keep
if
a
y'all
high
don't let
foot.
surgery go, woo, pen and
Yeah.
pad, y'all, or throw yourself out the window, whichever you want to
But no, I know people
And you
observe
getting
you
put
all
to
the
work
time.
today.
do.
People observe you all the time, even if it's about seeing how you move in the streets. How you, if you a soft person, if you're a loud person, you pretty much show your hand everywhere you go. People observe that too. So how you move, how you present yourself, absolutely matters. That's how a lot of niggas get got.
Ooh, I like that gangster surgery. Yay. Sorry. Okay, let me let Jay go because I think Jay was wanting to say something earlier. Go ahead, Jay, and then
That's facts. I do like gangster surgery,
the
man.
gangster surgery. Yes,
That's gonna be the new word. So you got spicy you and then gang. Okay,
right.
okay.
Gangster surgery is spicy on. Go ahead, Jay, and then broker.
Um, I think what you're talking about is when I was talking about patterns, right? We see a pattern within a certain um demographic or something. It's up to us whether we want to stereotype it or not and speak on the stereotypes. And that was referring to whether if we want to speak on um the high it was high body counts and what we can see within them and the qualities they may have. But it was like what 10 minutes ago, so I can't really remember, but I appreciate you for letting me go though.
Okay, okay. If you remember, just put in the chat that you want to speak. Go ahead, broker.
You gotta start taking your turn, bro.
Nah, lucky. Go ahead.
Take that.
Y'all gonna take this mute too, not saying.
So yeah, I don't think I got nothing else. Somebody shared this live with me. I usually don't even get in groups like this. When I came in at first, it was a really good conversation with
So,
like-minded
broker, let me
people.
say this real quick though. You can't put the whole you can't put one person and then put it on the whole group because of one person, man. Sometimes you got to realize who you talking to.
The way it's been
Sometimes,
going for like 30, 45 minutes is crazy,
yeah,
right?
and yeah, you went
That's
back and
what I
forth with
mean.
them. That's
It's
so
not
that'll be
you.
your fault, right?
I know it's not you. I'm not
Right,
saying
exactly.
that.
So that's what I'm saying. But I know you don't know Jerome like that. I think everybody on this app dang near almost know about this guy. So
I
I get to
don't.
a
I have
point that
not
you
ever
can't
seen
really
any
take
of
them
you guys
serious. I'm sorry.
before.
I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
Jerome, but yeah, nobody can really take you serious. So obviously, you must have been your first time running into him. So,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, you let him get you out your square. That's you.
I think
Yeah.
this is pretty interesting, to be honest.
Never let me unmute. Yeah, we can all speak now. I just want to make sure everybody got a chance to say separately what they were trying to say.
I want to ask J Dub a question though.
Uh
Go
Do
ahead.
body count matter to you?
Of course.
What the? Oh, I was
No,
hoping
but
you
no, no,
didn't.
no,
I was
no. I
hoping
don't
you
want
didn't
no
say
dud
that,
in the
dog.
bed. I don't want no
I
dud.
was I
I
was
don't want
hoping you
no
didn't
dud
say
in
that
the
because
bed.
I know what I just heard earlier though.
I
So
understand what you
you
heard. What?
sound like just like the rest of these women. Well, what about having fun? And I know we have
Yeah,
a past and all that stuff. That's
every
the same
time.
thing that these women be saying
Let's
about
have
that.
fun.
And then
Let's
Hold
have
on,
fun.
right,
Let's have fun.
have fun, right? And then you gonna say body count matter.
No, I
hold
mean,
on.
Like
I'm
you
Look,
cool with
contradicting
J Dub,
12. I'm
yourself.
cool with
J Dub.
12.
When you
I'm
say
cool
body
with
count
12.
matter, do you want a low body
I'm
count or
cool
like a
with
high body
12.
count? So you good with a high body count. So you want the experience.
No, it don't. I got the experience. Shit.
Bro, whenever she having fun, don't judge her, right? What about
I'm
that?
not gonna judge her. I'm gonna ask the
Okay.
question. I will ask the question. Hey,
Oh my god. Asking
I
the
will
question as a
ask the question.
judgment.
Me personally, I'll ask her. I
And
mean, damn.
see,
But
this
look,
is
why does that
the
matter
worst
though?
part about
I will ask the
the
question.
whole
You know what I'm talking
discussion.
But
about? You
J
see
Dub,
why
why
we
does
have a
that matter?
problem?
What you say? I
Like,
think Cuz is talking.
Zero.
What you say,
They're
Cuz?
all trying to speak though.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you
why
see
this
why we have
whole
a
thing
problem.
is
First
so
off,
horrible,
let me.
man. Hey, let me go ahead
Go
and
ahead,
finish this
Daenerys.
up, Jerome. So, this is what's so horrible about this whole conversation. So we all know that women prefer experience. Women, if a man get in there don't know what he's doing, she's gonna laugh and talk about you in that group chat
Mhm.
to her friends, and you're going to be the joke for the whole
Man, no,
day.
she
They
ain't.
gonna
She gonna
they
be
get a
like, I'm
nickname.
finna teach him and blow his mind. If she any kind
What?
of What?
Hey,
Stop
bro. You
lying.
can believe that if you want to, but I'm here to tell you, you gonna be in that group chat, Brody. But anyways, back to what I was saying. And then, in retrospect to that, we want women not to have a lot of bodies. So you see how that work? We got all these men going around. We banging, we knocking it out the park. We going crazy. But then when we get to a woman, we like, oh man, you got too many bodies. It's just gonna
Well,
always contradict itself all the time. Cause we gon' finesse good women out of their box. If you good at what you do, you're going to finesse good women.
okay, so
I,
say you
Did you
got
not say
25 body
we?
counts. She can't have 25 body counts?
bro, honestly, if I tell you the truth of my body count, bro, I wouldn't want a girl who has
Well, I
a
said
derivative
25.
of that.
I said 25. I didn't even, you didn't have to say
I'm
all
sorry,
that.
but if you a man counting your body count, something wrong with you.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I stopped count. I lost count after a certain point.
Uh,
But I wouldn't want no woman like me. Hell no.
But look,
you
this
ain't
the
gonna
thing.
get
Even
married.
if she do tell you that her body count low, how you know that woman telling you the truth?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you.
nobody will never know that though.
I'm
Yeah, you
trying to
would
Uh,
tell
never
you.
know.
It's
Listen,
called
y'all,
hot
only
water.
Jerome knows.
y'all, y'all, y'all,
My
y'all,
bad.
y'all
But ain't
It's
keep,
called
nobody.
hot
y'all
water
keep
and
silencing me, and I'm trying to
that
teach y'all
stuff.
boys how you
Like,
gonna
No, I'm
know
good. I'm
exactly
dealing with your
how a woman
teachers,
got a body.
Jerome. I'm done, man. I'm done.
I'm not trying to learn, Jerome.
I'm
I'm
trying to
good.
teach y'all boys how you do it.
what?
Hey, how
Teach
about you
what?
go in his room and
You can
learn this
make
since you want to learn
you
so
can make
much?
us aware of how to do it, but you can't teach us a damn thing because I don't want to
I'm
learn.
trying to tell you.
Constantly track.
But
I
okay,
ain't
but like I
teaching.
said, it's funny though because I used to have those. It makes sense though, right? And I get where the talking points come from. You know, women want a lot of experience and all that other stuff, right? I do. It depends on the type of woman because I think we try to put everybody in the same type of category and stuff. Because
Exactly.
some, like I said, some women ain't banged out like that, so they can probably kind of care less about how a dude with experience and stuff. Because some
Me
of them
personally,
has been focused on themselves. Who is that, man?
I'm sorry. That was
I
my phone. I don't know what I need to do.
mute. That's what you got to
Okay.
do.
All right. I want to say something.
Uh, um,
Go
you
ahead.
had a flip phone.
No, hell no.
Oh, it scared me a little bit. Like, what the, how the heck you on here?
I mean, I'm
Uh,
looking at y'all.
but nah, it do depend on the type of woman though. And some people got, I guess for a lot of people, it is like a sexual based relationship. You know, some dudes fall in love because they getting that top so good, so they end up falling in love and thinking that's real love. I think we do mix up love and lust a lot. We do. I think no, I ain't gonna think. I know we do. A lot of us do that. We think that because she throwing that fat booty on us heavy and stuff. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, this is the one and all that other stuff or whatever. And this, you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why we can't pick the right ones because we can't see beyond just our Peter for the most part. It's the only reason why I've been doing my little discipline thing for so much because I realized where we kind of trapped up, messed up at. That's why a lot of us talk in certain ways because we don't see beyond just, we think that, oh man, she's gonna cheat on us and she's gonna talk down on us and all this other stuff. That's because them the type of women. These are the same ones that we complain about, but then we still trying to entertain them at the same time and try to keep them because like, dang, no, I don't. At the end of the day, if you're getting a woman that's going based off of mentality or some type of growth or whatever, I don't think she try to make that really that important though. I highly doubt that though because I mean anybody can beat something up or whatever. I mean I don't even say everybody, but my thing is though, like we still had this fear that okay, if I don't do this and or whatever, the, whatever the situation, if I don't do this, man, I might lose her. I think you picking the wrong women. That's just what it is. So we can't put everybody in that same box. And that's how I had to find. I had to figure that out a while ago. Like, dang, do I really like this woman, or do this woman really like me? If I don't give her this, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say you could tell a real person.
By the way, they carry.
I mean, you could tell if you could stand a person. Like if you can't stand them without it, you can't stand them. That's one thing I had to learn because it's like it's so many people. Even TV do that. They put up with it. Well, now I really don't like you like that, but I'm gonna take you to that back room and take care of you. You know what I'm saying? Beat the trauma out of you. So I don't know, some weird stuff. They be coming up with some funny stuff. I be thinking about that stuff though. I'm gonna show you not to have an attitude with me. All this other stuff though, but they really have an attitude problem. You know what I'm saying? That's only a temporary thing. That's a coat. That's just a freaking coat.
Dang, beat the
And
Can I speak? When
you
you
gonna
talk,
beat the trauma
Can
out
I
of
get
them?
2 minutes?
can I say
Can I
something?
get like can I get like 3 minutes?
That's
Now that's pound time. That's
the I mean, people would say
Can I get
anything
like 3 minutes
nowadays, and
real quick?
it be juicy to them too. They love it. They be loving that stuff. Like, oh man, yes you will, yes you will. But at
Can
the
I
end of the
say
day, that
something?
trauma ain't going away. That's just for that moment, and she's going to be relying on you to do that. I mean, like I said, I don't know. I really trying to escape the average, I guess, because I realize that's the problem that's going on today. You know, even society pushes us out. That's the reason why a lot of us made these mistakes and stuff because we look at how TV put it out. You know,
Internet.
even the other things are, hey, you gotta kiss each other and all this other stuff or whatever. But no, that's really how it is. And Disney messed us up all type of stuff. You know, they think that real love is when you first in my eyeballs if I see you and all this other stuff. They really think that's what real love is. I'm coming back my sound off. No, they doing my twin like that. Why they do
Oh,
that?
y'all can't hear me.
Uh,
Huh?
Oh, you can't hear me?
can I
Yeah,
say
okay.
something?
Oh, what you was
Oh,
talking? Huh?
Nah, we
okay.
What
listen.
happened?
Whatever.
Can I say something?
What you got?
Man, he said a whole bunch.
Yeah,
Um,
I
he
know.
said a whole bunch. So like me personally, I go off like your vibe, how you carry yourself. If you can't be a lady at all times, like I'm not trying to like be in a relationship with you. But if you like to have fun, you know what I'm saying? Whoop whoop whoop. You know,
What's that?
you know what you want. You know a person knows what they want.
Yeah.
And a person knows
Some
like
people
man,
don't.
a
A lot
girl
of
could
people
be
don't.
like, man, I know I can't take him home, but man, girl, he fine. Look at him. And then you gonna be like, hey, bro, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I mean, shit, it is what it is. But I get exactly what everybody's saying though. But and then beating the brakes off of 'em. Man, I'm not trying to beat the brakes off something I just like don't give a damn about. If I got this crush, we've been talking, and then she finally let me smash. Oh yeah, but that, this, and that. Oh no, I don't give a fuck about beating the brake. Beat the brakes off what,
So
boo?
here go another thing I want to throw on there then. Um I realize at the end of the day it's a confidence thing. A lot of people that be a lot of us do think we confident though. And that's why I say I ask so many whys. I asked myself so many whys and I finally had to not find I figured out certain answers with different things. So even with this, right? Where it's a lot of dudes that be like, which I think I heard a couple times when if you don't like I said the same old thing, you don't break them down and stuff like that, they might leave you, stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
I think once I got away with that, because the thing is, like I said, it's a confidence thing. That means that's all you relying on is your Peter to save your relationship. Or
huh?
some people rely on money. It's
Huh?
always these what ifs. If I don't do this, then she might do that. My thing is, I don't think a lot of people know. They don't know really what they don't really know what they want for real. They only going based off of what society put out and think this is how you got to treat your lady and all this stuff. Of course, they're gonna advocate for that stuff because at the end of the day, that's a high chance of getting them pregnant. There's more money for the government and all that other stuff. So they're not about to be like they're gonna tell you all the silliest stuff they can, and they're gonna push out as many messages out like trippy red. Oh, what's that? Trippy red. Sex smexy red and all that. Stuff like that. Anything to keep pushing stuff out. Oh, stop using condoms. Stop doing all that stuff so they can keep on messing us up. It's gonna make them more money, but it's messing us up as a family, our kids, and all this stuff. And it got us talking like this. You know what I'm saying? That if I don't do this, then this is going to happen to me. So many people so scared, and I think I was talking about that earlier. So many people so scared to be alone. They really is. So many people scared that
Exactly.
they gonna miss out on this so-called good person. If it's a good person or whatever the situation is, they wouldn't have left you anyways. It'd be the stupidest stuff that people leave you for. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't even know what real love is. They don't know. They think love is really these things. Is that how much I give this person, or how much I give this person. You know what I'm saying? That too. I mean, it's all that, but it's like you do got to find that person you connect with. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same. I guess y'all like to say the word rhetoric. That's the same thing that kept getting pushed out, and they putting in people's heads that you must do this for your girl, or she's gonna leave you, or you must do this for your man, or she's gonna leave you. No, if they gonna leave, they gonna leave. It should be nothing in front of. I mean, it shouldn't take something that you have to That oh man, I don't know
Put
how
Like
to
in
what
get
I
to
know
it.
what
between.
you're saying. What you're saying is that
Hey, so one good question. What is love and what is
What
happiness?
is what is
Love is
love?
an
So
action.
What is true love?
Love is kind.
so
Love is peace.
so
love
love
is
It's an
love is
action.
love is no different from any other emotion.
Love is
It's
kind.
love, happiness, and all that stuff. So it's
Love is
basically
but
kind.
just
Love
no.
is peace.
basically some
What
type of
you were
it could be
saying
that
is
you
that
could say that to so many forms. Just like
So it's
happiness would
all
be joy.
based on a
A
person's
person, right?
perspective, correct?
Love is
Exactly,
So if a
exactly.
yeah, love is
person
subjective.
is happy, so hear me out. If a person is happy with buying those nice things, how is that not true love if it's truly making them happy?
but look, first of all, you gotta
Yeah,
realize
because
that happiness is a temporary emotion.
Exactly.
yeah, it is.
It's a temporary emotion. And
Correct.
I'm about to jump off real quick, but I just want to go back to a question I asked earlier and tell you why. I have a podcast. I had a couple players on my podcast, a couple battle rappers on my podcast, and I asked the same question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather a woman come experienced or not? One person said what all you guys said, and everybody jumped on his head. Like every female have a whole stage. I don't care what the female say.
Facts.
Every,
Monkey.
every female have a whole stage. I don't
You
want no female who haven't had her whole
okay.
stage.
Shit.
Now
And
what
that's
y'all
a
saying?
fact.
So if a
But we
man
it
told
Because
you
don't
that,
matter to
that's a
because
me.
because
Don't
she's a
dumbass
call me a
virgin.
shit.
virgin.
She's the virgin, right? And you done married her in a white dress,
Hell no.
and she got them homegirls in her ear.
Don't let them
Now
be
she want to see
black,
what the
white
fuck she
girls.
missing. So
Bro,
then
you got
again,
one
I'm
more
gonna
time to
ask.
do that, man. You gotta mute up, bro. Let them finish.
No.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
lame
ask
as
the
fuck
question
anyway.
again. Why would you want someone to come unexperienced? For one, you got to break her in, right? So that means you ain't really getting the box because you got to break her in. Then you got to, she's not knowing what her body's going to go through. So you damn near go feel like you raping her or
Oh
whatever
my,
word I'm supposed to use. I'm going to jump off because I don't know about this type of talk.
bro, you
You
must be
know?
new to TikTok for sure.
Um, I don't know about if I was a guy, if I would want a
This for
woman that's
y'all.
experienced. And it's gonna be some women that say, "Oh no, I never had a whole stage. My whole stage was in 2002. I was fucking with two dudes at the same time in 2002. That was my
Oof.
whole stage. I had that before. Everybody goes through it. They might not even think that's
So
whole.
they was
It
breaking
is.
you, babe.
Can I rebuttal what she said real quick after she done? Just one
Yeah,
little
yeah,
thing.
yeah. No, look,
Oh, I've been waiting for so long. So, and you know I'll be 2 seconds.
No, you don't.
So,
But yeah, you can go. I think she
I
ain't
want
done
to
yet
hear
though.
what
Let her finish.
Conscious got to say.
Huh? Oh,
I
you,
want to
Uh
hear from Conscious. I don't.
I about the when you had said about the she might feel like that he's graping her. If she feel like that, it's a good chance he probably is because I don't care if he's experienced and you know she is a virgin. It shouldn't feel like that at all if you know what he's doing.
Right.
That's it. I just wanted to say that because like I heard that and then, if I heard it wrong, I'm sorry, but
No,
yeah.
you didn't. You heard it right. I'm just saying those are all chances that you go take because you could probably barely be touching her, but
Right, right. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you.
you know what I mean? She
Mm-hmm.
feeling like she dying. I know I felt like I was dying my first time around. And second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, tenth to be exact. Felt like I was dying. That's what y'all want? Just for
must
y'all
not been
ego?
that bad if you went two at a time.
I'm just trying to understand, like, does your ego mean that much?
Wait, what
But
does
Did
like
she
it
say
got to
that
do
she
with this
was
room?
I can say this: most
I mean,
dudes
does
they
it mean
don't
it's
know how to. Oh, go ahead, Arthur. Okay, I finished. Most dudes they don't know how to stroke, and they watch a lot of corn, so that they think that that's how you actually is supposed to have sex, but it's nothing like that. Like I tell men, take your time with that woman until you figure out what's her limits and how far you can actually take her, but don't just go all the way to the match from jump because then she gonna be like, "What the hell going on?"
And then to reply to J Dub, her friends don't necessarily have to be hoes. Her friend could be a married woman with one man who that man is putting it down. And she describing how he putting it down and you ain't. So now she want to go figure out what she missing. She don't have to be a hoe to be telling her friend about getting that good.
That's why I wish people wouldn't like think to try to find the person that's gonna break them like versus realize like we were talking about wasn't it's probably one of us over here. But they were talking about that as far as like sometimes like chemistry and people think like, oh, it's just one person that's doing it. But yeah, I mean, women have that mindset too. That's true. They have the mindset of like, okay, I'm trying to find that. So like, whether or not you got with her after she done been with a couple men or before, if her mindset drifts off like that, I mean, I agree, that can happen. But that's why I think these conversations is good, because trying to find that good in some dude, that's really crazy to have.
Can you say something real quick?
So I was trying to understand what she was confused about.
Is it my turn?
What you got, man? I feel like what you got, man.
And that's exactly why I tell y'all, man, when y'all take women too serious, it's a damn joke. They already done told y'all what type of life. So first off, the only thing that you need to be taking serious is your damn chicken, baby. All right? You need to be having the skill to pay the damn bills, not these damn women.
So what I'm
Do you
hearing
hear?
from
Hold
her,
on.
it's like I feel like, you know,
My spiel
it's
ain't
all
gonna be too
about trying to
long.
satisfy somebody.
Exactly. First off,
Hey man, if you want to satisfy
Hey,
I
a
would
woman,
never teach
learn how
my
hold
to
up,
work
real
your
quick.
coochie
son.
muscle.
Hold up, Jerome. Jay, man, I don't know if you ever knew the TikTok. I don't know, man. But bro, when somebody talking, just mute and wait till your turn. 'Cause I ain't about to drop you again, man. I don't know if you even learned that from before. That's weird. But yeah, 'cause I can't hear two people talking at one time. Go ahead, Jerome.
All right, and I'm gonna be quick with it. All right, first off, I would never teach my son that he has anything to do with trying to figure out women. All right. The first off, skills pay the bills. All right. As a man, the first thing you need to get right is your damn chicken. All right. When these women are talking about how they're doing with different men, these are commodities to you. Just like you got a fast car, you need to start thinking about these women the same way. You just heard what women just said. They could deal with multiple men. They could do a. These are just things that you have on the side. Just like how you have a nice watch. And I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. Just like how you have a nice watch or you got a nice car. That's the same thing with these women. These are not things to take serious. Now, when you finally get a girl to take serious, she's not gonna be playing the same way that these other women are playing. Where she's talking about, well, I could deal with multiple men and this and no. What you should be doing, and this is exactly why they had a problem. The reason why they had a problem with the passport bros is because a lot of men that's out here, they've never been across seas. So now, if you're African American and you know how to go across seas, meaning when you go across seas, you know how to be polite, you know how to be, cordial. Okay. These women, yeah, the first thing they're gonna say to you is, "Oh, well, you're African American. All right, so you obviously have a job, you have decent pay." But the thing with them is they're thinking about family. All right. And not only are they thinking about family, they're beautiful. So when you're dealing with these type of women out here, they thinking about how to get thrashed on by three different men. They think, why would you deal with that? I'm trying to understand why would you deal with that. So what I would say to y'all men is, all right, when you see women that talk like this in the chat, the women that talk like this, all right, when you see them, you run across the street and you damn clutch your damn wallet. All right. There's no reason why you have to even be in the same category with women who talk and act like this. All right. And like I said, they're never going to tell you their body count. That's fine. But we understand, I think, from what we understood tonight, we understood how or what their body counts is. We don't really have to ask these women that's on this live right now what their body counts is. Because I already know it's 30 and above for all of them. And that's just my guesstimation. But what I'll
You're
tell
doing
y'all
too
is
much,
y'all ain't
bro.
gotta
You
worry
need to chill
about
on that.
nothing else.
You're being
Hold
weird.
on. Is there echo in here? Because I think I'm still speaking. I didn't finish. My guesstimation in here is, first off, what y'all need to be doing. If y'all really want to get a family, you don't get it. And I'm gonna say it. And I know y'all gonna get mad at me. I'm gonna say you don't get it with the black American woman. Because that's not what she wants. She wants to be a 3-0 thotty. She wants to be what's that? Sexy red. She wants to be that. But if you actually want a woman that actually wants to have kids with you and have a whole family with you, so when somebody comes to your house, y'all see certificates on the wall, you see plaques on the wall, your kids know 2 or 3 languages. If you're trying to be that type of man, no, you don't deal with the black woman. Because a black woman ain't on that type of level. You know the level that she's on?
Sorry, my hand slipped. Anybody else trying to?
Wait, hold on. Who cut me off? Was it the
You're exactly what's wrong with men.
Well,
And
I'm
you
not
need to
finished
focus
talking,
on your
so don't
3
cut
baby
me off.
mamas before you come in here trying to
I got
stereotype
like
and
at
bring down
least 30
women.
more
What's wrong
seconds.
with you? Focus on
No,
your
well,
3
at the
baby
end of the
mama
day,
first.
yeah, that's the problem that y'all have.
Focus on your 3 baby mama
I,
first before you come in here
well,
trying to
first off,
start
you
all
can't
that riot
focus
stuff.
on one baby mama because you can't even get her satisfied. So you could never
Oh, I
talk
know
like
her.
me.
I know what I'm doing.
No, man, you can't
I've
even
That's
been
keep
why
know
I
what
one
I'm
got
girl
3
doing.
baby
No,
happy.
but
mamas.
you need to focus on your 3
You
baby
can't
mama.
even keep
Obviously, you're
one
not
girl
spending enough
happy.
time with them.
Of
Hey,
course, I got to
Jay,
keep 30
ladies,
girls
ladies,
happy.
Can you
calm
shut
down,
the fuck
ladies.
up so he can
Calm
finish?
down, ladies.
I literally had like 30 more seconds left,
Go
but
ahead,
Jay,
Jerome.
you're
Go ahead.
so upset. You're so upset because you can't keep your
Jerome, go
one
ahead,
baby
finish.
mama
Go ahead,
happy.
finish.
All right, and I'm about to land it like
Baby
this.
mamas. 'Cause
All
I don't
right.
got no baby mamas because I'm responsible.
Oh, you can't because
Because
you're
I'm
infertile.
responsible.
The hell you talking about?
I'm
Your sperm don't work.
responsible.
Can I
I'm
say
Hey, yo,
smart.
something?
Jay.
Anyway,
Can I talk?
anyway.
Hey, you ended. Go
Fuck
ahead.
up.
You
Let him
see,
finish.
can I land my
Can I
little
talk?
Go ahead.
30
Ladies,
seconds?
ladies, ladies, calm down,
Jerome,
ladies.
just
Let
finish.
one at a
Let
Man,
him
time.
finish.
ridiculous. Jay,
Can I talk?
relax. Everybody relax. And I'm about to land my little jet. At the end of
Oh
the
my
day,
God.
you're supposed to be dealing with women
Crash
who
out.
actually care about family. All right. And y'all black men, yeah, I don't know if y'all know it, but y'all the most in line to have whoever y'all want. Y'all just
Huh?
don't know that yet. That's why black women try to tell y'all not nothing, y'all not this. But guess what? If you go anywhere else, women love you. Women love you. They love your height. They love your hair. They love all of that. So y'all need to get up out of the black woman's way. Let her do the B4 movement because it's best for them. You know why? Don't have no kids because y'all the one that's messing all the kids up. Don't have no kids.
Okay, y'all. Y'all see Exhibit A, guys. Don't have kids now. Next, let's go to clap real quick. Go ahead, clap.
Hey, y'all, this
You
is
took
Saul. I'm
some
just
of my
using.
30 seconds, but I'll let it rock.
That was a
Bro, you
minute.
been
That
talking
was
all day. You good,
right.
bro?
Like, go ahead. Go ahead, clap. I mean, so.
Okay,
What
so
happened, man? You
which
still ain't got
question?
your page, man?
Man, I got like pages
Huh?
banned right now.
Oh my gosh.
I
What
got
the?
like 8 pages banned right now. It's all right. I get them
Yeah.
all at the end of the week. So listen.
Oh
Okay, wait.
my.
Are we just going off of the first one? Because that little fine print, I can't even see that shit.
It's the first
Which
two.
one are we
Yeah,
on?
I
Which
guess
one are
we
we
can get
on?
it back started. Let's get it. So I'll read it for you. The
Okay.
first one.
So
Why
read
can't
the.
men and women get along today?
Oh, I can see that one. That's the big one. I'm talking about the little one underneath it.
Oh, the little one. Okay. What advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another?
Shit. Well, the first one, I'll answer the first one first. Why can't
Okay.
men and women get along today? I think it's because men and women were raised differently.
Mhm.
I think men were raised to
Mm-hmm.
believe that they're supposed to be a provider, a protector, and profess their love for women. A lot of men today was raised on 90s R&B. I give you the sun, the moon, the rain, the stars, and the mountains. I give you the world. We was raised on all that shit. But then our women, their aunties and mothers and grandmothers were telling them something behind closed doors. They were telling women, hey, don't you be worried about no man. You chase after you get your education. You worry about you. You know, you get your money, you get your own house, and you don't worry about no man. You know, I don't want you to have to depend on no man. And some fathers were telling the women the same thing. So the teach their son one thing, but then teach their daughter so totally different thing. Throwing toxic messages in there like, hey, I'm teaching you this so you ain't got to depend on no man. I'm gonna teach you how to change this tie so you don't have to depend on no man. And those years, the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, was the poison that was put inside of women and men's minds that have kept us apart and is slowly killing the black community and the black family. Now, how do we get back together? I think it's slowly going to happen by people constantly losing. Nature always finds its course. Women will understand I have to play this specific role, and if I want a man to play this specific role, and vice versa. Because you cannot continue to fail if you have any level of intelligence. You cannot continue to fail at relationships over and over and over and not realize that you're the problem. It's something wrong with you because you're the common denominator. And I think that the that's watching us fuck this all completely up and going to watch the massive homelessness that's going to happen here in the next 20 years, they're going to come back together. The youth is going to start singing. The black boys are going to start singing to women again. The black girls are going to start being in love with black men again. They're going to start dancing together again. Just like that Boys to Men sons, they're starting to sing those R&B songs again. And they're going to come back in love while we are all separated, old, and dying by ourselves. I land.
All right. What you got, conscious?
Um, why can't let me see? Why can't men and women get along today? Because the lack of communication between the man and the woman, and this kind of go with the second question. Seems like it goes together with what I'm about to say.
Hey
Because the
Kev,
advice
Kev,
that
Yeah.
do you got a cash app that you can drop people?
What the heck? It is under me.
Well, okay,
It's
let
real
me see.
tiny though. It's Mr. Money Broke.
is at the bottom under his picture. So
Mr. Money what? It's called Mr. Money
Mr.
what?
Money Broke.
Mr. Money broke. Yeah. All right, hold on. Stand by.
all right. So look. Anyways, uh, the miscommunication is like men. We speak directly and we say directly what we want. Women, on the other hand, they would speak indirectly, and it's like the fact that once you figure that out, then communication is easy, and that, and also taking the time out to actually listen to what the other person is saying. And when you take the time out to listen to what they're saying and get a full understanding of that person, then communication would be easier because then you can ask questions on what they just said and let them actually finish to get the full statement and not trying to reply to half of a sentence, you know? And I land right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, who next? Let's see. Let's start off with Sergi then. Let's get it going. What
Yes,
you got
sir.
for?
Why can't men and women get along today? I think if I think about how we engage
Oh,
on
man, I'm
TikTok.
sorry, conscious.
Oh, ooh, why conscious? No, I think you got a lot of people who don't know how to engage in like individual thought. Like everything is a trend now. Everything is a movement. It's a tag along. It's a join the bandwagon. And I think it's caused us to have some disconnect in communication. I don't know. I grew up 80s, 90s. We knew how to talk to each other. I mean, we didn't have to always agree with each other, but we knew how to have conversations. So I think our socialization skills are a little bit damaged as well. That's it.
What's the advice?
My advice would be to begin to get back out into the world and be around each other again instead of arguing
Hmm.
online and hiding behind the screen, just to learn how to engage again.
Hmm. Okay.
That's all.
All right. J Dub, don't tell me he about to be muted for the first time. I had to argue with him to get that. That's crazy. Ain't that something? Let's do it. Did you hear? J Dub? Uh, Twin, on you.
My
Twin. Oh.
pick something else to unmute. It's so crazy. Okay. The why can't men get along? But yeah, I think it's definitely besides the fact of how they've been raised. If I'm gonna just say speak like from this moment right here, it's because no one really stands on much. So because whatever somebody says tomorrow, they're gonna be changed from it. They're gonna do it versus just having your own conscious mind and what is right and what works with for you type thing. Like it doesn't happen like that because everybody is listening to so many different type of people. And then a lot of people just want to do what they want. And with doing what they want doesn't get the results they're wanting. So everybody else is the problem. So if men are saying, hey, this is why you're not getting women, this is, vice versa. No one's wanting to listen to each other. So the coming together don't happen. What advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another? We already said communication. We definitely already said that.
Hmm.
Communication is very important. Um, so you got to echo. Doo-doo-doo. I would say also self-reflection. I always say self-reflection because,
Hmm.
how can you change anything outwardly without changing it inwardly first? When you do the opposite, you don't really realize it has a lot to do with you. I think that's why a lot of times women have a problem with what men say, and they say let women talk to women, men talk to men type thing because they see things that women won't say, and that can be hurtful. It's like, oh, you pierced something internally, you weren't supposed to see that, versus just going internally and seeing like, man, okay, that's true. That's something I could think about. And I think it's the opposite end. Like women, saying like, hey, this is what affects us as women. Why we feel like we can't open up, we can't do this, whatever case is. They're not always willing to hear it. I think I still stand on the fact I think men have to abide more than women do. And I think because we know we have that leeway a little bit, we are not as reluctant to change or to do things that will better benefit each other. But I think it's just on both ends self-reflection.
Mm. Broker, what you got for us?
I answered it. I answered those questions
Oh,
already.
you did. You did. You did. Make sure. I think. Let me see. Did Jay go? I think Jay did it too. I thought about it.
Nah, I
You
never
didn't?
responding to someone.
Okay, because yeah, we had shifted off. So I'm trying to make sure I got everybody in. So okay, why men and women can't get along today?
Um, I think everything is it's all just misinformation. I always mention education. We all need education. We all need to be properly informed. There's always going to be, fighting. There's always going to be conflict. But if we can just get a lot of education out there and promote well-being, better well-being, and just everything like that, we can fight the misinformation that causes people to go into conflicts, such as like sperm affecting your brain and stuff like that. Um, what advice would you give a man and a woman to become better with one another? Well, I would say, since the media, it forces you to be a certain way, think a certain way, and just overall be misinformed, that'll cause you to have more conflict if we can, you know, like even with they were saying, oh, they wanted to ban TikTok. This is an app where you can get access to information, even though it can be bad, but it can also be good. So if we can create more apps or easier ways for technology to provide better information.
Okay, Jerome. I said Jerome in the house.
I'm bugging out.
Why can't men and women get along?
Uh,
Short version.
that's easy. Why can't men and women get along? Because y'all be dealing with the wrong type of women. That's
Mm.
why men and women can't get along. All right. You don't chase women. All right. A woman gonna chase you. What do I mean by that? Number one, y'all need to stop thinking that y'all the ones that's picking these women. Y'all not. These women are the ones that's picking you. And just be satisfied with the one that picks you. All right. There was a saying back in the day. Women used to drop handkerchiefs in front of you. So if a woman don't drop the handkerchief in front of you to let you know that she wants you, you don't deal with those type of women. So that's why y'all men keep losing, because y'all be so damn thirsty about a damn woman, and she don't even want you. Her whole type, the way that she's thinking about a man, her whole archetype, and what she thinking about, it ain't nothing like you, boy. So that's why you need to relax, slow down, bring your thing, calm down. Whatever it is that you're doing, just relax. If somebody gonna fall into your lap. Next, it says, I can't even read that. What advice would you have give a man and a woman to become better with one another? What I would tell men, when it comes to dealing with women, I'm gonna tell men this one thing, and this should just answer all the questions. You don't pick the woman, all right? The woman picks you. And what I mean by that is when you're dealing with women, the woman that really wants you, she's gonna show you that she wants you. And it doesn't matter
Oh,
if you
I'm
just a
talking about
regular digger.
relationship. I'm
Hold
talking
on,
about
I think I'm speaking. Thank you. It doesn't matter where you work at or whatever the case is, whatever stock that you at. A woman that really wants to get with you, she gonna like you for you. So that's why I try to tell men, like, look, you could take your time. You don't understand. You age like fine wine. You don't have to be pressing these women. Don't do that. And I will always tell men that when you dealing, you don't go press women at all, at all. That's the last thing you need to do with women is going to press them, because guess what? The woman that's supposed to fall into your lap, she gonna fall into your lap. You know how? Like the old saying says, she's gonna drop a handkerchief in front of you. You're gonna realize what she was saying. And I don't give a damn if you're one of those guys that like playing Roblox. You gonna find a girl that likes playing Roblox. She gonna drop a handkerchief in front of you. All y'all gotta do is relax. Stop trying to run after a big booty and a smile and all of that. That's not y'all thing to do. Just relax and focus on your chicken. Focus on your money. And once you could do that, you gonna get the girl that falls right into your lap. And if it takes you until you're 30, that's fine. But you're gonna find that girl. Don't just run into what you think with your damn brain cells. All right. 'Cause a lot of y'all gonna keep jumping into women, and y'all gonna be spending money on women, and they're gonna be eating y'all money up with women, and maybe she'll even get you knocked up. Yeah, because women do that. As much as they try to say that they're not the ones that be coming over here trying to trap men. Oh, they trap men. So let's just say you're an IT guy. She will get you trapped up because you didn't listen to what I said. She's gonna fall into your lap. So stop playing with these women. You need to be focusing on your chicken. Don't play with these women. And I'll win.
What? My boy did a decent time, man. I'm proud of you.
You hear me?
That's all you, cuzzo.
Yeah. Why can't men and women get along today? That's because we need to stop trying to play God. Everybody, let me get my stuff too. Oh no, I'm talking to my people. But yeah, we gotta stop trying to play God, bro. Everybody trying to change gender roles, and man, it been like
Oh
that since
my.
the beginning of time. Like I already paid for it. Yeah, I already paid for it. Yeah, I just paid Apple Pay. My fault, y'all. But yeah, everybody trying to play God. Like even if you go back to it's cool. I'll take it like that.
She
All right,
said,
have a good one. But even back if you take it to 800 BC and all that, back then, what did men do? Men went out, they got the gold. Either they was raiding, getting gold, and they was going to war while women did what? They took care of home. They did whatever they had to do to raise them kids. It's a reason for that. That's way before any of all this extra social media stuff that's out here trying to, man, all this shit trying to play God, bro. We
You
can't
realize you
play
said
God.
800 BC, right?
Yes, I said that for a reason.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So you don't believe in, well, anyways, that's a whole different topic. But anyways, that's my answer to that. We cannot sit here and try to change the dynamics of who we are, our genetic makeup, what we here for. That's my answer for that one. And what advice would you give and a woman to become better for one another? Um, understand yourself and get somebody that compliments you. Stop dealing with all these people that don't compliment you or y'all don't click, y'all don't go together. If she don't want kids and you want kids, you're
They go
not
along.
gonna change her mind. It's not gonna happen. If you want to go to work and have a stay-at-home wife, but she too career oriented, it's not gonna work. Y'all gonna butt heads. So all that, okay, it's masculine, feminine. No, it's about get what you want. Be around people that's like-minded. You can't be around 10 people that's not doing business and you the only person in business talking about let's get money together. It's not gonna work.
Why would
That's
you?
that's that's literally insanity. But that's it. That's all I got.
I got
Back
an
to
Hey
you,
answer to
King.
y'all,
that
I'm
question
back.
now.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I got an answer to the second question. The advice I would give. Earlier, I said relax, but now I feel like I would tell men and women both stay in your lane. Don't swerve over into nobody else's lane. Don't worry about what that man got going on. Worry about yourself.
That's
Men,
what's wrong
stop
with
worrying
today.
about what women got going on. Worry about yourself. And then try to come together. But while you sitting there worried about what the hell she got going on, it's too much. And check your pride and ego at the door on both sides. That's the advice I would give.
all right. I think that's everybody. Did Jay, the dub go? I think I tried to ask you earlier. He was muted or something. I think.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
I know y'all probably don't like how I'm talking and stuff, but
No,
my
you
thing is this,
good. You
learn
just
to
need
love
to.
yourself.
No, you
Learn to
good.
love yourself before you even try to give your world, your energy, anything. Like, I talk that shit. I've been single for 6 years. Yeah, I do my thing. I'm nothing like people perceive me to be, but I had to learn to love myself before I could. I'm still learning to love myself before I can give this heart to the the wrong woman, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing so I can continue to love myself that much more, and so I can pour that much more love into the person that I'm going to be with. I don't judge. Everybody got a pass. That's what people fail to understand. Like everybody got a pass. Everybody got a pass. All right, that's all I'm saying.
I judge.
I could say a whole bunch, but y'all probably, I feel like y'all like, man, I wish this motherfucker blah, blah. But anyway, all right. I ain't gonna be like that dude Jerome. That dude is wild. And like my thing, I feel like the dude just really insecure because of the way how he speaks and third party about women and third party about guys. Like you don't treat people like that. So I know he flexing. And the guy right here to the left with the glasses on, hey man, you gotta learn to love yourself before you can like you keep talking about smashing, man. Man, smashing, man. Smashing gonna come. Hey, lasting, man. Think our stores. Learn to work your Kegel muscles. It's easy. Learn to work. I'm telling you, it's not about sex. It's just about what you want. Like, if you want to be happy, if you don't want it based around sex, and she want it, leave it alone. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just talking.
Is we on the next question? I think so.
Yeah. Um, let's do that. We're gonna start with surgery. Um, what's the difference in example of individualist and communal mindset? If you dare surgery. Oh, there you go.
Mm, the difference
Hmm.
between the 2.
Yeah. What's the
You
difference?
say
And an example
individualism.
too.
So individualism is more self-centered, self-focused, so more so about your own achievements, your own progression, and furthering of your own desires or goals, whereas the communal mindset is more thinking about what is going to progress the community as a whole. Communal mindset is more about sacrifice in some instances, so sometimes putting your desires, to the side, not necessarily away, but if it doesn't coincide with what is going to further progress the community, it's kind of sacrificing that, in that moment, and kind of refocusing your attention to what's going to be the best choice to help everyone, essentially. So that's how I would differentiate the 2.
Hmm. You got an example like of a person. Like you got an example.
hmm So I could say, for example, if my football, well, my focus being career, right?
Hmm.
Me being more community minded versus individualism is maybe not necessarily, again, putting away my desire to continue to further education, but maybe focusing on family for a moment to just contribute to the community in that way. So, becoming a wife, becoming a mother, or even adopting, or, addressing community needs in that way, in more of that, I don't know, kind of a, can't think of a term right now, so a term for it. But again, like I said, kind of putting yourself in more of the communal existence versus individualized, or even thinking about more about the intergenerational way of living versus saying, well, I'm just want to have my own little immediate family, bringing in the parents, and kind of enhancing community in that way. So that would be one example.
Okay. Conscious.
Conscious, you there? Conscious.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I bet.
Okay, it's your turn.
What's the difference between a communal and an individual mindset? Mm, the difference is an individual mindset. I would say is more like I'm gonna say like it's how someone shapes the world and make sense of the world like within themselves. Uh, and the communal mindset will be more of like they share beliefs or like they share things with the community and believe what the community believe. Like they don't think for themselves, kind of. And like an
No,
example
like
of
the fuck
and, and like an example of the individual mindset would be working
individual,
on like right like working on your talents on your
right?
own through time and effort and like the communal
Individual.
individual before I said it and the
Copy
community
one.
would be like just taking what the community give you and just running with it and going with it without thinking for yourself pretty much. I land.
Mm. Twin.
Oh, okay, sorry. Uh, what's the difference between examples? Okay, so the difference between individualistic and communal mindset, simply individualistic mindset, like they're thinking by themselves on their own idea, their own what do you call it, desires, their own wants, pretty much, kind of like how 2024 is doing. Communal
Right.
mindset is coming together, thinking as a team, thinking as a whole, thinking of others and other than yourself, which is hard for many of us to do. So that's the difference, just thinking of other people other than yourself, and individual is thinking of just yourself. So the examples of individual thinking is when it comes to, let's say people want to see a change and you're like, well, hey, I'm not affected by it, so I don't care, type thing, right?
Mm.
So that's the individual mindset. Folks think about, hey, what about the future? What about your kids or kids, or, those that may be affected by you making this a mainstream thing as if it's okay and things like that. But it's like, as long as you're not individually affected because you're smart enough to not follow those things, you're not worried about it. Uh, and then the examples of communal is like, although, which is what we have a problem with, although I agree with this and believe this way, I understand that my situation can be anecdotal and I need to think outside of myself and think more for the masses than just me. So I'm going to make sure how I speak and how I interact and share certain things is going to be beneficial for not just me, but for those that are coming after me, those that are under the sound of my voice, all those different things. I'm thinking not just for how I feel and think, but how it may affect others listening or that's involved. If that makes sense.
Okay. Broker.
Um, when I think about the differences, individualist mindset is, of course, me thinking of myself. An example of that would be a travel agent. So when I book group travel, it is kind of hard, but I want all of that coin, so I do it by myself. But and then when I get to talking about communal mindset, I'm thinking about my team, right? So recently we got together, me and a couple other agents, and we're all booking group travel together. Although we're getting our own people, like we planned a trip to Bali next year. I'm getting my own people. I might only come up with 6 people. The other girl may come up with 20. The other girl might come up with 4, but we're going to market it all together. We're all going on the same date. We're all individually getting paid for whoever we bring in. But the way we market it and the pictures that we take, it's going to be a huge group so that once that trip is over, it's going to look like each one of us individually booked that trip when we got together as a community to market our brand, you know, that would be the best way that I would give an example of it.
Okay. Jay, I'm gonna answer this one too, though. I actually want to answer the rest of them. I'm gonna get to open the room up a little bit to see what point of view I'm coming from. What you got, Jay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Let me read. Yeah. So the individualist mindset, I say like it's like the difference between the two is like what you prioritize really. Like if I'm in a communal mindset, my priorities would be way different in which like I understand that what I do would affect others and what I'm going to do I should do and keep in mind of what I can do to help others, right? And in individual, it's like focusing on your own goals, like what you can do to help yourself. And yeah, that's what I got. I say some examples. An example of communal, I'd say, is I volunteer at churches to give out food.
Mm-hmm.
And individual, you know, I do a lot of things that will help me in the future. Like I learn a lot of skills. I'll watch, you know, even stuff that'll help me further my education on top of going to school, like watching documentaries, educational videos and stuff like that.
Okay. Diesel,
How you guys doing tonight?
what's up, man? How you feeling, man?
Good, good. So for me, and I kind of took it like I don't know if you meant it in general, if the question is like in general or if it's pertaining to relationships. Um, but to me, the difference in individualist and communal is when you have an individualist mindset, you're just thinking of yourself. You're thinking of how can something benefit you, how does it affect you, and you know you're centered around yourself. Communal, you're thinking about your actions are affecting your community, or if you're in a relationship, how it affects your significant other. If you have a family, how it affects your family, or how it affects your church, or whatever. So, communal mindset is kind of thinking about how it affects everyone else outside of you.
Mm-hmm. Cause
Yo.
yeah. What's the difference? What's the difference in example of an individualist and a communal mindset?
Pretty much everybody else explained the difference. I'm gonna just jump straight into the example.
All right.
The best example for me that comes to mind is you have the Michael Jordans and the Kobe's of the world, and you have the LeBron James, the Magic Johnsons, and John Stocktons. So with that analogy, basically what I'm saying is you got people that care about individual statistics or stats or individual gain, how many rings they can get out of this. And then you got the LeBron James who just want to see everybody win, who put his people in position to win. Somebody that actually then gave back to the community. He built schools. So that's the perfect example for me. That's it.
Okay. Let me go ahead and add my. I actually go through these real quick though. I'm gonna do the
Hold on. Before you go, cuz I do
yeah.
want to say this. To be a part of, to be a I can't even say that shit right now, but to be a part of that, you definitely have to have some type of individualistic or whatever characteristics, because you cannot possibly help or build the community if you're not right. So you have to always get yourself together before you try to help others, or it's gonna be the blind leading the blind, and that's it.
I feel what you mean. Like you gotta start off. I think everybody do start off as individuals first, though. Especially as we grow, as we trying to better ourselves, you gotta have leave selfishness to you first before you be selfless. Um, so let me say this then. Um, so what's gonna answer why, man? So I'll do those two later. So the individualists. So hey, where I come from is, and then I don't know, I could be right or wrong, but whatever. But this how I look at it though, and a talking point. So of course, this thing is everything that everybody said for the most part. Um, Individual is more of what can be better for self, what can make you happy. I even feel like even individual mindset can go as far as just like only focus on you and your family only. And as in, so let me use for example as in like that, anything outside your family that you can kind of care less about because I don't know. I'm trying to see how. So I'm trying to think about it. So it's like it sounds like it ain't. It sounds like it is. Um. Yeah. So it ain't communal, right? I think communal is more of a community type thing, or a thing that's like looking outside, just you, something revolving around you only. Of course, family is more for self, and is more for it's in your little circle though. So I believe just an individualist mindset can still go as far as just I'm only caring about me and my kids, and anybody else outside of it, I can really care less about what it because it's me and mine. So the me and mine type people. I look at that. Or my favorite one is people that be like, mind your business, mind your own business, or something. Why you worried about this or whatever? I feel like that's a lot of and because they are the same. And I also found that the problem reason why I say that is it always be I got a bunch of stuff. People that always use anecdotal experiences to make a general to use that to help the general. Well, I've done this, it works for me, so all of y'all can sleep with a bunch of people and then find you true love. I give advice like that that's less likely to work. But they say, well, it worked for me, so if it worked for the rest of y'all, I still feel like that's an individual mindset because it's only focused on what they like to do, and then they swear it's what's going to help the community. So stuff like that, like I don't know, I just think a little bit like I be thinking stuff like that too, though, and I realize that it'd be just individuals that try to fit in and act like they want to help the community too. Because the thing is, if you always look at it, like people always it's revolved around their lifestyle, and it's revolved around them not being comfortable. So they advocate for the be free life, freestyle, let people do what they want to do, let them be them, and all that stuff. Yeah, I get to a certain extent. I do be on half of that, right? I do that when a person ain't trying to listen because I'm not about to waste my energy because it's like some people just gonna have to do them. But if they not trying to participate, then they just stay them being them. So stop coming in like especially like they do lives and stuff, right? You have these individuals that come in live that only care about the way they feel or use this as an outlet, right? People that use this as an outlet, individual mindset. And they come in here and acting like they're come for the community, but they only care about their feelings at the end of the day. I mean, there's so much stuff I can say about that, but I just learned this. I'm learning this as the more I be doing this apps and stuff. And I think I don't know what y'all they trying to get you to. Oh, 28 likes, then y'all get the comments back on. So don't turn it back on yet. Is it off? It made it there. Yeah, it is basically there. Yeah, I guess so. Um. What is it about? But it's so much though. Like, and I know I probably got some people on that one though. But it's how I view it though, because it'd be the same ones that be like that get mad, or they will use, like I said, they will use they don't like statistics. I noticed that individualists don't like statistics. Well, it only goes by it only works for you the way you feel and all that other stuff or whatever. But I think anybody that's communal, right? They really look for statistics that help or for what they feel betters the whole entire community, right? That they look at and they look at it like, okay, this is a group of people who has been successful with that. Let's gonna go with that. Individualists, they like to squeeze in there and say, well, I got a little mini statistic that go for mine and say that it worked, even though it say 2% if it worked, but it still worked though. That's the people that still wanted to revolve around their lifestyle. Them also be the same exact people that be sitting on here, uh, they complain about, well, why you worried about what we do and let me be me? But then again, your way don't still be working though. Like you come in, we come, they come in my spaces. I don't went in other people's spaces and noticed that we can say stuff like, yeah, you must submit or you must be a leader or something like that. Then they come in, who, you can't, I'm good on that or whatever. No, that might work for you or something like that, but that ain't for all of us or something like that, right? So my thing is like, if what you doing work, and this is what I've been telling people for the last couple of weeks now. If what you doing work, why is you arguing with other people that's trying to make some type of for people that might need help and that's trying to build something different from, you know, basically do something different from what the individuals have been always doing all this time. So that's how I be knowing a lot of these individualist thinkers, right? They not really happy with what they doing because like they why are they arguing, like why would they argue if they stuff is successful, why are they arguing with something that they never probably would even tried, or they say they tried it and it failed and they still mad at it. I don't know, it just be funny though. But individuals like you, if you just realize it, they don't like stats, they don't like what's the most stuff, some more stuff. I think I summed it all up though. But that's something I noticed though, that's the talking points. Them like the examples at the same time too that they use though. And then more of a communal will be a person that go for stats or a person that um that's say and do things that's out of their comfortability. Maybe I know that. Okay, say if I know I had 200 bodies, right? I'm not going to advocate for my 200 bodies or 400 bodies, whatever the bodies I got, right? I'm not going to advocate and tell people like, yeah, you're most likely to find it, or if I was a woman or something, I don't know, whatever, and say that I mean, it can work. It works for me. It's going to work for you, or something like that. No, I'm gonna let them know that I have. I know it's less likely. It messes up the mental. I know. I gotta say stuff that I know that that's going to help them because I know that everybody don't have the same lifestyle as me. So even if I was to find marriage or something like that or whatever, and because with a high body count or with a high, if I was to do some type of a harsh background or something like that, I will go against what my lifestyle. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to take up on my lifestyle and tell other people that they can do it. That's an individualist that try to come in and try to think they're helping the community. So it's like I said, you could tell in talking points because people don't want to say that they messed up or what I'm saying, they don't really own up or take accountability for what they did. They rather just justify what they did than pushing on other people and say that it's okay because I've done it, so you can do it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, no, it's just you will have to be like, we made our bed, gotta lay in it. We got to find somebody that match with us. It is what it is. Not sit here and counter with another big message just saying like, you can't, let me see what I was about to say. Hey, we trying to say something. But they basically they wouldn't counter. They be saying that no, don't be like me. Um, try to go this route. Do something other than what I did or something like that. So that's more of a communal type thinking versus individuals. Like just always got to throw themselves in it all the time. So that's the difference. But I don't know if I said so much though. But how y'all feel about that though? Anybody?
A lot.
Wake up.
Definitely agree with you. A lot of people that don't like statistics,
Mm-hmm.
they pretty much going based off of their personal experiences and
Mm-hmm.
what benefits them and what also hurts them.
Right.
And everybody don't live the same lifestyle. Like, um, I remember somebody said that, oh, I never had a guy ask me my body count. Like, I never had that. But also, let's look at the type of guys that you dealt with. A lot of dudes who don't care. You feel me? You gotta really. I mean, it's hard to say that, but just giving a quick example because we was in here when the person said it. But just because no guy ever asked you your body count, don't mean other guys don't ask other women their body count.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? But like you said, cuz it's just more so like, man, people gotta just start being more open minded and stop
Mm-hmm.
being so closed minded and so focused on their needs and
Right.
understand the needs of the community. If y'all see
Facts.
that, like, this whole, like, bro, is so crazy to me, this whole 4B movement. Okay, because something didn't work out with y'all. Even with men, everybody, oh, we shouldn't do this or date American black women. Okay, well, our message should be pushing to our kids, the generation to come.
Right.
And hey, you know what? This is the type of person that you should be, because this is the type of people that I complained about. This is the type of people that I wanted. So now I'm gonna teach my kids to be everything that I believed is beneficial to the community, instead of keep doing the same thing over and over. Like somebody said, somebody parents is teaching that girl, hey, don't love, you gotta take care of yourself, you gotta make sure you got you. Instead of doing that to your kids, why not teach your daughter how to be a wife, so one day she can meet the right black man and create black excellence, instead of teaching her to be more like you and seeing how hard your road was. Why you
Mm-hmm.
won't want to send her down the same road, but you think you preparing her for the obstacles in your road, instead of just sending her down her own road? And the same
Mm-hmm.
thing goes for men to boys. Everybody think they got an understanding of what the society needs based off of their needs.
Exactly.
Shit.
Exactly.
If that
I
was the case,
He
shoot, I'd
said
be
that
out here,
perfect too,
man.
for sure.
I'd be
That is
teaching
exactly
people
what it
how to,
is.
man, I'd be teaching everybody how to scam. Hey, go ahead, go get some money. I see, man. I have a whole class right now making millions. But at the end of the day, I seen, like, you know what? I had to sit down and look at it like, dang, I didn't probably mess these people, the people, my victims or whatever that was on my case. They probably terrified. They probably check their credit every second now. Well, I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
teach more people to hurt more people. I had to grow and understand that I needed to become a productive person in society to have a long lasting legacy. I don't want to be no Mojo Jojo. I don't want to be no Hitler. I don't want to be no detriment to the community. I want to be something positive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with everything you said, except I did at the beginning you were talking about how a man never asked the girl about her body count, and I definitely can see where that scenario is real in any man, because any man knows not to ask that question because it's almost an insecurity, right? No one wants to beat down on the female, and then we don't even have a chance after that,
He gonna talk
right?
himself out the box too. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, talking yourself out, making yourself look weird. There's just certain questions you don't ask because you see what I'm saying, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Hold up,
got
hold up, hold up. Twin, you there? That 28K been up there for a minute.
oh yeah,
Oh man, y'all took too long to hit them likes now, man.
it is. Man, it's crazy because I got off work, started, I parked the truck, started door dashing, and then now I'm back at work. I gotta punch this clock at like
Mm-hmm.
1:45,
Mm-hmm. Oh my, getting the grind mode, getting the shmoolah.
and
That
then
shmoolah.
man, it's so crazy because then from as soon as I get done with this load, because I only took one load today. Then I gotta turn around, go up here to my son's school because he been messing with this little YT girl. Figure out what's going on with that. Then I gotta drive an hour to take my dang one of my dogs, one of my studs, to the vet just to see what's going on with him because I got a breeding coming up. Man,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm about to be up all day. So I'm gonna need you to rock this out to at least about 10 o'clock in the morning.
He said, he said, I need to hear. Yeah, I might even catch me in one of them divester lives in a minute. Everybody.
Man, I've been in this for a minute. I've been here like 2.5 hours or something. Something crazy.
I
Yeah,
actually been running to some people. I thought some people was gonna tear me out the frame though, but they ended up actually. I ain't give them nothing to fight, so they laugh and like, all right, forget it. Dang, I can't argue with this guy. I'm like, okay. I know that's
so
mostly people be trying to look for though. But I actually be
that's
running to some. I like actually going doing that stuff. 'Cause some people actually be following me out that room. That's why I met Juice at actually, and she cold in the mud. But I met her in
Oh
the
yeah,
co-op.
Juice was cool.
That's why I was like, I gotta get my face on out here. Gotta go to a bunch of these different weird lives. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna say
they
weird
be
lives, but I'm gonna say lives that don't speak on what I speak on, and just
they'll
make
speak
my
on stuff that's
put my
super controversial, so they'll try and get their views up for you know what I mean?
yeah,
Because
that's what it
people be
is.
looking
Yeah,
for
all right.
that.
I be giving some of them the simplest answers just because they want to get an argument, and I don't argue with them.
hey, you see that
Said you
question
hopping down,
I asked
Sergi.
earlier?
Good,
No woman on the
appreciate you.
panel answered.
Huh?
You that question I asked earlier,
Mm.
no woman on the panel answered. I said, why do y'all take a man can tell you something so direct and y'all will be like, no, that's not true, even though it's coming from the horse's mouth. No, this is
That
what
was
y'all
funny
really
though,
want.
right?
And nobody had an answer for that because literally every woman sat there and did that was on the panel. We don't want women with high body counts. Yes, y'all do. Yes, y'all do. Y'all want
who's who's
y'all
y'all?
want experienced women. No, we
Who's
don't. We
y'all?
don't like that. Yes, y'all do. Y'all don't like it.
Y'all do like long hair that hit your ground. Like, bro, okay. What was the point of answering the question then?
Man, for real, if I would tell you the answer, and just because you don't like the answer, you're gonna force it to be your answer. And that's
Man,
really
Kev.
relationships with like honestly, I can only speak on like to seem like I just be on women ass and nothing like that. But bro, these are real life things that I have experienced with
hmm
women. Like I have dealt with a lot of women, different types, college girls, strippers, models, business owners, and it's always the same thing. Like I can be so direct and be like, no, this is what I want. I want to sit here, play the game, you rub my back, grease my scalp. You don't even like that because if I get in the way of the TV while you playing the game, you gonna get mad. I'm like, what do that have to do with you massaging my back or putting grease in my scalp? Like, what do that have to do with one another?
Kev, we need some more accountability lives.
Like, oh, this automatically in this room. That's why the room was called the
That shit.
automatic.
Hey, yo, man's though, Jerome, that is a funny character,
Yeah, he
bro.
funny than the mud. That's why I be bringing him up. He be
He
getting people too. He be so
everybody.
mad at him.
All right, but come
Yeah,
on now, like the sperm in the brain. Come
yeah,
on.
Bro,
that's
he's
a
a
bit.
troll, bro.
Yeah, he
He's a
like I don't
troll.
know. I think he's serious though, but I
No,
don't
he
know,
was
man.
serious. You could tell. He was for real.
Yeah, that dude be serious. And it shows men that's out there like that too. And I can understand some of the women be going through this dudes talking like that.
He
That'd be
was he
crazy.
was bashing all the women in here. Like, come on
But
now.
that's the thing. If a woman choose to deal with somebody like that, she has
Right.
to take accountability
Yeah.
for her decision. Just like we gotta
Hmm.
deal with our decisions on the baby mamas we got. I got two
Right.
baby mamas and I got a girlfriend right now that I plan on making my wife that's pregnant. So I got two baby mamas and a potential wife,
Mhm.
but I have to take full accountability
Right.
for the two crazy women that I got pregnant back when I was younger and didn't know no better. That's my fault. I can't sit here and be like, oh, all women are crazy. No, because all women are not crazy. It's the women I chose that was crazy.
Yeah, you could do what we was talking about when we was whenever I was he was the, but she
Mainly,
made me when he that joke was so funny. Like, no, we talk about straight up you.
yeah, we
Batman
went
made me.
live.
That
We
was the
went
funniest
live,
stuff ever.
and it was the funniest thing I have ever heard, bro. Cause everything that I said, I'm like, the statistics show that there's more men being fathers nowadays. Oh, them ain't good men either. Just because you get your sister, man, I'm like,
Oh yeah, I
damn.
remember that. Yeah, you talk about that too, right? That joke was funny, dog.
You mean to tell me it ain't no good men out here? Like
Dog,
it
that's what
ain't
it sounded
good men.
like. I'm like, bro.
But you know what though?
Mm-mm.
But you know
I'm
what
like,
though? That kind of you spoke on it. You mentioned a magic word, right? You said accountability, and that kind of answers that second question. Why is it so hard? I mean, that question, why is it so hard for the majority of us to heal? It's
right.
accountability, man, and I hate to say it.
That's facts.
I hate to say it, and I don't want to sound, sexist or anything like that. But most men we raised with accountability, right? You raised to
Forced,
man
yeah, we
up.
forced into it, yeah.
Yeah, you raised to man up. If you got other men around you, they're gonna hold you accountable. Like, yo, did you do this? You can't weasel out of it as a man. You
Well, the
know,
world gonna do it.
yeah, a lot of females they given, and again, I hate to sound like that, but they're given an excuse if something happens.
Oh yeah, all the time.
You
You're
know,
not big.
yeah. I
You're
mean,
just big. You're
perfect
just
example.
chunky.
Yeah, perfect example, right? If you get raised by a single mother and your son, it doesn't amount to something good, or he's not a good man. They don't say, "Oh, that's your mother's fault because your mother failed you." They say, "Oh,
Where the
where was your
daddy?
father?"
Right.
You
But
know?
when the son is successful, they don't blame the daddy then though. Like I never understood that.
Exactly.
Well, the daddy
Exactly. Then they
wasn't there.
want
That's
to.
why he's successful.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
what you just spoke on? Your name Desi Dezo.
These
Diesel. Yeah.
like no, it's like-
Okay, so Dezo, it's crazy that you spoke on that because I spoke on that a couple days ago, probably about a week ago, and I
Yeah.
was saying how men are raised with being accountable for their actions. Prime example: if a man goes out and get a woman pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
it's up to her. If she say I'm keeping this baby, we have to live with that. And
Yeah.
we are looked at to be there for 18 years of their life.
Yeah.
But if a woman can pick and choose what she want to do, she can go have a AB, she can go pop the pill, you feel me? Or
Mm-hmm.
they have the option. Even as a little girl
Yeah.
growing up, a dad not really about to really punish his daughter like he'd do his boy. His
Nah.
daughter do something, that's my baby. I get her whatever she want, da 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 da. But when it comes down to boys, it's more, did you earn it? You gotta do this. Oh, you want this? Then work for it. Work for
Yeah.
it. Oh,
Yeah.
you messed up? Be accountable for your actions. You gotta be a man.
Mm-hmm.
So when we sit here and talk about why women don't take accountability, it's because we are born and raised by these logics. It's
Yeah.
not something that just popped up. None of this stuff is new. It's just social media has given people voices that just need their fucking vocal cords taken from them.
Yeah. And I'll give you an example even deeper than that. Just like you said, right? You mess around and you get a girl pregnant, right? If she decides that she wants to go the AB route, the man is supposed to pay for it, right? Because I was the one that made that happen, right? She didn't make it happen, right? She consented, right? She could have popped the pill before then, but she didn't. But now when she's in that situation, if she decides to have an AB, now I got to pay for it. Nah,
Right.
bro, 50-50.
50-50.
You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
oh, that's a triggering. Oh my God. You say something about 50-50. Nah, ain't no man real men that believe in 50-50. I'm
Mm,
like, bro, how can y'all be women that look, men or women, because I done heard it from both sides. How can y'all sit here and be aware of the statistics, knowing the economy that we in, and
Mm-hmm.
still be like, oh, you're not a real man? I'm like, okay, if that's the case, do you understand that 70% of the men population is not real men then? If you looking at it from that logic, your dad wasn't a real man, your
Yeah.
uncles, your cousins, your brother,
Yeah.
because they not out here taking care of a woman, and then turn around and teach their sons, oh, don't be out here just taking care of any woman. They be using y'all for y'all money. Like, bro, is the contradictions is just crazy, bro. I don't think people think.
Yo, yo, De Niro, check it out. Check it out, y'all. I was in a live, right? And they was talking about what was they talking about? They was talking about chivalry,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they was like, why is it with men? Men are not chivalrous and chivalry is dead, da 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 da. And I was on a panel and then they kind of went there. And I said, I said, not for nothing. I said if I want to be chivalrous as a man, that's for me to be chivalrous. I said, and that's a choice. I said, but not for nothing. What's wrong with a female, holding the door for me or something like that, right? Oh,
Right.
because you're the man and you're supposed to do it. I said, okay. I said, but you can't be beating on your chest that you want chivalry, but then you want equal rights and you want equal pay, right?
Right.
So if you want equal rights, right, then you don't need chivalry, right? Because not for nothing, like if you want to get paid the same thing as a man and all that stuff, right? Then you should not expect a man to open the door for you or a man to do this. Now, if that's
Somebody
your
got booty.
man, if that's your man and he's trying to impress you, or that's a man that you're dating, then yeah, give it. That man's going to do whatever he got to do to impress you. But just for you to expect me to hold the door for you or something when you come in, my mind could be on something else, right? It's not because I'm being rude. That's a choice. That's a courtesy. It's not a given.
Right.
Why did I say that for, man?
It's it's funny you talking about real man because I was in one of Kev's lives one before, and I disagreed with a woman. I wasn't
Yeah,
rude or anything,
yeah,
and she was like, "Oh, you kick him out, kick him out. You not being a real man." Like what? A real man would agree with you? A real man would
yeah,
lie when you're wrong?
yeah,
I was like, what? I was confused. And
yeah,
Kev was joking about it. Everyone was joking about it, but she was being for real, trying to kick me out the life.
yeah.
It's like,
But that's
man,
that's what it is. They want a real man, but then when you're a real man and you keep it 100 with them, it's too much.
Mm. Ouch.
And it hurts them so bad, because look, when you start really breaking down the facts to them and be like, okay, this is what a man want a woman that's submissive. But when
Hmm.
you think about it, a man is way more submissive than these women nowadays, because of what? Let's look at it. When a girl say, oh, I'm tired, I don't want to have sex, what do a man do? You know what? I have to respect her feelings. I'm gonna have to respect how she feel in this moment and her
Hmm.
emotions. It's
It's
cool.
about her. It's not about me.
Right. Right. Okay. That's a form of being submissive. When a woman be like, okay, you need to take the garbage out right now. As a man, you don't sit there and be like, well, I'm tired. I've been at work all day. You know what we do? All right, baby, I got it. I'll take care of it. That's a form of being submissive. But
Mm-hmm.
then they sit there and say, "Oh, when a man say something about being submissive, you trying to control me, control," but not understanding that a man submit to his woman twice as much as she do.
Or no, they don't. Or they don't want you to. They don't want to be like, oh, that's that old school thinking. I don't have a role. I'm this and I'm that, right? But then they expect you to do certain things, because it's
Do
like,
all
oh,
the
well,
old
you the man,
right, you the man, right.
you know.
That,
Yeah,
That's exactly what they say.
yeah. I don't. You
Everything
better
is
not be
what
expecting me to cook and to clean and this and that. Da da da. Okay.
a lot
Then
of them,
so
I'm gonna put it this way then. Um, a lot of them was brought up basically to manipulate, and some of them don't realize it though. But that's just what it is. That's why they use that tactic is, oh, you're not a real man because you don't fit the way I want you to fit me. So they keep using that they keep using stuff like that to basically, and that happened when we was younger. That's no different from when their parents or somebody be like, hey, you not strong enough. I bet you can't grab all them groceries at one thing and have 40 groceries in one hand. I bet you can't do that. It's like
yeah,
a manipulation thing or a trickery or something like that. So
yeah,
they got born doing that stuff and they know that, and they also got taught that what's between their legs have power is the powerful thing and all this other stuff or whatever. So they know that man would do anything to bend towards it and stuff. So they looking at it like, no, I need you to do what I want you to do, or you're not a real man or something like that. And if you ever, that's why I be asking people, they like, somebody asked me, like, what a stupid question or something like that. But it's like, it's a subjective thing. Your real man is different from somebody else's real man. People get to
hmm
change it every moment based off their feelings and stuff. So it's like, they do that. That don't be so funny to me, dog. Like,
and really that ties into why can't men and women get along in
yeah.
today's world? Because we are sitting here telling y'all how to fix it, and y'all giving us pushback on how to get to the solution. Instead, what y'all doing is y'all naming all the problems without any solutions, and now y'all
Right.
think that being celibate and not messing with men at all is going to fix it. It's not going to fix nothing, because at the end of the day, you still going to be the person that brings out the actions that you don't like. You can't sit there and be like, oh, I want men to stop being so aggressive, and then turn around and you be aggressive and you want a man to tuck his tail. It doesn't work like that. In what world, even woman to woman, y'all sit there can call y'all friends all these bees, but as soon as it come to somebody, a girl outside your friend circle, and she call you a bee, oh, it's a problem. I'm about to beat this bitch ass. Da da da.
hmm
But where was your respect at when it was to that outside person or whatever? Like, it should all be vice versa. Y'all can't just be doing shit and then not taking accountability for y'all actions. You can't be aggressive with a man who literally has testosterone running through his body 100% of the time, and you think you about to just challenge him and make him tuck his tail and go in the corner and be like, "I'm sorry, babe. You're right. Just cuss me out. Just talk to me any type of way." It doesn't work like that.
and here's the thing though. If you are that type of man, then they don't respect you and they walk all over you because even though they're telling you that or even though they want you to do that down in that deep down in their heart, they really don't want that because they don't expect it from you.
Right.
And when if you do it, then now they respect you less as a man because it's like, oh, he's not a real man. A real man wouldn't allow me to talk to him like that. A real man wouldn't do that. A real man would tell
Man,
me to sit down and shut up.
it's so much, bro. They don't even know what a real man is. They
this
just
goes
say it.
ex- this goes exactly into what I was saying earlier when with the manipulation. I was like, yeah, we need to know our own self-worth and not lower ourselves to a woman.
Facts.
Yeah, we need to not lower ourselves, and they will respect you for that. right? And you need to put your foot down and set boundaries, and that can lead into them not stepping over your boundaries, and knowing what they can't get away with.
True.
Yeah, that's facts right there.
And they will look at all this like if a woman came into this live, oh, that's all they doing is bashing us, when it's really
Yeah.
like we're not bashing y'all, we just telling y'all the truth and how we really feel and what we want for y'all to fix. But y'all don't want to hear the fixing part. The only thing y'all stop listening as soon as we say, well, you did this and this is how it made. Before you even get to how I feel, they already, but you, but me. And
Yeah.
it's like damn, I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you a way to fix it, but you're not getting to that point because you already triggered before it get to that point of me fixing the problem.
But like you said though, you said why can't men and women, like you was talking about why can't men and women get along today? It's just because nobody listens to each other, man. That's what that is. Everybody has their own agenda, and nobody listens. On both sides.
Yeah,
You know,
both sides.
you kind of gotta, and again, maybe not in a relationship, but in a marriage, right? You kind of gotta put that other person first. I'm not saying that you can't put yourself first and you can't be about yourself, but the whole point of a marriage, the whole point of having a significant other is for companionship. And the only way that's going to work is if that person is just as important to you as you are as yourself. Everybody talk about, oh, well, no, it's about me and I'm going to do me and, I got to be happy and this and this and that. Okay, in certain situations, yeah, but not just every day whenever things are good, right? That's what you do whenever stuff starts getting bad. Then you self persevere, right? But whenever you're trying to build something with someone, you kind of got to take that independent step out of it and that independence mindset out of it. And it should be more of, just like the topic is, right? More of a communal thing. How can I build us? How can I make us better? What I mean? What are we going to do to grow together? And so many people, man, have that selfish mindset, men and women,
Yeah.
men and women.
Hey, and
Yeah.
it's more this younger generation, I would say too, because like I'm 29. I was born in 94. And what I realized, like just being up at college, because I went to Western Michigan University, and my the demographics up there was kind of bizarre because we only had like maybe 5% African American or 7% African Americans, and the rest was just literally of all other races. So I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of different cultures and stuff, and man, it's really different. It's really different in different cultures. I will always be an advocate for black love and black excellence, black marriages, but when you really start talking to other people and see how they morals and codes and ethics are, it's a lot different than ours. Like Arabics, they they really do believe in family. Like even when it comes down to a religious thing like Jews, they believe in community. Even Buddhism and
I
Hinduism.
miss you, main thing. Why you? Oh, my
Hindu
bad.
and Buddhism, they believe that every living thing on this earth deserve respect. Every living organism. They don't even believe in killing bugs. So when they go into loving somebody, you gotta just imagine how they love somebody. I don't want your feet to get wet, like unless you taking a bath. Like it's just so different, man. And I wish that we could just come together as black people and do better. This 4B movement is definitely gonna hurt. The younger generation is hurting, and Man, they don't
It,
nobody know any better because ain't nobody trying to be educated. Ain't nobody trying to listen to nobody. Everybody just want to speak.
Bro, so that's a whole nother topic, right? But I believe that comes from generational curse. You know, that comes from, I'll speak on myself. My mother, my aunts, my uncles and stuff, a lot of them was back in that day of shotgun weddings, right? If you got them pregnant, well, now, you together for life. And they came from those days of when you got married, you didn't get divorced, you know. And a lot of that where the men was the provider and the women stayed home and raised the kids. And so a lot of those was marriages that turned bad. A lot of those was marriages that was abusive or whatever have you. And they stayed together for the kids. And then they got to whenever they got older, like they really didn't like each other, or the marriage wasn't good. The marriage was toxic. And the result of that was, one, growing up in a household that was like that and not learning what a good, healthy marriage looks like or relationship looks like. And then two, your parent then, or at least for me, my parent then put it in us like, oh, you don't have to be with somebody. You're better off to be by yourself. Don't stay in a marriage or a relationship that you're unhappy in. So as soon as something happened, as soon as it get a little bit tough, you kind of ready. You got one foot out already. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So I mean, for me, I see that as that's a generational curse, because a lot of us, we don't know what a good relationship looks like. And if we do, maybe the person that we chose, they don't know what it looks like. And we just don't want to fight hard enough for each other because we're always looking at the grass is green on the other side. And what you talking about culturally, right? They have a completely different experience.
Definitely.
They have a completely different thought process where when they get married, that's a partner for life. When they find somebody, now they want to see what they can do to make that person happy. I mean, look at us, right? I mean, shoot, my mother always taught me, don't marry somebody you love, marry somebody that loves you. She taught my
Right.
sisters the same thing, right? So it's about what that other person can do for you, not what y'all can do for each other. It was like, if you're not bringing value to me, I have no use for you. But like I said, that's a whole nother different
What
topic, man.
what is a
Man,
shotgun wedding?
A shotgun wedding was back in the day. If you got a female pregnant, then the father expected you to now marry his daughter because now you tainted his daughter because you got her pregnant.
Oh, I see.
So it was like either you gonna marry her or you gonna get pumed.
Dang, what?
Yeah, real talk.
hey man, hey, somebody honestly, Americans don't understand how good we got it because I took religions of the world in college, and when I learned about some of these third world countries and what they do to women for being like cheating and even disrespecting a husband, like there are certain cultures that behead women, stone them, put them in prison. Like, bro, let somebody over there in the Middle East go over there and she a woman and she don't wear her hijab, and she that's like her being naked in public. American women, bro, it'll be a civil war before
Bro,
somebody tell them that they can't show no skin.
yo, have you heard about there was a
That's called controlling.
there was a tribe in Africa, right? That I think it's like every year, like when a woman got to a certain age or something like that. I might be getting it wrong, but basically they wear rings around their neck, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so their neck will be like stretched out, right?
Uh
They
huh.
might have like 10 or 12 rings around their neck, and if they got married and they cheated on their husband, they just took those rings off of them because obviously their neck being stretched out so much, they can't carry their neck can no longer carry the weight, and like they would instantly unalive them. And
Uh
like
huh.
there's even like some cultures that with the female anatomy, they take out her pleasure spot because like she's not there to enjoy it. She's there for reproduction and for the man's enjoyment. So
Right.
they take out her pleasure spot. Like you said, man, it's crazy how some of these other cultures and other countries do stuff. So yeah,
Yeah,
you're right,
in
man.
in
See,
some
and that's
countries you
go ahead,
can't
Jay.
even sing or dance in public if you're a
Right.
girl.
And we sitting here talking about they sitting here fighting us to take our jobs and then still tell us to provide for them and then complain about doing our jobs. Like this is like, man, this is crazy. That's why people need education. I tell everybody, if you have the ability to and you're able, go off to a college. Don't stay in your hometown. Don't go to a community college unless you're going to transfer and use your credits, because that's what I had to do. I walked on to a community college playing JUCO ball. I ended up transferring to a D1 university. I was supposed to play ball, but I got too caught up in doing all the stuff I was doing. But if you got that opportunity to, do
Where
it.
to
I don't
build
give a
it.
damn if you're 26, 27, 28, 29, or whatever, and try to become part of a organization. Yeah, you don't gotta be a part of the Divine Nine. You ain't gotta. It's other organizations you can be a part of that will literally show you and help you and guide you through life, because we all need help. Don't nobody got the blueprint. All we can do is obtain the most knowledge we can to best navigate us. And that's what I like to think about the Bible. The Bible is nothing but the book of life. It tells you about many different stories in many different situations, and it tells you how you should react and how you should deal with it, how you should think about it. This is what makes a good person, because even in the Bible they talked about many people, many men that had concubines. It talked about men having multiple wives, but at the end of the day, within those stories, it was teaching you a lesson.
Right.
So like, I've been real infatuated with this whole the Viking timeline, from the time
Mm-hmm.
of like the Vikings and all the pagans and all that. So
Mm-hmm.
what like, they supposedly believed in gods too. Now this was, they was around before Christ. You feel me? Before Jesus had came back. And I ask people this all the time who believe in Christianity, because like I'm not a Christian, but I am a spiritual person. I believe in a higher power, and I know that to live a good life is to live a righteous one. But
Fact.
so do people think like all those people went to hell because of the way they lived?
No.
Like
That's why you
like
gotta
just
read.
right, just because they believed in, literally that's all they did was fight, raid, acquire treasure to provide for their families, because that's the only way they seen was fit, was to acquire more land, to become better farmers, and to basically protect their families. So do that make them bad men? Do that make them, do that mean they going to hell? And like, even with people in the army today, like it's so many people out here, oh, thou shall not kill. Well, what you saying about your son that's in the army, or your daughter that's in the Navy? Like what's
Hey,
gonna happen
AJ.
to them?
Damn, bruh, that don't took you fucking forever to say,
I guess you wanted me to voice it.
bruh.
I said it in the comments twice.
No, 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 that don't even count, bruh, because I
It
came up
don't.
here like
Hey,
over 30
my
minutes ago,
favorite
and
AJ
I still ain't said nothing.
Littlehead.
Don't, no, 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 it's
I
cool,
mean,
it's cool, it's cool, right? Like only alter, it's only alter, right? Me and Onyx gonna go
Walter
somewhere
was
where we
asleep.
appreciated.
yeah, that's the one that hates me. She ain't been in my room in a few days, and then she sleep already. She said 28K and I'm knocked out.
No, she
It's
was
so
probably
funny she
over
fell
there.
asleep with that picture up there.
Hey, I went into one of her lives earlier today, man. Whatever she was eating, it had to be good as hell. Cause I'm talking about every 3 words she was stopping to take a bite. She was so what I was trying to say, but you know, basically the bottom line, I'm like, I'm like, that gotta be some good ass food.
I'm telling you.
A
I'm
couple of
out here, I'm being abused, y'all. Just so y'all know, right? I'm being told I'm the favorite mom, but this turning into a toxic work relationship. I don't know how I feel about it. Like I'm being told I'm the favorite, but then I get ignored in the comments. I get ignored when I come in the live. I get ignored even when I turn off the comments in the live and turn them back on. Then I gotta come up in the
I
box
got
and
too
deal
much
with
going
it,
on. I guess I'm gonna blame
bruh.
the game.
Man, and then God forbid, I go to like, I don't know, main things freaking live, and then Kev be in there, you cheated on me, everything. Now he cheating on himself
Oh yeah, this gonna be a
every
deep cheater.
time.
I've been cheating for the longest with this PS5 for the past
How are y'all?
15
Yes,
lives
he
I had.
is. Yeah, he is. So if any of y'all need a mod, let me know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Please
Ow.
don't go below the belt, man. That's too much. That's too much right
Hey, AJ. No, just kidding.
What's up, Diesel? What's up, Jay? How y'all
there.
doing?
So
What's up? How you been?
I've been alright. I've been alright. Nah, I was just sitting here listening
I
to
ain't
y'all.
seen you in a while in any of these lives.
Oh,
I just been
see, at
ain't
least
showing up.
Jay, I appreciate you for recognizing that because apparently, a certain someone thought that they said hi to me earlier today and I ain't been on here. So I'm glad someone noticed.
You'll
I don't
become
know. I might have said hi in my head. Probably that's what happened.
Mm.
you'll become the favorite mom once he starts calling you twin.
Oh, he ain't never called me that. That's what I'm saying. This is a toxic work
I got
relationship.
different people for different parts in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Twin is
Mm-hmm.
a twin for a reason.
No, I
AJ
agree.
is my
I'm the one that
favorite
just
mod. We got
look.
main thing that's down there instigating. Uh then we have
Instigate. She even in here.
her. Yeah, she in here. She done got towed out the frame with triplet. Both of them lost they TikTok friendliness on her. I remember that night too. That junk crazy. I think we all got a little too comfortable. But I think I was watching what I was saying. They wasn't.
Um,
Yeah, La man, she got told with her. Yeah, 'cause they
mm,
wasn't playing. We had a good talk in here though, but I knew something was up when my screen was just shut off. I'm like, what's that? Disconnected. We was just getting juicy for the wrong. What was he talking about?
mm.
Oh, I
Not like
remember
that
that.
though.
I don't know.
Uh oh, it's Jana in the building.
My sister
What's up, Jana? That's my
but
favorite ops on there.
I love. I don't know. I
She
just
be
wanted to
having
answer
she
though.
gonna make me you gonna make me a mod, man. I be spending up all night with you and stuff. You
Don't
need
do
an
it.
opposition in there, man.
Don't
Even
do
it
it.
out. I gotta clear that
He gonna
divestness in
forget
there.
about you. You gonna be his favorite, and then he'll forget about you, replace you with someone.
I gotta be her favorite opposition, man.
Kidding. Nah, I just wanted to answer the first question for real though.
What's
The
good,
white.
AJ? What's up,
Mm-hmm.
Alter?
What's up?
Oh, what's up?
P. Oh
What's
my
up?
Mr. P in the building. What's the deal?
What's up,
See,
Mr.
I be
P?
zoning out. See,
Just because you cheating on
forgot
your
he
own
was up
mod.
here.
But anyway, I wanted to answer just the first one because that was the one that kind of drew me in here.
What you got?
Aside from coming in here to moderate and whatnot and get ignored in the comments, but I kind of said it in the comments. I think the reason why men and women today can't get along is just because everybody wants to play fucking victim on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's having the I have it worst Olympics. You got women
Yep.
on one end talking about I have it worse. We got to deal with this, that, and the third. And you got men on the other side doing the exact same thing.
And again, nobody's listening to each other, so everybody just wants to sit there and have the conversation with the wrong person, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got people who want to sit there and have conversations about 304s with women who are not 304s. People want to have conversations about single moms with people who are not single moms, or not the
Mm.
single moms that you think that you're talking to, and vice versa, or the single dads that you think that you're talking to that aren't even, that case. So at the end of the day, that's the reason why people can't get along. Everybody want to have a conversation with the wrong motherfucker, but then at the
Mm.
same time, everybody want to sit there and play the trauma Olympics. Who's got it worse Olympics? And comparing those two
Facts.
things is stupid.
I didn't even
In my
think
opinion.
about that.
Yeah. But that's just my opinion on it. Like at the end of the day, when you kind of just look at it, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I hold everybody for the most part to the same standard, and then it may differ just depending, right? Depending on who you are as an individual, depending on what kind of relationship we have. Of course, that's going to differ, but for the most part, this being a good person, so on and so forth, that's the fucking floor. If you can't make it to that, I ain't got time for you. At the end of the day, but I'm gonna sit there, and I ain't gonna talk about landing planes because I'm tired of everybody saying that, and ain't nobody know where the fucking airport is. So I'm gonna mute.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
You know what? I disagree.
Word.
I dis I disagree because I know the facts of the situation.
What do you mean? You know
It's
your situation or of every single situation? Because that's impossible.
I I will, of course we don't know of every situation, but the facts of the situation is we gonna bring it back to statistics. Why is men 3 times more likely to commit suicide?
Unalive.
Oh,
Unalive.
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Why
got you.
is
F1 in
men
the comments, y'all.
more? Well, three. Why? Because even though every women like to say, "Oh, we are oppressed," and don't nobody want to listen to us, and da 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 da, we tired. In reality, as a man, we are really the ones that's truly tired and can't have a voice.
Mm.
I mean, we
But
could play. The only reason why I say that is because we could play the statistics for statistic game all day long, right? Okay, cool. Men have it harder when it comes to, yes, the suicide rate is higher. Oh, but women have it higher because the rate of SA assault is higher. We can keep playing this game and playing victim all we want. At the end of the day, it's not fixing anything, is my point. If you're sitting there saying, oh, well, you got to feel bad for me because I'm dealing with this. And then on the other side, they're saying, no, I need to feel bad because I have it worse. Nobody's having the real conversation, is all I'm saying. We could play
What,
the statistic game all day.
what if the rate of SA for women is higher because they are more likely to report it rather than men are suppressed
That's
because
the point. That's my point, though. That's my
mm,
point. I'm glad you brought that up, Jay, because that's a legit thing,
yeah,
right?
a
In
con-
Western society, let's talk about Western society, and we can roughly brush on that. In Western society, yes, is it seen that women are incapable of those things? Absolutely. That's the reason why when a teacher gets caught with an underage student, it's kind of a laughable thing. She may go, what? She gets a way less sentence than a man that did it to a female student.
Mm-hmm.
Not the
Wilson.
case anymore. They're getting slammed hard now. Just so you know,
Thank God for that. Thank God for
they
that.
should. It's right. It's
It's
the
fucked
R
up.
word. It's straight up. It's you're
Yeah,
taking advantage of a child.
but
yeah, that's fucked up.
they're not shunned by the
They're not.
community as much
Mhm.
I
as
Yeah.
disagree. They get put in jail. They get blasted all over the news. They usually end up getting divorced and lose any kind
but
of custody. Like
the
their
man will
families
get
aren't happy with them. They're not celebrated when they come out of prison. They can't ever get a good job
Okay.
using their degree. Like shit's fucked up for them too, and it should
Honestly, the
be.
truth is, with the whole divorce thing, they definitely not gonna. The chances of a woman getting divorced is way more unlikely to happen because we know that 80% of women initiate divorces.
Yeah, that we're not talking about 80% of women. We're talking about a very small
microcosm of a percentage that are committing the crimes and getting caught for it. Those women fall into
Those
the
are just the ones
percentage that
getting caught.
get divorced.
Yeah,
And
so
Yeah.
I went to
You
let's
know,
say that. I went to say that to express the fact that men are more willing to work through these problems. A man is more willing to be like, "Oh, that's my wife. Let's fix it," opposed than just leaving.
I mean, but we're not talking about divorce. We're talking about like just the ones that are committing certain crimes that don't get reported, such as
and
SA.
Right. And
let's
I
be
and I
real. There,
used the statistics to support my stance because he said that they are shunned harder than men, and
I
that
did
is
not
not true.
say that.
He
no,
didn't
I
say that.
said that. I said that. I meant the men are shunned harder for being with underage rather than the woman.
And
Right.
all I illuminated was that is beginning to shift and change because it was true, let's say 5 years ago. It's not
I think
necessarily true. I just read an article about a woman going to jail for a long time
For that, yeah.
and for exactly this. Um,
I was
and that's how it
referring
should
to
be. It
I
should
was
be
referring
equal.
to norms though rather than actual punishments by the government because a man does that, they go to jail, they're either getting killed or jumped, right? You better
Don't
pray
alive,
there.
yo.
Oh,
Careful
my
in alive.
fault.
It's fine. F1 in the comments. You good?
All right, but yeah, that's my point. And if we're being real, it's not that if they happen to have a divorce, it's not because they're with a child, it's because they cheated. That's what I would think. I can't bring up statistics because that's just what I would imagine through the norms that I've
I
seen.
would imagine that any grown man married to a grown woman and been married and had children of their own would be absolutely disgusted at the idea of his wife
Yeah, I feel
performing a
that too.
criminal act with a child.
Yeah, I don't see a dude putting up with that. Like you was just
No,
hopping
but
on a little young student's Peter, and I'm gonna be back with you.
yeah.
I'm just saying, like
Why you
that's an
gotta
Couldn't
phrase
even
it
absolutely
take
like
the
that?
revolting
grown one. You
idea.
gonna get a little a little Peter, and then try to get.
Why you
It's
gotta
uh,
phrase it
more
like that?
likely
But
to be the other way around that a man will actually stay. It's more likely that he will work through that problem.
I think I get on
I
both
get where
ends
you're
though,
coming
because
from.
like this the fact that men have so much to lose still, even though he might put up with
But
the.
my whole point in saying any of this or even bringing any of that up was just to express that we can go statistic for statistic all day,
We can.
right? Men and women are going, there's going to be things that are going to be higher with men and things that are going to be higher with women. If we just only argue those points, what's the point? What are we solving? What are we fixing the issue or are we just contributing to it?
And and you right about that because just like how we was going back and forth with statistic and statistic,
See?
instead of sitting here and understanding and learning, like, you know what, these are the actual problems. What can we do to fix each problem and fix that problem before we start blurting out another one? Then it would be a better chance that our society would do better.
Well, we need to
Because
one get to the bottom of why the statistic is what it is, and then that group has to, you know what I mean. We have to figure out why is this? If we're ever going to move forward as a community, as anything, as people, the more we just keep pointing out the differences, it's like every other issue that is going on in the world.
I
It goes.
love that. I love
And
that
I
you said that because I always talk about, especially in sociology, you understand something happens, but you question why. You need to know why if you want to know how to fix it.
right.
and I agree with you, AJ, because you said your whole statement was you said that the reason why men and women can't get along is because they're playing the biggest victim, right? And that's the same thing I was saying. It's about having that individualist mindset of how can something benefit me and how can I get ahead in this, and feeling like your self-worth or your self-importance is more important than the other person, as opposed to recognizing them as a partner, or instead of recognizing that person having their own agenda and they need to be successful as well.
Yeah. Well,
exactly. And it's the same thing even if you relate that into relationships anymore. Just and really I'm getting this not because it's my own anecdotal experience, it has nothing to do with me. This just happens to be when I go and I slide into rooms and I'm just sitting there listening to everybody just speak. Right? So when I'm sitting here and I'm listening, you always hear, "Oh, well, let's talk about relationships, but this is what I expect from the other person." But nobody ever leads that conversation with what I can bring to a relationship.
If I'm
But
on,
we want to point that out. So go ahead, Mr. P. My bad.
oh, I was just saying, if I'm on the panel and it's a relationship talk, I always try to give people something that maybe they haven't thought of or finished working out in themselves. To you know me, I'm a mirror work component. You know what I mean? I'm all about you don't need to be focusing on what your partner isn't doing or what your dad isn't doing or what your friend isn't doing. You need to be focusing on what are you doing to help that relationship. And you need to focus on your effort. Are you it's like I ask myself, am I being a good husband to my wife? Am I being a husband deserving of the commitment that I expect? Am I providing the environment that a husband's supposed to? Like, am I being a father that's worthy of the love that my children give me every morning? Like, I'm a big component, and you got to check yourself. But I just wanted to jump in since you were tackling that first question. I'm going to come from a different angle on it, because I do agree with you, but I also think there's a little bit of this, because this is how I see it, is that men and women that don't get along, that happens because they don't want to. And I'll say it like this, like, I'm my personality in real life interactions is very much like a counter puncher in a boxing match. I really am good at matching the energy that's given to me. So if you come in hot, trying to control the situation, trying to be bossy, trying to lay down the law or whatever, I'm going to equal that pressure. I'm going to put it right back on you. You come in with respect, you come in courteous, willing to work with me, that's exactly what you're going to get. So, as much as I talk about working in the mirror, I also am a mirror for other people. You're going to get exactly what you give when it comes to me. So if you come to me and you don't want to get along, we're not going to get along. I'm not going to beg for you to get along with me. But if you want to be nice and you want to be cordial, you're going to get that out of me every time.
Absolutely. And you are that example. I'm not going to sit there in front that you're not, but people, a lot of people on this app are not like Mr. P. We're not even like real down there. You know what I mean? A lot of people are not that. You know what I mean? And I'm going based off of the majority of what I hear. Majority of what I hear is everybody talking about what they want out of the other person. So if it's women, it's I want a man, but he needs to be making over 6 figures. He needs to have this. He needs to have that. He has to have this. And then on men on the other side, I need a woman and she needs to be like this and she needs to be like that, and this, that, and the third. And it's just like, why ain't anybody ever having a conversation like this is what I bring to the table? This is what needs to be brought to the table.
I think at some point in some time we lost it, right? I mean, everybody's raised differently, right? But I was always raised, and as far as me as a man, whether everybody believes what they want to believe, but the way that I was raised is that the man is the leader, right? And that's more than one way. That covers more than one thing. I mean, you're supposed to lead. You're supposed to fail first. You're supposed to go before your family. You're supposed to lead the way for them. You're supposed to, do what you're supposed to do. And you don't make excuses. You may make mistakes, but you don't make excuses because you're being genuine. And we kind of have to go back to, well, for me, it's going back to what I was taught. I was always taught you never do something or you never ask for something that you're not willing to do yourself and give yourself. So for me as a man, if I'm asking a person for something, whether it's a friend, whether it's a coworker, whether it's an employee, whether it's, a spouse or significant other or a friend or whoever, right? I'm not going to ask you for something that I wouldn't do myself. And I don't know where we as a community fell away from that and got away from that to where it's all about me and how I can get ahead and how can somebody do something for me without me doing anything in return. And I think that's a big part of our problem because, again, that individualist mindset, not the communal mindset or not the mindset as far as, for someone else and how you can build and how you can get better together.
Hey, Diesel. Um, what you said made me think about an old phrase. You know how we went from a culture kind of where the mindset was the nail that you stub your toe on gets hammered to now it's the squeaky wheel gets all the grease. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like that's what
Yeah,
my mind went to.
for sure.
The thing that I thought about when you were saying that is, don't do something that you wouldn't do yourself. But what I think is everyone is special in their own ways. Everyone is better at something than another person would be better at, right? So if I know that I'm better than my friend at something, I can help him out with that. But then something that I wouldn't want to do, and he can help me out with that. I feel like that's a better example of the communal mindset. So I don't know. I kind of feel like I disagree with what you're saying.
What I meant is like, example, if I ask, say I'm a father, right? And yeah, I'm a father and I'm a parent, right? And ultimately, my kid is going to do what I tell him to do, right? Because that's my job. My job is to lead him as a parent. But if I'm telling my son to wash the floor or clean the dishes, I'm not telling him to clean the dishes because I don't want to do it or I can't do it. And I'm very willing to not only tell him to do it, but to go in there and do it, to show him that I can do it and also show him how to do it correctly. So that's what I mean when I say that sometimes we ask people for things that we want them to do it for us, but we're not willing to do the same thing ourselves. And so that's what I was saying for me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
I try
Yeah,
not to
I
ask
agree.
anybody for something that I'm not willing to do myself, because if I'm not going to do it myself, why am I asking you?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when it comes to, the way we view things now, where everybody has this main character mindset, um, I mean, I kind of, social media kind of has a lot to do with that. It's put in front of us everywhere, right? It's no longer you're on here and you're not friends. You're maybe friends with people, right? But people a lot of the time, especially, they're looking for followers. Whether it's on here, it's on
I'm your
Instagram.
friend, AJ.
I know I'm your friend. I'm everybody's friend. But you get my point, right? Like when we're following each other on here, you
Yes.
know what I mean, or we're on social media, everybody's looking for follows. And when you're looking for that, then it's very easy for people to try to be a lot of things that they're not. So I mean, especially when it comes to this app, a lot of people are definitely on the low with each other. I don't believe people are as upset or really care about these issues as much as they claim they do. At the end of the day, I'm gonna call it for what it is. It's a front. For a lot of people, this is a front. You know what I
Agreed.
mean? It's a front. It ain't even real. So, that's just kind of my thing. I mean, that whole what is it? I think it's 4D or whatever the fuck movement is going on now again. Do I believe these people here who are claiming that really believe that? Absolutely fucking not. They're not gonna follow through with that. And even if that is the case, say they actually do, fine, whatever. That's less people in the world that are dumb. So let them do it. I guess. I don't understand. Kind of why it's even a conversation on here in the first place. But that's just me.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret, AJ. I gotta be genuine because I'm getting older now and
Hmm.
memory has gone to crap. So if I try to put up a front, like that's just way too much extra drama and shit I gotta remember. So I just speak the truth so that I don't have to remember shit. Because if I just am honest all the time, the answer ain't changing.
I mean, I'm not saying, like I said, I wasn't saying like everybody on here. It's just saying like for a lot of people, that's definitely the case. There's some, and I think at the end of the day, we can definitely use discernment to
Oh,
kind of tell.
I just discovered a total phony individual who's been pretending to be my friend for a minute.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole drama of talking
You
about
know,
someone with whom they can't defend themselves, but I'm just saying I can totally relate. Like, just recently up on these TikTok streets.
yeah. But I mean, I think for the most part, I mean, like, you know what I mean. The best we could do is really just use our discernment and kind of see through it. Right. And I think Jay had touched on it earlier. You can usually, at least for me, I can usually tell based off of the type of conversations they want to have in their rooms. You know what I mean? If it's all controversial and kind of what's trending right now and so on and so forth. I'm one of those very observant people. So sometimes I slide in, I don't say anything. And not because I'm in there trying to figure out the ops. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell, what's being talked about. Oh, there's many people in here that I be seeing flip-flopping all over the place. Like all over the place on whatever issue it is. So this is the reason why I say, like, a lot of the time this shit's a front. Most people, I ain't buying it. Very few of y'all I'm buying. The rest of y'all, nah. You full of shit. You don't believe that.
I think it's all just under the standpoint of arguing heuristically. It means you're not actually trying to exactly prove why you're right or even give reasoning. It just means that you want to be seen as right and you just want to be right. You want to prove why you're not why you're right, but just prove that you're right without actually even being right. And they just want, I think it's all an attention grab rather than actually trying to have a discussion and being open-minded. Because, I'm a really open-minded person. I soak in a lot of information on what but yeah, and what I was saying is they just want the attention and they don't care whether they're right or not. They just want to be right and argue that they're right.
What's the point of being right when nothing changes?
That's
Yeah,
minimum.
my whole point behind it is that I'm
Right.
learning something. I'm learning something while I'm talking to you guys, because I know that a lot of people have experienced a lot of the things I haven't experienced. So I know that me having a discussion with them, I can learn a lot from it.
But
What's up, Paul? Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say hi to Paul real quick. Go ahead.
but it's about self-reflection, right? Like I was in a live a couple of days ago, and it was racist based, like color based, right? And there was an older black gentleman in there, and he had a difference of opinion. So like I'm 45. There was a guy that was in there that was like 28, and then there was this guy that was like in his 60s, and he had a different experience than us, and he looked at things differently. And so I shared my experience. The guy that was like 28 shared his experience. And then the guy that was like in his 60s, he was like, "Oh, y'all are stupid. This young, that's the problem with your younger generation." And like we both were saying to him, like being respectful, we're like, "Listen, we're not saying that your experience is not valid. We're not jumping on you. We're not judging you, right? We're sharing our experience. This is how we grow. So you're older and you're wiser. Why don't you share information with us? Because maybe your experience is different than us. I'm from New York. The other guy was from, I think, like from Atlanta or something like that. And this guy was from, a southern state. So we were like, yeah, you're definitely gonna have a different experience than us. But this guy, he was just so set in his ways that instead of sitting up there and talking to us and sharing the knowledge that he had and the wisdom, he kind of like just dismissed us. And we was like, he jumped down from the panel and then he left the room. And we was just like, this is why we can't get anywhere. Because when we try to have these conversations, you have people that get upset because you have a difference of their opinion, or you don't agree with their position. And when you question them, instead of answering it and telling you, they want to get frustrated and then dismiss it and then start name calling and all that stuff. So it's just really sad.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I don't know. I guess when it comes to those conversations always get, I don't know, they always seem to be the same, and it really doesn't matter like how old the person is that ends up either pulls that argument or just ends up like that ends up being a conversation. You know what I mean? And it's always somebody who's older than somebody else. It's like, oh, well, your generation, you younger generation. You younger
Right.
generation is everybody in here. Because I know we're all different ages. We've all been told that, probably within the last week. right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just one of those things where it's just like, I don't understand why we continue to hold up the same shit and expect a different result every damn time. Every damn time.
Yeah, and it just falls under, like I said it before, arguing aristically, where you don't even care that you're right. You just want to be right, and you just like to argue. That's what they always like to argue. That's actually what the word is about, and they just need to be more open minded. Everyone needs to be more open minded.
Yeah. It was just, it was just sad because I mean, like, and like you said, AJ, like those type of conversations, a lot of times they go nowhere fast. But sometimes whenever you go into that conversation, you feel like you can add something, you feel like you can help with something, even though you probably should know better. And you try, right? Even if it's one person at a time, right? People say all the time, "Oh, okay, get better. How are we going to change stuff?" Okay, well, how do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. So if there's something you can, my position is always, if there's something I can share, and it's just one person that gets something from that, then we're getting better. And it was just really, like I said, it was just really disheartening because it was like, man, like, where do you go from here? And it was sad. It really was.
Yeah, and I always feel like those conversations, I don't feel like we ever get anywhere, right? And I think that's why, like, I mean, I don't know. I've noticed this for a while, like a long time, but it's like a lot of the conversations on here tend to kind of come in cycles, but they're the same conversation. They don't really elevate, they don't really go anywhere, and it's usually around conversations like that.
I
We'll
hate
see
to
that
be
with
that guy, but
conversations,
that's
we're
kind
talking.
of what's happening with this conversation because we've been talking
Yeah,
about conversations not going anywhere for like
yeah,
15 minutes.
true,
I'm just
true.
being funny. That's all. I'm not trying to be a smartass.
Arius, you got
Yeah, I think we really went into the details on we went into specific details of the qualities. So, and the good thing about learning something is you can understand how to not repeat it. That's the reason why history is taught. It's so that it's not repeated, right? So,
I
yeah,
mean, that's the intentions though, but some people teach it and to relive it too.
I
We need
mean
to.
that has to do more with somebody's ability to not be balanced.
Yeah.
Right now, let's be, I mean, we have to also be fair and be realistic. Right now, currently, right, it is trending to have some sort of disorder. It is trending to have trauma. It is trending for all of these to indulge in negative thoughts. Everybody's an overthinker. Everybody, is a victim of narcissism. The list goes on and on. Why? Because it's trending. So do you think people who don't know themselves aren't going to go and make up shit? They're not going to go find something to be upset with? I
You
mean,
know
think about it.
what's funny, AJ,
People do that. They
is
fish
everything
for
you're
drama.
saying is true.
Yeah.
And
It
but
is
there's an
because
inverse
everybody
force
was
though.
having ADHD because scientists and doctors was bringing more light to ADHD. Now everybody had it. Now it's gone. Ain't nobody got it no more. Everybody just now we all what autistic. Everybody want to be autistic now when never had a diagnosis or nothing. So she right.
And then AJ, what's funny is like, well, not funny. It's kind of sad. Is there's a equal powerful force working in the education system to make the next generation less capable of comprehending information. And if since we were talking about stats earlier, I believe it was something like 70% of graduating high school students read at an 8th grade level across the country right now.
I believe
So
it.
those people are adults. People who are graduating high school are adults, and they're reading at 8th grade level.
Yep,
And
100%.
they pull up a Google search and they read a quick document talking about some disorder, and then now they're a specialist and they have it. And if there's a syndrome, I can't remember what it's called, but exactly. But the point that it describes is when someone feels that they are more competent than they actually are in a topic, and our culture is kind of suffering that. Everybody thinks they're a specialist in something. Nobody's okay with just being ordinary anymore. Everybody has to be this overachiever, and not everybody is an overachiever. So some of these people aren't going to be able to continue doing what they're pretending to do, and it's going to fall apart. It's like there's a reality to life that kicks in eventually.
I
Well,
might
my
date myself
pushback
here,
to
but
you
y'all
on
remember.
my pushback to you on that is, would you rather have 1,000 people believe that they are smart but they actually slow, or would you rather have 1,000 people that just think they slow and know they slow?
I would rather have 1,000 people who are grounded in reality.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's the answer to the question.
Because they know what they can work on.
You basically, what you're asking me is, do I want someone who is willing but not capable, or do I want someone who is capable but not willing? I'll take the person who's willing and not capable, and I'll work with them, and we can improve those skills. If someone is capable but they're not willing, that's a battle I don't have time for.
I might be dating myself here, but y'all remember? Anybody remember Keeping Up with the Joneses?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's our mentality as a world right now, because
Hmm.
just like you said, AJ, it's like a competition. Like I'm a regional manager of a store of a cell phone store, and the other day this young lady was in a store, and she listed off like 10 different things. Oh, I got this, I got that, I got this, and I got that, and it was almost like she had a badge of honor telling us all the deficiencies she had, and I was like, one, why are you so proud of it if you have the deficiencies you're talking about? And two, why is it that like you're happy about it? Like, oh yeah, I got that too. It was like, are you serious right now? And you had to see there was other girls in there. There was like another customer in there, and it was like, oh, I got that too. It was like whenever you say like, oh, I got a new car, and somebody says, yeah, I got one too. It's like, what are y'all doing?
I
Are
think
you
it's
talking about the girl that kept talking about, "Oh, I'm autistic. I got ADHD too. I was also diagnosed with bipolar disease." But it seemed like, hey,
That's my
was
homie,
that your
man.
live?
Leave her alone.
No, yeah, that was your live.
That is,
Like
that's my homie, man.
wait, who
She
was
she
that?
actually she's super smart though. I've been talking to her for the past couple days though, but I don't know, it'd be hard. I'm gonna try to figure her out though, but she good though. Like she be preaching. She for sure be preaching though. But yeah, she sometimes it be getting
like it's like people wearing this stuff as a badge of honor.
Because it's
Like
trendy.
honestly,
She
you
said it was a habit though. She didn't say she so after when we talked to her enough, she said it's just a habit. She actually
Is
owned
the
up and
word
said it's a habit.
hypochondriac a bad word on here?
Huh?
Hypochondriac? I don't think so.
What's that?
Somebody.
Hypochondriac is someone who can will see someone with a cold, and then they will mimic the cold because they want the attention of being sick.
Yeah, they have
See a
everything everybody
disorder
else.
and then mimic the disorder to get the sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
This really
psychological thing.
this really reminds me of just pride. Like you have pride in every, or like you've been taught to think that you are a certain way, so you have pride in it. And this is really what happened, in my opinion, with rap music. And they'd be like, oh, I could pull this. Oh, I got this gun on me. Oh, I got this on me.
Pew
Oh, I
pew.
can do this. It's because from day one they were told they're a criminal, right? But then within their families, they were taught to have confidence and pride, and so they wore this on them. They're like, yeah, okay, I'm this, and I'm proud of what I am. So let me preach about it.
Mm.
I feel like that's
Yeah.
where some of it comes from.
I mean, Jay, you're bringing
Hi,
up a
everybody.
valid point.
What's the deal? Read.
Hello,
Nothing
hello.
much. I just popped in, and topic is, I guess, what's going on in the world. But what we fail to understand as people, and it's not um, making excuses or um, anything like that. What we have to understand is the interpretation, and the presentation. Now, I'm sure we're all adults here, up in age a little, but you've always heard, don't be a class clown in class, right? And that's because you're distracting or disrupting the class for other people to learn. Not everybody is on the same level, um, learning wise or anything like that. Everybody is a little different. I think it's a kinetic learner. You have the kinetics, you have the visual, you have the people who can just listen and grasp. So, we all have to think, um, not everybody was being basically fed at home. Sometimes you have to come outside of your home to be fed, whether it was educational, whether it was basically food, whether it was just attention. Um, we have to stop, as I said in the comments, putting people in boxes. Um, the labeling, it comes down from the medical standpoint.
Wait, before you go too far, though, I was thinking about that. Didn't you? Because that kind of counter what you said. I think. Let me think about that. You said that we was on different levels. Then you said don't put each other in the box. I feel like that's like a counter.
No, we're
Hmm.
not on the same level. None of us are all on the same level, and that's
Well,
where the meaning or the wording comes. Well, you have to meet people where they are, and people say, "Well, I shouldn't have to lower my standards or stoop down to somebody else's level." Well, actually, you should, because everybody doesn't grasp things like everybody else. The comprehension is a little different. Some people soak up things better than others, and sometimes it takes people a little longer to catch on. And that's what I mean by, putting people put certain people in boxes, in different categories. That's not fair. That's being judgmental. You can't judge. We
I don't,
can, but it's not right to do it.
I don't know if I'm
If
tripping
we're
though. I swear
what
I'm tripping.
you're tripping off of what?
I feel. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm hearing this wrong or something. It's weird. I don't know. Cause it's like you saying that people got different levels, right? And then you say stoop to certain people's levels.
No,
And then
what
you say don't put people in a box. I feel like that's like two counters at the same time. Cause it's like ain't that putting somebody in a box? Like when you say that people are at different levels.
people
You see what
are
I'm
on
saying?
different levels. People
Yeah.
are on different levels. Period. I don't care.
So isn't
Everybody's
that
not
putting them in
born.
a box though?
Some people do put people in boxes. I'm not saying um that we put everybody in a box. No, but in general speaking, in speaking in general, people do categorize people and put them in
Yeah.
boxes.
True. True. I feel you. I guess it depends on how you do it. Then I guess because I guess
Yeah,
putting it
I
in
don't.
boxes is part of life. Then I'm thinking about it. So you know who
She
you can
she
keep
doesn't.
or stay with. And what you say, Mister?
It's what I think the confusion is that she's not seeing the different levels as being a categorization method or a boxing method. You know what I mean? Whereas I think that you're saying that because people are on different levels, that is a different category,
Right.
and so therefore that is a different box,
Right.
and for different people. Whereas I don't think she's using the level system in that way. She's saying that everybody's kind of in a different place, and when we're putting them in a box, we're all trying to put all these different people in the same place.
Correct. Correct.
Wait.
You
Hold up.
know.
Kev,
Well,
if I'm realizing that, say for example, Jay, I'm not picking on you. I'm just using you as an example. If I realize and I say, hey, Jay is a little bit slow, or Jay is not on the same level I am, I have to step down to Jay's level in order for
right.
me to meet Jay where he's at and come at
Right.
Jay on his level. then I am judging Jay and I am putting him in a box because
That's what that's what I'm saying. I know I ain't tripping though.
Jay is not going to get it to me. Hold on.
I
I
mean,
told a joke.
ain't nothing
Everybody else
wrong
is,
though with
yeah.
it.
I told a joke. Everybody else is laughing. Now let me take a minute and explain it to Jay because Jay didn't get it.
Well, maybe he didn't feel like
I
it was
guess
a
it's the
joke.
way we put people in a box though. It depends. Like if it's like so that's what I'm saying. It's a counter once we say I know he was trying to I guess he was trying to make it I don't know. Either if she'd seen it or not, that's still putting somebody in the box when you sell somebody that they're at two different levels. That's just what that is.
Kev, I agree with you. I was
Oh.
just trying to say that I think that that's where the confusion is that she's not seeing it the same way you are.
Oh, okay, I got you. I got what you're saying.
She's just not using the level system the same way your mind is.
I got you.
I agree with what you're saying, though.
I feel you. I feel you. Okay. What's up, Mila? I see you down there.
Yeah, but I just think it's I don't know. Um, it, it may be the perception, should I say? Um, but everybody perceive things differently, and that's what we have
True.
to understand as people. You know what your perception of it, and like in the example he just used, your perception of what I was saying was totally different, probably from what I was thinking or how I worded it. You know what I mean? It's just all about perception. And, I just think, as a whole in a race, we need to do better, you know, um, and stop
Oh, so you ain't miss me, huh? Okay.
putting people down, pick people up. You see them down, pick them up. That's all I'm saying.
True.
You
True.
can't pick everybody up, but at the end of the
Right.
when you see that there's something that you can insert yourself in to help someone, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think we do need to have more compassion for people.
True.
But again, that's going to be very hard to do when the reality, that we live in now is that everybody's so busy playing the main character, they don't have compassion for another person.
Right.
Everybody wants compassion for themselves, but they don't know. It's no longer a practice to give that to people, right? Like I know when I went to school, and this is just how I grew up with my parents and in my community, there was always giving compassion, whether we were taking care of elders, or we were taking care of younger cousins, or taking care of people with charity things, and so on and so forth, where we were taught to give compassion to each other. But it's no longer a practice anymore.
It's
People
not.
they don't do it.
Yeah, and that's one thing I speak on. I'm a 70s baby. So, of course, I was coming up in the era where they was coming out of desegregation and slavery and all that stuff, right? Even though it was hard for us as a race, there was more love in the world back then. I
Right.
mean, you had more love, you had more empathy, you had more compassion.
Or
It was just
unity.
more of it. And now you don't have that at all.
True. True. The individualism, man, that selfishness
But
has
isn't that
increased.
isn't that the reason why the boxes are there, to make sure that we're all divided and we only understand our own people and not the people around us?
Mm-hmm.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
It's something I was talking about. Yeah.
Because the more boxes there are, the more
I
divided we
mean,
are,
I
the
think
less
it.
strong we are as humanity.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, life is balanced. So people are going. Sometimes boxes within moderation are not always a bad thing, because it helps people identify
Exactly. I was just about to say.
certain
Right.
things, right? So we can put people, so because naturally, I'm not even going to talk about boxing other people, but for us to even just start to understand ourselves, right, is having those boxes. The problem is that everybody likes to run to extremes and be completely out of balance with everything. So if you put too many boxes out there, then yes, it separates everybody and everybody's worried about the differences. Um, but just the right amount. We could still be compassionate for each other, but still have ways of being like, okay, I now understand what kind of compassion this person needs, right? Versus just guessing and assuming, hey, this is the type of compassion I need, so this just must mean this is the compassion that Kev needs, or the grace that Kev needs right now, because I feel like this is what it is, instead of just having that conversation. You see what I'm saying? Everybody runs to extremes.
Yeah.
So,
I usually try to stick with people that's on the same mentality as me. So if you want to call that a box, that can be a box. It's a box of growth. Sometimes you gotta leave a box a little open sometimes for people that might be want to be on the same boat. But I had to learn that a long time ago. So it's back, and I started off on this app like I do. I still want unity, right? But it's unity based off of mindsets and stuff, not just like separation because of our skin color or separation off like silly stuff like that. To me, it's silly. Like, cause I look at it, I figure out the real war is kind of a mentality war. It's just, especially what I even see more now of is like the individualist versus communal war, or selfish versus uh general war. It's something I noticed though. That's what that is.
Yeah, but what I'm
Eh,
saying is it's the reason why it's so out of whack like that, where it's individual versus communal. Like
mhm.
even just that segment doesn't even make sense. Because if we understand that life is balanced, you have to, one, know how to be an individual and be in a community at the same time. Yes, you can simultaneously do both at the same time, right? But if we're only running to extremes where it's, well, I only care about me as an individual and you care about community, and this is how we have to separate it, you separated yourselves into two extremes. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like a lot of the versus conversations on here, they're all extremes. Is extreme this or extreme that? There's no in between, there's no middle ground, there's no nothing. It's either this or that. It's facts over feelings. Facts versus feelings. Like you're gonna be both.
But
yeah,
that's why I have a problem with even the word boxes, because if you visualize a box, it's something with four walls around you that separates you from the rest. So why are we even talking about boxing? You can be your own individual and still be part of the community. But if you put yourself in a box, you're not part of the community anymore.
Well, yeah, but that's the extremes, right? We can't have no boxes because then nobody would know how to classify anything,
Why?
right?
Why can we not have no
So how would I?
boxes?
Okay. If I have no boxes, then how can I put myself in the box of being open-minded? How would I
Okay,
even know what open-minded is?
so if you have a lot of little Legos on the table, and you want to separate them by color, for accident, by
Which is
or
a
by shape
box.
or whatever, you don't need boxes. You can make little piles, and they're still all together,
Yeah, but at
but
that
they're
point, we're
little
just
piles.
arguing.
They're not boxes around it that make them separate from the rest.
But we're still separating them. So how is that different than a box?
But we can still see and feel each other.
but they're still in boxes though.
But it's still
No,
in a
they're
box.
not.
You still
They're
separated it.
not. They are together, but in among the others. And
Well,
when
I
you
mean,
do
like,
the
But separate can't be equal.
so like my thing is,
Sometimes you gotta.
we're all
so
humans, right?
so so at the end of the day, whether we are talking if we're using the word boxes, separating ourselves via rate, whatever else, right? Obviously, right, on this panel, quote unquote, there are people here of different races. Are we all actually physically in boxes? No. Can we see? Can we talk to each other? Yes. Can we hear each other? Can we feel each other? Absolutely. We've been separated. That's all the quote unquote putting things in boxes means. You're just separating things. But again, too much separation or too many boxes, quote unquote, or not boxes or lack thereof boxes is going
Still
to
a
be a
problem.
problem.
Yeah, still a problem. Right.
We have to
And I
balance.
can get the extreme on, like, if you saying not being in the box, right? Always. Oh no, hold on. Let me see. Being two box, right? As in, so say if we saying being more selfish, right? Selfish versus being selfless. I feel like that gotta be a balance too. I imagine it is a time you have to be selfless, right? I mean selfish, so you can get to know yourself and understand yourself. So I would say a person that's too selfless. Let's go extreme with a person that's too selfless. It's a person that's always caring about everybody else but themselves. You see what I'm saying? So they never fix. So they basically like I think it was like what Cuz was using earlier. I think it was Cuz or somebody. They was basically saying like a what they say the blind leading the blind type person. So it's like a person that just didn't do no time to self, or a person that just jumped from relationship to relationship to relationship because they only I don't know, I hate that one. I'm a people pleaser type person. All the people that be saying stuff like that, but don't never do nothing to please themselves. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I think that's where we needed to balance at. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes you have to be, and I get what JJ saying. Sometimes you have to be selfish and selfless sometimes, or individual sometimes and communal sometimes. But it's just it's case by case, and I think it'd be extremes on both ends.
It's balance at the end of the day. Like, you know.
And the reason why I said it
I
about
don't
the
know what
boxes
happened.
is that sometimes the visualization of a word makes that people, go behave differently.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you on like labels, like stigmas, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you the whole box thing, if you keep on talking about putting people in boxes, they visualize being in a box and they will behave like that. I have a hard time explaining what I mean.
but
It's
whether we
sometimes if you use
actually
words, it makes people behave differently.
What?
If you
So how about this? Say if we put them where they're accepted.
I think
yeah,
I think I
yeah,
understand.
I
I
think
think I
you
understand.
yeah, I think that's what where they feel accepted and where they can be themselves
Yeah.
and no judgment and
So it's just the wording that. Okay.
yeah,
I,
and sometimes the word makes that people behave differently because of the fact that I think it's such a negative word to say we're in a box because actually we're not.
Yeah. Well, words are negative anyway. That's why they say you should watch what you say to
Yeah,
people. You
that's
know,
what I tried. Yeah,
words,
that's what I
words they
tried to
Mhm.
say.
mean, words
I
they
feel
sting,
like everyone
words
is
they
in boxes
hurt,
in some way.
words they hurt, and words do shape people. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Um, and that's one of the things I also mentioned in the comments before I came up. Is the stigma of labeling. Um, what made me actually come up was I think it was Drizzo, or it could have been the one under you. Was talking about the girl who labeled themselves um, as all these different disorders. Well, in all
Oh,
honesty,
my cousin.
we're all we all deal with all those disorders. It just takes something to trigger the imbalance to make those episodes come on. It's even in the things that we eat that causes certain disorders to flare and come to fruition. You know, and that was something I kind of looked at when my sister was going to school for social work. And those are all disorders that she had to study. And in our reality, we're all born with those. It's just something that triggers it to make it happen. Um, which um, I try to be mindful. Um, even like dealing with like depression and stuff like that, it's real. Um, and I try to shake it every now and then and again when I feel it coming on. But one thing I don't allow is like medical professionals and stuff to label me as certain things. It just remind me of the song Jacqueline Carr got out. Every time the devil say I am this, I say I'm not that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just I just think a lot of it is somewhat learned behavior, things that we picked up along in life, and just as Fairy Tale was saying, it's wordetry, it's the verbiage that allows certain stigmas and labeling to stick to people, and it shapes them. And that's what we have to stop doing as a whole, as a race, any race, but it's really prominent in our culture that we do this to ourselves, our children's. It's just something bad that, one, we need to break, but who knows how much time we got left on this planet called Earth.
I feel like a lot of disorders are also genetic, so I don't think that all are completely just we have and then it's flared up through certain triggers. And and I think that's important to say because, if we're putting labels on certain things, we can't just say we're something when we're not. And um and that's what we were speaking about with the attention and the labels.
Well, that's what I have. I have a feeling that people giving other people labels is to limit them, and people putting labels on themselves.
I gotta
My
steer
bad, y'all.
action
I don't
here.
know.
I gotta
Oh,
put some kickback on this
What happened?
because there are things in life
that was my fault.
that
I was trying to. So hold on, Mr. P, real quick. I'll let you go real quick. I don't know what happened. I was trying to come off mute, and for whatever reason, it muted Bezo, and then it muted Fairy Tale. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Oh,
mute
she
you.
being mean
I
around
I don't
here.
know
am
what
rooting
happened.
you.
I didn't come off mute.
Mm-mm-mm.
Um,
She hates you.
no, I don't. I normally don't mute people unless they're being rude, but like I don't know what was going on. I was trying to come off mute. My bad, y'all.
You're not the favorite mod anymore.
I'm
Oh.
not. That's because Kev didn't say hi to me when I came in. Continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. P.
So where did you mute me?
did Fairy
I
Tale
think
want to finish her
I think
statement?
Barry got to finish. She ain't never
Yeah,
finished.
I don't know where she muted me.
Yeah, it was just paused for so long. I was like, all right, I guess I'll go. Shit.
Yeah, she had got muted. That's what happened.
Yeah, that was my fault. I'm sorry.
Well, I said I got a feeling that when people label other people, it's to limit them, and when people label themselves, if it's to get excuses.
Nice. I like that.
Okay, so I was coming in kind of the counter to that thought because, well, everything that's being said is like the very like hippy dippy like kumbaya, we're all good and we don't need to classify anything. Like that works to a point to where it don't work anymore, and you have a lot of issues. And I think that it's important to have a way to categorize people in the environment. Like, for instance, we need a categorization system for criminals.
Mm.
That's an important one.
Don't call him a criminal.
You know what I mean? And, it's like, for instance, you said you don't like people giving labels to other people. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm assuming you're talking about
Yep,
Oh,
he done muted his own self. Oh,
yeah.
non-medical professionals giving a like a diagnosis, because it would be really weird to say, yeah, I don't like doctors telling someone that they have an issue and that issue is going to limit them. Because it's like, if I apply that directly to my life, my wife is categorized as having a genetic disability. And it's like, if we didn't categorize that, she would be trying to live life and destroying her body and living in immense pain because she wouldn't understand that there's limits to what she can do physically. She would just think that she's a person with no classification and she can just do what everybody does and it's fine. So it's like there's legitimate reasons why we categorize people. I think that the problem is when people self-categorize
Yep.
with malicious intent.
Thank
That's the
you.
ultimate
Yeah.
point that I make, is
Well,
that the
yeah.
malicious intent is the problem.
So,
with a lot of diagnoses, you're diagnosed from getting CAT scans, from getting other uh, medical procedures done to diagnose you with that. So, like a person with bipolar disease, they brain there's lobes of the brain that just don't operate the same as a regular person. The same thing with ADHD and the rest of them. There's real reasons, like medical and physical reasons, why these people have these classifications.
It's
Now, when people can go out here and be like, "Oh, I get mad a lot. I'm bipolar." You're not
Right.
bipolar. You just not emotionally intelligent. You don't know how to control yourself.
so
Oui.
Oh, I
Mm.
sometimes I feel like Sasha Fierce, and other times I feel like Beyonce. You don't
well we
have two
gotta
personalities. You just want to have two personalities to excuse the
Take
bullshit.
the take away the accountability.
yeah. So that's the thing, right? I just need to, because I hear what you're saying, but I do need to correct some of the things you said because we can't push that. It's not that there's anything wrong with your brain developmentally. Your brain looks the same as everybody else. It has everything to do with neurons and neurotransmitters and how much of your brain is a bunch of chemicals, dopamine. There's all sorts of serotonin, different things that are constantly going through your brain. So if your brain is not accepting of those things, then you're going to end up with these types of disorders. So you can end up with bipolar disorder. You can end up with schizophrenia. You can end up with ADHD. You can end up with these things. It has nothing to do with the actual physical like I don't know if I'm making sense, but you don't get what I'm saying.
Right.
I get you.
I
That's what
just
I said.
I
I
just had to
said
correct
that
it
it
real quick. That's all.
operates.
I just had to correct it.
hold on.
Real quick.
I
I
just
said that it operates different. I didn't say it was a different. It like it was an actual brain indifference or anything like that, but your brain operates different because, like you said, certain chemicals are released. Sometimes it's too much, sometimes it's not enough. Just like sleep paralysis, it's nothing but just a delayed chemical response in your brain that a lot of people try to make it into some crazy out of body experience when really your brain was just still sleeping. It's time.
I just say something too and push back too. So I have a sister that is schizophrenic and she also suffered from bipolar disorder. However, there is no test that they can run on you. It is about habit, it is about the way your brain thinks, and it is about the way you process stuff. But there is not a physical test. Like, you know how you can do a test on someone and you can say, oh, yeah, you are anemic. Or you can do a test on someone and say, yeah, you have cancer. There is no test they can do to diagnose that. Even whenever it comes to depression. I've suffered from depression. I know people that have suffered from depression. Depression is a mindset. And most of the time with depression, it's because of a circumstance why you become depressed. But there is no medical diagnosis for a person that's depressed. Their brain looks like this or their mind looks like this, right? It's all about what you interpret and what your perception is.
Yeah, I want to second that really quick, because I was going to say basically the same thing. I just had a couple different ways to phrase it. Like, there was an article that came out a couple years ago, and it was a big deal article. And I'll have to look it up. If anybody wants it, DM me, and I can look it up for you, so you can have the stats. But it was talking about the term that I'm sure we've all heard is chemical imbalance, and that's what's being treated. I have a lot of experience dealing with bipolar disorder, specifically type 2, and manic depressive behavior and things like that. So I have a lot of experience because of my wife going through that. And there is no measurement that they take that's physical, that can be quantified and weighed. The term chemical imbalance is just used to paint a picture, like Fairy Tale was talking about with the box, the visualization you get from the word. So chemical imbalance is an easy way for them to say, we think, because remember, we have a license to practice. So we think that there's a possible chemical imbalance in here, and we're going to try to adjust it by having you ingest said chemicals. And it's a
Medication.
guessing game.
Right.
And it's big news, and a lot of people didn't get this information, and they're living their lives being told that they have a chemical imbalance and they just have to keep taking lithium, when that's not necessarily the case. And people don't realize that you can't take a lot of these SSRIs or whatever they're called, these hard medications. You can't take them for prolonged periods of time, and people will take them for 10, 15 years and then have major organ problems and other diseases now. So it's like there's a lot going on, and the common knowledge with how we talk about it is changing. Just people aren't aware of it. So
Well, I
I
mean,
appreciate Dizo for bringing that up, because I was going to bring it up too.
yeah,
So
I
thank you.
just wanted to piggyback kind of off what you were saying too. The thing is that is a practice, so it's not it's like medicine, right? It's a practice. You know what I mean? There's lots of disorders that mimic other disorders. There's different types of things, and this is the reason why I have always pushed, it doesn't matter what platform I'm on, is to make sure that you are seeing the right person, making sure that you are vetting, the psychiatrist or the therapist that you are talking to. Understand a therapist cannot diagnose you. I am tired of telling you all that, but somebody always wants to argue with me. It's two different practices. So, it's doing the research, figuring it out so that people aren't self-diagnosing. The moment you start to self-diagnose and you start talking to somebody and you start researching these symptoms and everything else, it's like Googling your symptoms, right? I'm pretty sure everybody in here at some point, has Googled because they weren't feeling well, or they, I got a rash, I got bit by something, we Googled it, and Google was like, oh, you're gonna unalive. It has happened to me at least like eight or nine different times where I've like Googled WebMD'd something and thought that that's what it was. This is the reason why certain things take like an actual professional, somebody who studied it, somebody who's in that practice. You can't just listen to people who are on the internet that say I went to school for psychology. Psychology is a bunch of different
Advice
practices.
from Reddit.
Yes, right, but it's a lot of different practices, and it's specialized, right? I can sit here all day and be like, yeah, I went to school for psychology. I did. I have a master's degree, but my master's degree is in early child development, which at most means that I can go be a guidance counselor. I can be a teacher. I can't diagnose you. You see what I'm saying? So, it's pushing this thing, but a lot of people are on the internet pushing false information, being like, oh yeah, well, if you have these symptoms, then you have this. And it's like, no, you actually need to talk to somebody who specializes in that, because there's so many different things that you can get misdiagnosed for. I have been misdiagnosed many times in my life, but I'll land my plane there. Go ahead, Fairy Tale.
Fairy Tale, you're gonna say something?
Yeah, I first wanted to say to Mr. Print, that was exactly what I meant. It's the self-diagnosing and people diagnosing others. So not the medical diagnosis. And I'm completely on board with AJ about finding the right person, because especially with mental disorders, with mental illnesses, a lot of mental disorders overlaps others. So it's very hard to distinguish which one is, the main one and which one to treat, and how to go about the others that are mixed with it. So I think it's very important to find the right person that can actually help you further with that. But people, it's the whole over information and Google, and that makes people self-diagnose and label, and and I don't think that's a good thing.
I just wanted to share something too, real quick, and I also wanted to add, yeah, and like you guys were saying, right, there are a lot of mental disorders that that copy each other, so to speak. So just because you have, sometimes whenever you go into the doctors, they'll say, "Oh, well, you have bipolar disorder, and you have this, and you have that, and you have this," and sometimes it could just be that you have one, and it's just giving similar symptoms of maybe another sickness But I just wanted to let you guys know too, in case you don't know. So I have kids. My kids are 14, and my kids is 15 and 12, and then I have a 25-year-old, and we live in Texas. But it seems like this is a thing that's going on now where they're diagnosing these kids, and it's becoming like more common where we've been having a rash of a lot of kids that are getting diagnosed with bipolar disease. And so I'm not saying that that's not what's really going on. I'm not saying that these kids are not suffering, because obviously, if you have something mental going on, right, you want to make sure you talk to a doctor and get the right help, because the unaliving rate is getting higher, especially with younger kids. But I just want to make sure that you guys know. And again, I don't know if this is being done statewide, but I know that there's been a rash of it here where these doctors are just going and they're talking to these kids, and the kids even talk to each other. And the kids are like, oh, well, you can get on medicine, you can get off of school early, you can do this and you can do that. And so it's like a rash of these diagnoses. And I feel like some of these kids are not getting the real help that they need. So I just
Right.
want to know that
Wow.
that's going on. So to be aware of that.
That's a little bit everywhere. That's a little bit of
Hmm.
everywhere they're doing that to the children. But I just feel
That's starting with
when it comes to kids, um, we as parents, we have to do things a little different. It's not uh I would say conducive to not have real conversations with your kids. Now is the time to stop sugarcoating, hiding things. I mean, they're at a level now to where, yeah, you need to still keep some things kind of hidden from the kids, but in the era we're in, why hide it? Because they're gonna know. Somebody's gonna open up that bag and let it out to a child or whatever the case may be. We just have to be more um, aware and tune into the kids and how they feel, have those conversations, ask them how they're feeling, what are they feeling. That's something that when I was growing up, that was a lot that wasn't asked. And children deal with things differently. They don't talk, they shut down. But if you don't have the floor open to have those discussions, then no, you don't know. And then as soon as you take them somewhere because they've misbehaved or act out, now here's the diagnosis of what it is. And it may not even be that. It just may be that that child is struggling because they don't have an outlet. They don't feel free to speak or, speak what's on their minds. Um, and I think, we as parents, that's something we have to do a little bit more is be more interactive with the kids versus how we came up and we wasn't paid attention to, or certain things we bring to the table is automatically shut down because you're a child and they're adults and they can do that. you know that era is long gone.
I mean, I think I agree with you. I think the important thing is that we also have to start setting the example, right? A lot of us want to tell, you know what I mean, because it's happened to us, right? I mean, when I sit there and I look at the reality of the world, you know what I mean, or at least, and even just my own anecdotal experience, which seems to be pretty common with a lot of people, is, I had older people telling me not to do things as they did things. You know what I mean? I had uncles that would tell me not to drink while they have beers in their hands. You know what I mean? An auntie tell me, "Oh, don't smoke cigarettes," as they're smoking cigarettes. So, we also have to start setting the example and definitely, you know what I mean, practicing what we preach, because yes, the world is different. You really can't hide stuff anymore. You know what I mean? People, are getting more and more clever at figuring things out. People definitely like to put everything on the internet for some reason. Some of y'all, I don't understand. Um, and especially with kids, like kids are more in tune than you think they are. And that's the thing. So it's like until we start practicing what we preach, we can talk about what the next person has to do in order to change, to be able to create the change that the world needs. But hardly a lot of people are wanting to put forth the effort that they're trying to get the next person to do. Um, and so that'd be my advice. Like, I think people need to practice what they preach, and everybody needs to stop with the damn oppression trauma Olympics at this point, men and women alike, everybody. Because at the end of the day, we're not going to move forward playing the same game we've been playing all of our lives, and then some. That's just where I'm at.
Hey, did you land that plane, AJ?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I'm gonna drop after this. So, it's midnight here. I got an early morning. I got to be up in 4 hours. But I'm gonna kind of answer the first prompt, and I'm gonna kind of build up on what we've been talking about, because this is something that I apply in my life, and maybe someone in here can use this to help them. So, with my kids and my spouse, we have an environment in our household where we all understand and give each other grace to express our grievances with each other. And when someone is expressing their grievance with you, you have to recognize the strength that it takes for that person to be honest with you and say something they know might hurt you. And instead of retreating into your hurt feelings about what was said, we practice exercising composure and working on the issue together. And that it sounds good, and but it's difficult to do, because when someone is telling you something that's hurtful, you got to check yourself and say, hey, they're saying something they feel they need to say to protect our relationship, and I gotta give that respect, because that takes strength to potentially hurt me. So you know I think that that's how men and women can get better at communicating with each other, is if we slow down, we listen to what's being said, and don't take it as an attack against us. Take it as a statement to help secure the relationship and move forward. So, kind of want to answer that prompt and feed on how to talk to kids. It's like my children. I got a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old, and maybe this will irritate some people, but kids are dumb, right? Like, kids are they're just dumb creatures. They have to be taught things. And if you're gonna let your teenager go talk to other dumb teenagers about their feelings and complex emotions and how to handle complex social situations, they're probably not going to be getting the best of advice. As a parent, you have to take the initiative and have the conversations first. And my kids have no fear of saying something wrong, or having a bad idea or a wrong thought, and expressing it and vocalizing it in our house so that we can work on it together. There's never ridicule for thinking or feeling something. And because of that, my kids are beyond honest with me. We don't have none of those problems, because we don't hide nothing.
Yeah, and a value
Right.
I've seen
That's good.
that's taught from. Oh, what were you saying? You can go.
Oh no, I was saying that's right. That's good. You know, that's what I was meaning by allowing the children to sometimes have the floor to speak. That's one thing I did with my girls. Um, One thing I told them once they got old enough to understand and comprehend, um, never hold back what's on your mind and how you're feeling, but be respectful. Always be respectful in what you're saying to people, whether it's your peers or adults. You don't come clapping back all harsh and bold like you bout that life. No, you speak what's on your mind and how you're feeling. Therefore, you don't have the opportunity to have somebody um, say something out the way to you and it sticks to you and shape you. That was something that I chose to do because I knew how I grew up as a child and not really having somebody that I can freely go speak to about how I was feeling, besides having to go to school and talk to my therapist at school or my counselor at school when I was dealing with things. I just didn't have the opportunity to have that type of outlet. Um, and it causes you, as I said earlier, those type of words, those type of things that's being said stick to you. They shape you, they mold you. And now here it is, you thinking the same way that these people done said these things about you, and it took me damn near my whole life to shake some of that stuff, so it's just being what's the word I'm looking for, transparent, being transparent, and allowing them to have a voice instead of shutting them down and making them silent. So yeah, that's a good thing that you have going on in your home with your children. And it gives them the opportunity to say, okay, where they feel that they need to come to the parents and share certain things, but they're scared to. They no longer have that feeling because they know that whatever it is accepted and is going to be worked through together as a unit. So I like that. And a lot of us need to incorporate that into our lives. But at the end of the day, we have to realize we have kids having kids. We have kids that's being raised by themselves, even though they may have a parent in the home. So it's just a lot. And in this society, you know, um, everything is microwavable. It's that popcorn ready shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop everybody. I want to thank AJ for moderating and keeping the conversation going. Kev, thank you for having me up on your channel and in your
For sure,
space,
for sure.
man. I appreciate the time and the respect. I had a great conversation. Before I drop, I'm gonna add everybody that ain't my friend because this is a great group of people. I just wanted to put one more little thing in there. One of the
She
most
said,
helpful tools
"Wait,
that I've had with communication, especially like in my house, like with my wife and with my children, was when we're discussing something. I've really stepped into being able to say, you know what, I don't have an answer for you right now. Give me like 5 minutes to think about it, and then I'll come back to you with an answer. And it's like me showing my children that even though I'm dad, I'm father, I'm the leader of the house, I'm the husband, I do all this. I don't know everything, but that doesn't mean that we can't find an answer, and it's really helped my son in particular with opening up and feeling like he can communicate better. Because now it's like I'm showing him, it's like you don't need to know everything, but you need to be proficient in finding information. And you can say to somebody, hey, I don't know right now, give me 5 minutes. And it's really helped a lot. So I just wanted to add that. Everybody have a good night, be blessed. Much love, y'all.
Have a good
Have a
night.
good night.
Night.
And,
all right, Mom.
Do the same.
and yeah, I was
How
gonna
you
say,
doing, Kev?
Yo, Domingo in the building. What's the deal?
My man, brother. What's going on?
Not much, man. Bless.
All right, go ahead, Jay, real quick.
yeah, I agree with both of them. A lot of parents don't let their children be transparent, and what people don't realize is this can cause a lot of mental health issues growing up. And I was also gonna say, this is a little off topic, but something that's passed down through generations is this belief that respect your elders. But I've realized that this isn't a good thing that we should pass down, because um I've been, disrespected by a lot of older people, especially happens to be older white people, um especially racial acts, like um like racist acts. So I think that we should pass down the belief of respect people who respect you.
Well, I think so. The reason why that's like that now is just because a person's older doesn't necessarily mean that person's an elder, right? After a certain point, like you could be 60 years old and still act like you're 14, right? We see it on this app every day. To me, that's not somebody I would ever consider an elder. An elder is somebody who more or less is looking out more for the community and the betterment of younger people. That's more of somebody who's probably more in a mentorship of helping young people and sharing life lessons. But just because a person's older doesn't always necessarily mean that they're an elder, and I think that's where the confusion comes in.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that.
Yeah, and a lot of people anymore, because of that, like we no longer live like where I'm from, right? Like where I'm from and like in my culture, like as young people, like we're raised and taught that we have like a responsibility to everybody. So by the time I am of that quote unquote elder age, I can be there for the younger generation. That's no longer taught anymore. And it's because everybody anymore is in a if everybody's being the main character, older people included, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Everybody's just doing whatever the hell they want, and nobody's showing any compassion or doing anything for each other. So the best thing that I can do just kind of to explain that is just to be like, just because somebody's older doesn't always necessarily mean that that's like an elder, or that you're automatically given respect just because you're older than me. Respect just because you're older than me.
Fast, because
I have a different
Grandma's
opinion.
out here twerking. Go ahead.
Hold up.
I was
Let
pretty much
this.
just saying grandma be twerking too. Grandma's out here twerking, getting BBLs, taking trips, doing all that, everything that these young women doing. So y'all are totally right.
All right, go ahead, Domingo, and then Drizo, and then Fairy Tale as well, because I know Fairy Tale wanted to go.
Okay. Because there's a one thing I agree with you on, because the concept of elders in communities were not just because you were up in age. You could be a very foolish person and still up in age, of course. You know, we see people like that all the time, right? The thing of the elder was you were qualified to be an elder because of the accomplishments that you did in your community. The things that you provided to the community made you an elder. So the term, when it came to respect your elders, you're respecting people that you can reverence, because the word respect goes back to reverence, the one that you can look up to, the one that you can take their word and actually apply it to your life and make yourself better. So when we say respect your elders, I would continue to push that in our community, but give the proper context of who's an elder and who's not. Like I said, just because your age does not make you an elder. You have younger people out here who have more common sense than people that are up in age, and if in certain societies, over time, those younger people would be considered elders of the city because of their wisdom that they have, because the insight that they have in life. So always respect your elders, respect those that put in the work to become someone to reverence. The other thing I wanted to just quickly, because I just got here, and I saw the prompt immediately. That's why I came up here, Kev. Is why men and women can't get along real fast. If I may just quickly go over that. Is I feel like one party specifically is not willing to hear the other party, and one party specifically is demonizing the other party's natural way of being. So I'll say this, like, for example, we have, as men, we have to listen to the request of women. And one, if you want to be in a relationship with a woman, first of all, you would have to listen into the things that she wants. And usually men, you listen to that by, well, a woman wants security in a relationship. She wants not only just financial security, but emotional support, all these things that women should want, right? In a relationship. And a good man would take heed to all those things. But when it's flipped, when the request is flipped, it's no longer, hey, this is just something I want in a relationship, and it's now demonized. So I think the problem between here, I think, is that we need to stop looking at each other as naturally bad guys or just bad in general, and come to the conclusion that we are two different creatures that need different things from each other. And once that communication barrier is real tight knit, which unfortunately I do believe that in times past, the communication barrier between men and women were actually more tight knit than they are now, which is kind of sad because we have more forms of communication than they did back then. But I digress on that. But once we can bridge that now of knowing that we are different, and that we have different wants and needs from each other. Once that understanding's there, I always said understanding stops you from worrying. It stops you from questioning. It gives you peace.
Well, that's one of the things I said when I came in. Communication is a
Hold on, y'all.
big, big commodity for
Hold on,
any.
everybody. Hold on, everybody, because we kind of got an order, and I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. And nobody kind of gets lost. So let's let Diesel go, Fairy Tale, and then we'll
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna be back. My phone is about to die. I just realized that. I'm gonna be back.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, Diesel, and then we'll move it. We'll move it in this
Okay,
real
because
quick.
I
Yeah, I
was
just want to make
going
sure
to
everybody
piggyback
talks.
on
So
what
everybody.
you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. So I just wanted to push back a little bit on the respect thing. So yeah, we were raised to respect your elders. And no, not every elder does deserve respect. But respect your elders for me, and I teach that to my kids because it's more about you than it is about that elder. And again, this is also accountability for me. Because someone doesn't act right or because someone treats you a certain way, right? You don't have to meet their energy. So if a person is
Right.
disrespecting you, you don't have to disrespect them. You can choose to take the high road. It's also about how other people view you. Because now if somebody is disrespecting you or somebody is doing something wrong and they're older than you, now not only are people looking at it and saying, "Oh my God, look at how that older person is acting." Now they're looking at you as a younger person and say, "But look at the energy that they're meeting them back with." And now that person is seeing you being ugly. So for me, it's always about, and even in my everyday life, I'm 45 years old. I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in Bed-Stuy. My knuckle game is pretty tight, right? I don't fear nobody, right? So I don't have to prove anything to myself. I don't have to prove anything to anybody else because I'm already secure with myself, right? So just because you're disrespecting me with words doesn't mean that I have to go to your level. I can check you in a nice way or in a appropriate way without stooping to your level and disrespecting you back. So for me, again, it's just a thing of I give respect to people, elders or whoever, because it's about me, not about them, right? Because I have respect for myself. And because I have respect for myself, I'm going to give you respect whether you deserve it or not.
Go ahead, Fairy Tale.
Thank you, AJ. I am sort of in awe of Mr. Print and what he said just before, because I have a teen that's a girl that's 13 going on 30. And sometimes I have a hard time connecting the dots in between my era in which I was raised and what's going on right now, because it's such a huge difference. We back then, we didn't have the Google, we didn't have access to that much information and misinformation at that matter. And we were raised to respect the elders, not only the elders, but the older people period. Everybody that was older than us automatically needed to be respected, and if we didn't respect them, they will beat the shit out of us. So that's a whole different time and a whole different way um, of raising children than what we need to do right now. And I sometimes have a hard time, balancing out the giving my child the space to freely communicate about her feelings and her ways, and the way that she does that. Because nowadays, a lot of teens are used to the fact that they can say whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. And the whole respect thing was taken away because now they get the idea that they are equal. And sometimes I have a hard time balancing that out. So listening to him and the way he creates a safe environment for his children, and him feeling secure enough and certain enough about himself to tell his children that he doesn't have all the answers, and that they will look for an answer either together, or he will look for an answer and come back on it. I think that's a beautiful way of teaching your children respect. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
All right. Sorry, I'm like half looking at the screen and I'm a little elevated, y'all. Uh, anybody else have anything to add to that?
Not so much to that. I just wanted to piggyback off of what Go said. Um, where I feel communication is key. Whether it's going to be something you like to hear, want to hear, or need to hear, communication is key in any type of ship. Whether it's a relationship, whether it's a marriage, whether it's a friendship, um, it's just about um, being able to accept the differences and coming to a conclusion to where you're willing to hear each other out. And that's why I said it should be uh, uh, stop to listen instead of being quick to respond, and be slow to listen. Everything, you don't always have to respond to it. Listen to what is being said and then respond. Um, and that's something that I'm working on, because a lot of times in the conversation you want to respond so you don't forget what's said, not to have a rebuttal about what the conversation is about. You just want to be able to respond effectively when something is being said. So what I've started doing was, if I'm in a conversation, I just have like a little notepad or something with me. I don't care who it is. I just have a notepad with me. So when they're going through whatever it is that they're trying to address, I write my response down. So I'm not the person that's cutting them off to be heard. Um, and so it's just all about just respecting people in their conversations and what they're trying to express or convey with their feelings or emotions to another person. It's just all about one being respectful. So that's what I was wanting to piggyback off of when he came on that relationship thing, because that's kind of some of the reason why I came in too. I came in because I knew pole ground, but it was just the topic, the mere topics, and that's what I be here on TikTok for, is intellectual conversations Um, because as they say, you learn something new every day. All you have to do is listen. So that's all I wanted to, kind of piggyback off of what he was saying.
Absolutely, I love that. Um, yeah, 100% agree with kind of what everybody's kind of saying. For the most part. Um, Go ahead, Fairy Tale.
Thank you, Aja. I was reading back in the comments, and there was said that it takes a village, and that's a thing that I miss nowadays. I miss the village. We are so busy with our own little story and judging others. I recently I saw this video about a guy that brought a point over to a class in which he wrote. He was adding on the blackboard, and then all of a sudden nobody said anything by the first answer, the second, the third, and then the fourth. He added up wrongly, and all of a sudden everybody reacted. And that's how I feel. It's like when everything goes right, nobody says anything, nobody compliments anybody, nobody encourages anybody. But when the moment comes there that you're in need of help because things are going wrong, then they're all there to judge you, and nobody's there to, help you, or, say, hey, I'm here. I want to listen to you, or maybe we can, work things out together. So there's no villages no more. We're only here to criticize each other.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, I definitely see that every day, with just some of the things that, even some of the controversial things that people argue about, even on this app, are very rooted in that. And really, what it is people don't really want to point out what the underlying theme is. If you don't trust other adults, other people, then just say that. Right. Instead, we more or less just want to blame, groups of people, or we want to blame just really stupid things, trivial things, as to why. Oh, well, we can't get this done because of that, and it's just like, no. At the end of the day, we can. You're just wanting to hold something up, and at the end of the day, it just all has to come down to the fact that we no longer live in that it takes a village time anymore. Like when I grew up, like, you know what I mean? I remember when I was growing up, like even when we would play outside, right? There was an older guy that used to sit on his lawn every day, and he would sit there and he was like the neighborhood watchman. If anything happened with any of us kids, he'd be the first person to get up and make sure that we were all safe and we were okay while we were running around playing outside. And all of the neighbors were like that when I was growing up. It's no longer like that now. Now you're almost scared to say anything because you have parents that want to fight you for saying anything to their kid, and you're just like, well, your kid's running around in the street and they're going to get hit by a car, but I can't say anything because now you want to fight me because I can't tell your child nothing. Like, you know what I mean? It's
You're right. You're right. And that's why I
it's
commented it took a village by what she was saying,
yeah.
how she was raised. I came up in that era too, and you're right. These days you can't say anything to nobody kids without it being some off the wall BS. And that kind of remind me back here um in the fall when school first started. Um, Now I've been staying in the house I'm living in now for over like 13 years. So when I came here, my kids were small. Um, and they played with all the kids in the neighborhood, um, especially here on the block. Um, Snacks and things like that. They would go out and share with the kids. And so one day I sat them down. I said, now the things that I buy and purchase for y'all is for y'all. I don't mind you sharing it with your friends, but I want you to be mindful when they have their things, they don't come out and share with y'all. I said, so I need y'all to start, paying attention to what you're sharing with people and they're not sharing with you. And they get their stuff, they go in the house and y'all sitting at the door looking at them. But y'all get stuff, y'all go right outside and share. Well, some little kids up in the circle, they come down and play with my neighbor's son and the neighbor across the street. um, I no longer have small children. So my thing is, I don't want y'all in my yard. One, you come, you bring your trash, you leave your trash, and I have to pick it up. Well, they walked their dog one day, and I told him, I said, can you get that up? I'll give you a bag. You can get it up. Well, he went home and said something to his dad or whoever. Dad come down the street hollering, whoop, 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 whoop. Don't say nothing to my MF kids. If you got something to say, come to my house. Well, I shouldn't have to walk up the street. They came up there and told you what I said. Now, what you should have did was come down here and be a parent and address your concerns to hear what I had to say so you can check your children. He with the come down here with his little man bag. He got his pum pum. Well, bro, I got 3 of them in my crib too. So what you saying? And it shouldn't even come to that. What you should do is chastise your kids. Tell them to respect the grown people that have something to say. Not come down the street and not supervise. Because when my kids outside, I always sat on the porch. Even to the day, my kids are grown. When my neighbor's son is outside, I may come outside and sit on the porch. Because one thing we have is communication. And I have the grounds to chastise her child, especially when he's wrong. And especially that I watched this little boy grow up from a baby to his age now. So I don't have an issue with saying anything to him. But them other 3 of the kids, their parents are never down here. They're down here, they go on people's porch, take the toys, you know, chastise your kids and we won't have this issue. So I understand, and that's where I come from. I come from that era where it took a village. Okay, so now that you made it known not to say nothing to your kids, well, as soon as your kid get hit down here, I ain't saying nothing. I ain't walking to your house to tell you your child laying out here in the street or none of that. Because you ain't got to worry about me saying nothing else to your child. Keep them up the street. And so that's where the conflict comes in at, because we don't want nobody saying nothing to our kids. But when we came up, we did something wrong. We got our ass whooped right there. By the time you got home, the call had already went to the house. And so when you come in the house, you getting your ass whooped again. That's the moral of the village. It's the disciplinary. So when they came and stripped the rights from the parents about punishing your children, then all hell broke loose. That's why there's no order in the world. See, a lot of things they changed to hurt society as a whole, not just certain races. It was as a whole. And so now that's why the world the way it is.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you guys properly answered that prompt where it's saying, what's the difference in examples of an individualist and a communal mindset? You guys were listing the reasons why people have this individualist mindset nowadays and how it's changed from a village to where people don't even want to interact with others as much and they'll focus on themselves.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing is that anger most of the time comes out of fear too. So we live in this society where we all have to be perfect and we all have to do the things the way society tells us to do, and we are not allowed to think for ourselves no more or make decisions for ourselves no more. Everything is pre-printed, and we have to do it the way we're told to do it. We cannot raise our children anymore the way that we used to be raised or want to raise our children. We all have these guided ways now that we have to fit in. And yeah, so I think people got really scared of not doing it the right way and getting criticized. And so when they get criticized, they become mad because they, have this issue with themselves at the moment. It's just a rough time to bring up kids. And yeah, I'm totally on board with the whole thing that when governments decided that we have nothing to discipline our children with anymore because some people use that the wrong way, they took away all discipline, and now we all have children that think that they are kings and queens and they rule the world, and we as adults have nothing to say no more. So yeah, I think it's a really tough time, and that's why I said I miss the whole village thing in which there was social control from others, and that we were allowed to say something about other children's behavior or correct them without being punished for it, just because everybody knew that we had to teach children things. And when the parents turn around, they do whatever they want. So it's good to have somebody else telling them when the parents are not around to not behave the way they do and that it's not correct. But yeah, we can't do that anymore. So it's a very rough time to bring up children, and I personally think.
It is. I mean, hell, we used to get whoopings in school. We get powdered at school. You got your shit together. Because when you got home, you was going to get your ass whooped again. Right? Not only that, they when they did all that changing from the prayer in school, no paddling in school, we couldn't punish our kids or discipline our kids anymore. Then they come back a few years later and said, okay, well, this is the new law. Now you take your kid to the doctor. If the doctor and the doctor, they started getting real strong with it. Do you want your parent in here? And if the child say no, they put you out the room. And I don't care how much you argue with them that you have the right to be there, this, that, and the third. They took that away. And I don't see why, because back then when they started that, it was doctors that were sodomizing kids. But you can't be in the room to see what's being done. I felt like that was just as much of a kick in the face as you telling us we couldn't even discipline our kids.
I mean, I hate to say it, but history repeats itself, right? Um, and everything that we're seeing with the kids, with relationships, with the way that we act as people, with the way society is, it's all it's all what we're seeing and what we're being taught in society. When you look at relationships, you have a lot of people that are about themselves and not community. Why? Because it's what we've been taught and it's what we learned. You look at our music, you look at our sayings. You have the thing of how many people you hear say YOLO, you only live once. That's about you. That's about yourself. We had a saying for the year, new year, new me. Again, it's about yourself. Or, oh, I'm going to change and I'm going to do me. Right. Or I'm living my best life. That's all self-centered. Right. So that's just like what the message is. The message is about yourself and about making yourself happy. The message is about doing you. The message is about what do you call it? Self-preservation, right? That's what we're taught. That's what society society teaches us. That's what we're supposed to be thinking. That's how we're supposed to be doing. Even, don't get me wrong, you have to be mentally healthy and you have to be able to work on yourself in order to give something to somebody, right? But even that whole thought of, because not everybody needs to do it, right? But even that whole thought of, oh, well, start with yourself first, or you can't help somebody unless you help yourself, right? To a certain degree, because sometimes you don't have the opportunity to shut yourself off. If you're a parent and you have kids, if you're married, if you have a mom, if you have family, if you are working at a job or whatever it is, you may not have the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to cut everybody else off and I'm going to focus on myself, because if I'm not right, I can't help anybody else. That's more like of an extreme situation. But people use that as an excuse to get out of what they want to get out of, and to use that as an excuse to do what they want to do and not have accountability for certain things. And then on the backside of that, I feel like as a community, we overcorrect. So like now, like you guys were saying, right? I kind of came up in the tail end of that. My mom grew up in that era where, you were raised by a village. Well, what happened? You had some people that were too extreme and they hurt some kids, or you had some people that would SA kids, or you had some people that went overboard, or you had some people that were alcoholics or drunks or drug addicts or whatever, right? And so then it became a thing of, well, I got to be careful with my kid because I cannot allow everybody to discipline my kid. So what's the overcorrection? Now, no, my kid is my kid. I don't want you to say nothing to my kid. The same way with child abuse, which if y'all remember when they first started with that, there was a big part of the community that said, hey, if we allow the government into our homes and tell us how to raise our kids or discipline our kids, that's going to be the start of our downfall, because once they start that, they're going to get into every aspect of our life. And now you look at, 30, 40 years later, right? That's why, like you said, like Lake said, that's why they can now talk to your kid and you can't even be involved. That's why they talk to your kid at school. That's why, whatever else happens. So it's just everything. If you look at history, everything is an overreaction. We have a problem, something goes wrong, and we completely overreact to fixing it. So it needs to be addressed, but we overreact and we overfix. And then we wind up making it worse. We go from exactly one extreme to the other. And I'm going to say this last thing, and I hope it doesn't come out wrong, and I hope I'm not offending anyone by saying it. It's just like now with our kids in school. Don't get me wrong, your kid has to be themselves. And you want your kid to feel free enough to speak to themselves. But with the sexuality thing, it's almost like they're overcorrecting it and they're pushing it on them to where they don't even feel comfortable to be themselves. So now that's getting to be more trendy. And again, I say this, regardless of whoever you are, be yourself, and you should be accepted and nobody should judge you for that. But in school, it's like now, like for the kids, like if you say that you don't have a certain preference, now you're looked at as a bigot, or now you're looked at as being phobic, as opposed to just being like, no, I don't have a problem with you. I respect you. That's just not me. And that can be a problem sometimes. So again, it's overcorrection of certain situations that's going on. And that comes because, before we had people that were being hurt because of their preferences. So
But that,
Right.
Disa, that's exactly the whole thing. You put your finger on the point there. It's we back then we knew that the government had no space in our home or upbringing. That it was not their role, not their place to interfere in that. And yes, of course, kids got hurt back in those days, but the kids are going to be hurt in every era. We can't protect them from everything. It's the same right now. There's so much going on, with the new era of internet and online communication, and no control there, because we don't have any. We think we do. We don't have any control over what's going on online with our kids. They're not 24/7 around us. They have the tools. They are clever. They have all the information. They know their way around. We can't protect them all the time. So we couldn't protect them all the time back there either. And yes, of course, there were people that were too aggressive or drunk or used drugs, but that's has been there forever. That's not something new. And the way we were brought up was not a bad thing. I think most of us got out, respectful and know how to talk to older people and respect older people, listen, and nowadays that is not a thing anymore. There is no respect anymore. The children are not brought up being told to stay within borders, that there are limits to what they can do. No, sky is the limit. Let's make them do whatever they want. And that's when we and that's when governments get free access into their brains, and they can form them the way they want to form them, instead of the parents raising them the way they want to raise them. The government has something to say in it all the time, and yeah, that's how they create tomorrow's society of sheep, which are easy to manipulate and can be put in whatever role they want to put them in later on. And then we are long gone. So, yeah, I think that's a rough thing right now.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say a few things and then I'm gonna drop. Um, but damn, I lost my train of thought. Um, One of them is when I spoke on like the government. They've always had access. They've always been shaping our minds. Um, but when it came out of the latter years, when they started changing the system was already designed like that. It's just that they wasn't coming into our house right away. And one thing I didn't know that I researched and picked up on was America. We're bonded, we're indebted. Um, where this is supposed to be a free country, it's not free. Nothing's free, not even our life. Um, we have kids, they're our children, but they don't specifically belong to us. They belong to the state that we're in or the state that we have them. Um, and that's due to the background of whatever Queen Elizabeth did when she first got elected as queen. Something I noticed that there is a England flag in just about every country that exists, which means they own these countries. They have so much at stake in these countries. So when we have our kids, yeah, they're our kids, but they don't belong to us. And that's something I had to find out. I had to legally go to court to get full custody of my children, um, which is crazy. Um, and it goes back to like say that we want to um, denounce our citizenship from America. You know, I don't know if y'all heard of this, but I know a few years back, I know it was something that came on national TV on the news stating if you were to leave the United States of America, denounce your citizenship, anywhere you went and you got into any type of trouble, America wouldn't save you because we're no longer citizens here, um, which is crazy. I didn't know that. Sorry, I don't understand what Queen Elizabeth has to do with it. What I'm saying, what Queen Elizabeth had to do with is whenever they did the wars, and this was before we were even born. Um, they own a lot of different countries. Um, they own a lot of different countries, like Ghana, for instance. And I've seen it because I have a friend that live in Ghana. Ghana has its flag. It has a flag of England over there. It's a couple countries that I've researched that England controls. They control a lot. That's what I meant by that. Um, yeah, our kids don't belong to us. They're our kids, but they don't belong to us at all. They belong to really the government. That's what gives them opportunity to come to your house. Um, n- like say if I was to call and make an assumption, not knowing you, fairy tale. If I was to call and make an assumption that I seen you abuse your daughter or whatever the case may be, it could be a total bogus lie. They're coming to your house and they're going to be in your life for 30 days, regardless if it was true or false. You can't stop them. That's something you can't stop. They have that right because they don't belong to us. They're our children, but they don't belong to us. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I totally understand, and I'm agreeing with you on that point. I just got lost into the whole royalty thing because I'm from Europe. I'm from the Netherlands. We live under a kingdom. It's a realm. It's a kingdom, and the royals have nothing to say. It's the government that leads the country, not the royalty. So I got a little bit lost there.
Oh yeah, with that was something I was learning, and it was educated on me. The other thing I was going to say, hell, I don't know. That's why sometimes I don't like to be quiet when certain things come up because I forget my train of thought. But it was something that you had said that I kind of wanted to piggyback on, but I totally forgot now. But this was um, a nice topic, um, or topics that you had going on, Keith, Kev, um, and it is very knowledgeable. You can always pick up something. Like I say, you learn something new every day, and it just needs to be a lot more um, of this type of forums going on to educate people, you know, versus all the hatred and everything else that falls into this app. Um, it just need to be more educational forums going on, especially with so much going on in the world today. And like they say, if you want to put something out there, put it in a book or a movie because people don't really pay attention. But when you got people who, kind of research and, do the legwork and the homework for themselves, you find out a little bit more um, when people do this type of stuff, because a lot of people really stop educating themselves. Um, they just, like I said earlier, it's just that popcorn microwave shit, you
Yeah.
know. So I appreciate you allowing me to come on your panel, and to meet the rest of you nice people here. Um, but like I said, this is something that needs to be done a little bit more often, or I guess I need to stumble across them a little bit more often. Um, but I really do appreciate your time and all that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Appreciate your input and all that, But
Hey, I'm gonna step down too. Thanks for having me, Kev. Guys, nice meeting y'all.
I'm about to step my own self. I
Yeah, it's
might be in these
4 o'clock in
TikTok
yeah, it's
streets.
4 o'clock in the
Street. And you don't get you. What the freak? What's that?
Yeah, thank you.
All
Lovely.
right, for
Thank
sure.
all y'all. Y'all have a great night, morning,
Yeah,
All
have a
right,
good one.
for
day.
sure.
Good night, y'all. Hey, Kev, have a good night.
All right, Bad Ray.
You die hard. That was a good topic. Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm about to run this back. I don't think we went through all of it for real. Might run this back tomorrow.
Man, we
But
missed the best one, the last one.
Oh yeah. Right. We didn't even get to that for real. And I want to get to expound on that healing one too. Oh, also hard to heal, so I'll talk to another whole group tomorrow. But
I'm not gonna lie, my attention span couldn't keep up with that last person that was talking.
Because of her way of talking,
Yeah, but I don't know, my attention span.
yeah,
it makes you
I don't know.
sleepy.
everybody got their own styles. Yeah, that's what everybody. That's how I get it though.
Yeah. All
Everybody
right.
got their own
Have a good
style.
night. Peace.
Good night, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will see the topic coming up again when you bring it back.
All right, for sure.
Okay. Night, night.
All right. All right, y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow. Might be in these streets. Might get cussed out in another room somewhere. Mess with these divestors. Lovely want to pop up when I'm dropping down.
I think everybody is getting cussed out in these TikTok streets.
Mm-hmm. I feel like getting yielded. Sorry, nah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of learning that comes from it, though, too. So I can't take away from that. But it was crazy because you were
Yeah,
in
learn who to stay
you
away
were
from.
in Chive Live, and we were
Learn.
saying, and it reminded me of the topic that you brought up. Why can't men and women get along today? There is like this division, this divide, and I've even asked myself, where is this divide coming from that women aren't doing for themselves, men aren't doing for themselves, and so now they can't come together.
Hmm.
That's what I'm boiling it down to. I'm really
Yeah.
boiling it down to, and I think you and we've had that conversation a million times before. It really does go back to self. So if you aren't pouring into yourself, if you aren't giving yourself enough, then how can you become or one with somebody else, or like in a relationship with somebody else? So we see this divide, and we look at the divide of racism, we look at the divide of politics, we look at this divide, and all this stuff is actually dividing people within themselves. It's
Mm-hmm.
dividing yourself from self, so that you don't even know how to approach anybody. People are afraid of other people right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're afraid of other people because they're actually afraid of themselves. So now, if you're afraid of yourself, like you don't know what you're going through, so you're wanting to welcome another relationship because it's something you probably desire, because we come from one. We everybody wants love, everybody wants kindness, everybody wants peace. They're seeking all this stuff outside of themselves, but yet they haven't given that to themselves first. So now all these people are trying to form this relationship between a man and a woman, yet neither person has made like they haven't figured themselves out.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing. That's why all this kind of revolve around. That's why I asked about the healing and the difference between the mentalities and all that other stuff, though. But yeah, we gonna get on it, though. I'm gonna redo this again tomorrow, though. I'm about to relax and get out this chair.
Nah, I feel you. I feel you. I'm going to bed right now anyway.
So I ain't saying I ain't going to bed yet, but I'm gonna stretch out, though, so I can see
But
what other
I
lives talking
appreciate
about.
that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Much love, Kev.
All right, for sure. Mm-hmm.